welcome. This is the Thursday, May 13th, 2021 afternoon session of the Portland City Council. Keelan, please call the roll.
Afternoon. Ryan.
Here.
Hardesty.
Here.
Max.
Here.
Rubio.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here, under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. Thanks to everyone for your continued patience, understanding, and flexibility as we manage through the challenging situation to do the city's business. Now we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while City Council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have one item today, but it's a big one. Item number 345, please.
Approval of the FY 2021-22 budget for the City of Portland.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to everyone. Today, we're going to take a series of steps and votes as part of the approval of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget as prescribed by Oregon state law. As the City of Portland's Budget Committee, we're going to hear on the uses of state revenue sharing first, consider changes to the approved budget as filed, and then approve the tax levies for the fiscal year 2021-22. So at this point, I am now convening this meeting of the City of Portland Budget Committee as prescribed by state law. Director Kennard, will you please facilitate our hearing today? And good afternoon.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members of the council. So as the council mentioned, the council is convened today in your capacity of the Budget Committee. There are several steps that you will take today. These steps are required by local budget law, and they include uses of state revenue sharing. You will consider changes to the approved budget as filed, and you will finally approve the tax levies for this upcoming fiscal year 21-22. So before we get going, just a reminder of what steps have been taken so far in this budget process. First, bureaus submitted their requested budgets at the end of January 2021. City Budget Office then analyzed their budgets and their requests. The City Council then held a series of budget work sessions on bureau budgets in March and early April. Materials and follow-up from all bureaus have been provided to the public on the City Budget Office website. The council also held 3 virtual listening sessions on the budget in March and April. The mayor then released his proposed budget decisions on April 29th, and the proposed budget document was delivered to council on April 29th as well. Council then convened as the Budget Committee and conducted a hearing on the proposed budget on the morning of May 4th, during which the mayor delivered his budget message. And then on the evening of May 5th, the Budget Committee was reconvened to hear public testimony on the proposed budget for this next year. These steps were all necessary before entering into this approved budget phase. So today, Council is going to consider changes to the mayor's proposed budget. There are two different forms that these changes will take. The first are changes that were included in the approved budget as filed, which are detailed in the change memo, attachment B, and I will walk through shortly. And then there are also changes that can be considered by floor amendment offered by members of the council. Individual amendments, when we get to that point in the agenda, will be put on the table, seconded, and then we'll take testimony, and then there will be discussion, and they will be voted upon. So here's a little bit more about the process. We do need agreement from the Budget Committee to first consider the changes that are in that change memo. This will be motioned and seconded. I will remind Council of the changes that are in the change memo after the motion and before the final vote. Then we will open the floor to amendments for items that have not been filed as changes. Each amendment needs to be motioned and seconded. Because we have several amendments, I'm going to suggest that we hold discussion on amendments until after public testimony. Thus, each amendment should be read and seek a second, and then we will move to public testimony. Public testimony will then be taken on floor amendments, and then the public testimony will be taken on all the floor amendments, the changes to the memo, and the budget as a whole. Following public testimony, we will have council discussion and a vote on each amendment. Once we have voted on all the individual amendments, then the mayor will call a vote to approve the adjustments in the attachments and an approval of the individual floor amendments. And then finally, we'll vote to approve the budget as amended. This is a lot for right now. Just know that I will be here the whole time to signal to you what is needed and what is meant by each action we need to take. We will have a final vote at the end of the day to approve the tax levies. So once we finally approve the budget as amended, we won't quite be done. We still have a final vote to approve the tax levies. Following this hearing, the approved budget will be forwarded along to the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, which has 20 days to review the budget. The TSCC will then conduct a hearing on the city's approved budget on Tuesday, June 8th at 9:30 in the morning. This hearing will be scheduled under the current virtual meeting format used for public meetings and will live stream on the city's YouTube channel. And then final budget adoption is set for Wednesday, June 9th at 2 p.m. for the first reading, and a second reading for the vote will follow the following week on June 16th. Public testimony can be received during today's approved budget hearing, the June 8th TSCC hearing, as well as the June 9th budget adoption hearing. With that, we are going to go back to the script, and I'm going to turn it over to the mayor to open our hearing on state revenue sharing.
Very good. As prescribed by state law, I'm now opening a hearing to discuss possible uses of state revenue sharing. This hearing is being held by the City Council of Portland, Oregon, in compliance with the provisions of the State Revenue Sharing Regulations, ORS 221.770. It is to allow citizens to comment on the possible uses of these funds in conjunction with the annual budget process. As proposed for council adoption, the fiscal year 2021-22 budget anticipates receipts totaling $24,755,746 from state revenue sharing. As has been the case in previous years, it's proposed that this revenue be allocated in equal parts to support fire prevention and police patrol services. Is there anyone, Keelan, who has signed up who wished to be heard on this specific subject?
And Mayor, I think Keelan and I discussed that because people have signed up just generally for this item. I believe most people, I'm assuming, have signed up to testify on the budget, which is not this item. But if you are interested, if you're on the line and you're interested in speaking on state shared revenue uses, you may raise your hand in Zoom, and that will indicate that you would like to also speak on this item. So we'll pause for a moment and see if anybody raises their hand on Zoom. Okay. Keelan, did you have anything to add there?
No, just that I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand.
All right, very good. With that then, I am now closing this hearing to discuss possible uses of state revenue sharing. And with that, we will open our hearing to approve the budget. Colleagues, I'm seeking a motion to consider changes to the proposed budget as described in the memo titled Approval of the Budget for the City of Portland. Can I please get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Commissioner Hardison moves. Commissioner Ryan seconds. And Director Kennard, at this point, you'll describe the approved budget changes as filed.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, we're discussing the initial changes to the proposed budget. We also walked through these changes with the Budget Committee at our May 4th work session. As a reminder, the approved budget before you totals $5.7 billion, and the general fund discretionary budget totals $591.1 million. And there are 6,808.04 total FTE for all funding sources. The notable changes that were included in that change memo include an increase of $360,000 in the city's attorney's office provided by interagency resources from the Bureau of Environmental Services to support 2 positions for harbor cleanup legal services. It includes an increase of $1.9 million in the Office of Management and Finance, Bureau of Revenue and Financial Services to recognize debt sale resources for the Integrated Tax Services Project. It recognizes $30 million in transfers and repayments for a 1-day grant phone loan, which we must conduct every year to ensure positive fund balance at the end of the year in accordance with budget law and accounting rules. It includes a recognition and true-ups of multiple partner agency grant resources and projects in the Housing Bureau, totaling $85.6 million. And it includes an increase of 1 position in the Bureau of Transportation parking operations funded through internal resource realignments. With that, Mayor, I will turn it back over to you to lead our process around offering amendments.
Very good. Colleagues will now propose our various amendments. For those which are co-sponsored, please note that in your motion. And Director Kennard, please remind us of the protocols to help facilitate this as we put our amendments on the table.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So individual amendments need to note the amount, the Bureau, the purpose, and the funding source. And budget notes as filed may be amended or new notes introduced via amendment. These amendments each need to be moved and seconded for consideration and discussion. After we move and second all amendments, the Mayor will call for public testimony. Voting on amendments and the budget itself will occur after testimony is taken. We will also hold our substantive council discussion for after the testimony so we can be sure to hear from everybody. After testimony is closed, we will then have our discussion and we will vote on each of the individual amendments for their inclusion in the budget and in each of the relative exhibits. And then the Mayor will call to entertain a motion and vote to approve the changes in the proposed budget as presented in the memo as amended. This will feel like the final vote. It is not quite the final vote. It is the vote to sort of approve the package of amendments. And then we will have a final vote to approve the budget as amended. Mayor, I will turn it back over to you.
All right.
To begin the process of introducing your amendments first.
Very good. Colleagues, the first 4 or so are technical in nature. I am moving to allocate $5,087,863 in one-time general fund resources and special appropriations. Office of Management and Finance and Portland Parks and Recreation is approved in the spring supplemental budget. This will allocate $5,087,863 in one-time general fund resources in the following programs. $3,900,963 in the special appropriations to support grant funding for community-based organizations, reducing the impact of gun violence in the community. $320,000 in the Office of Management and Finance in support of 2 limited-term crime analysts focused on data transparency for gun violence reduction initiatives, and $866,900 in Portland Parks and Recreation, the Ranger Program, supporting enhanced park ranger services. Funding for this action is sourced through various actions in the spring supplemental budget to carry forward resources in support of investments in gun violence reduction initiatives in these 3 program areas. Amend attachments B and C as applicable. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Colleagues, my second amendment is a motion to allocate $305,000 in one-time general fund resources in Office of Management and Finance, Bureau of Revenue and Financial Services, as approved in the spring supplemental budget. This allocates $305,000 in one-time general fund resources and increases Bureau program expenses in the Office of Management and Finance, Bureau of Revenue and Financial Services to fund future revisions and refinements to this city's social equity and contracting programs. Funding for this action is sourced through actions in the spring supplemental budget to carry forward resources to support this program expenditure. Amend attachments B and C as applicable. Can I get a second?
So moved.
Hardesty, Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Amendment 3, motion to allocate, I move to allocate $30,000 in one-time general fund resources in the Office of Commissioner of Public Utilities as approved in the spring supplemental budget. This will allocate $30,000 in one-time general fund resources for temporary staffing support in the Office of the Commissioner of Public Utilities. Funding for this action is sourced through actions in the spring supplemental budget to carry forward resources to support this program expenditure. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Amendment 4, I move to allocate $750,000 in one-time general fund resources in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability as approved in the spring supplemental budget and add $150,000 to support contract management. This allocates $750,000 in one-time general fund resources in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, external materials and services to support a citywide cleanup project led by Solve in partnership with the City of Portland. Funding for this action is sourced through actions in the spring supplemental budget to carry forward resources to support this program expenditure. Additionally, allocate $150,000 in one-time general fund unrestricted contingency and add 1 FTE limited term coordinator 2 position in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability program expenses to manage the city's contract for volunteer litter cleanup events and the relaunch of the community collection events in fiscal year 2021-22. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Amendment 5, motion to allocate resources and position authority to support the Police Oversight Committee. Allocate $165,000 in one-time general fund resources in the Office of Management and Finance, Chief Administrator's Office to increase program expenses and add 1 limited term analyst 3 to support the launch in support of a Portland Police Oversight Committee. This position will help with all manner of meeting logistics, be responsive to public record laws, act as a liaison between the body and commissioner offices to ensure a flow of information that does not create undue influence and help draft code and planning documents. This request is responsive to best practices for the city to provide support staff to a committee and community members working on complicated policy issues that have significant impacts. The funding source for this action is funding from current year policy set aside that will fall to general fund balance at year end. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hardesty. Amendment 6, motion to allocate resources and positions to support city compliance with the Department of Justice settlement. This amendment is being put forth by me on behalf of all members of the council. Allocate a total of $1,726,000 in one-time general fund resources, $480,000 in ongoing resources available beginning in fiscal year 2022-23, and add a 2.0 regular FTE and a 1.0 limited term FTE to support city compliance with the Department of Justice settlement. This includes allocating as program expenses the following: $433,000 in one-time general fund to the Portland Police Bureau external materials and services to support Office 365 to allow better reporting on uses of force in crowd control events. $135,000 one-time general fund to the Portland Police Bureau personnel services and 1.0 limited term analyst 1 position to help update policies to ensure compliance with the settlement agreement. $582,000 in one-time general fund to the Portland Police Bureau personnel services for overtime costs associated with bureau-wide training on crowd control policies without a disruption to service levels. $480,000 in one-time general fund in fiscal year 2021-22 and $480,000 in ongoing general fund beginning in fiscal year 2022-23 to the Attorney's Office personnel services and 2.0 deputy city attorney positions to focus on litigation aspects, the case necessary to achieve, as is the case necessary to achieve substantial compliance with the DOJ settlement agreement, ensure counsel's perspective is appropriately represented throughout the settlement agreement process. And $96,000 in one-time general fund to the Portland Police Bureau external materials and services to provide additional equipment to allow the Police Bureau to assign 32 additional officers to rapid response team duty. The one-time funding source will be underspending in fiscal year 2021, policy set aside that is expected to fall to general fund balance. The ongoing source of funding for the deputy city attorney positions will be a reduction of policy set aside for future liabilities. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty.
That was a mouthful, wasn't it, Mayor?
Very, thank you. It's perfect timing, in fact. It's like a ballet almost. Amendment 7, motion to amend attachments D and add a budget note regarding city compliance with the DOJ settlement agreement as follows. Again, this is an amendment that I'm putting forth on behalf of the entire council to ensure timely and successful compliance with the Department of Justice settlement, which is a prerequisite to the city's ability to begin critical community safety transition work. The council directs that implementation of Office 365 in the Police Bureau be prioritized by the Bureau of Technology Services in the Police Bureau.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hardesty. Amendment 8, also brought forth by me on behalf of the entire City Council. I move to amend attachments D to amend language for the Independent Police Review Budget Note. The note shall be as follows. City Council commits to preserving the existing positions in the Independent Police Review, IPR, as permanent ongoing positions. Council acknowledges the importance of the positions and the expertise of the employees who hold them in meeting the terms of the city's settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice. Council also acknowledged the employees' experience and commitment to government accountability are worth preserving as a benefit to the public beyond their current assignment. The 14 positions will be assigned to civilian oversight of police in IPR through June 30th, 2023, giving Council 2 fiscal years to implement a new voter-approved police oversight board. Thereafter, Council commits to finding equivalent positions upon transition, either within the city auditor's office or elsewhere within the city. Should Council and the auditor determine the positions would be needed for up to 1 additional fiscal year to accommodate the implementation of the new police oversight board, the fiscal year 2023-24 budget will reflect their continued service in that role, their new role in the city, or a combination of the two.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Amendment 9, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for all bargaining, motion to amend attachment D and add budget note for bargaining in good faith with labor partners as follows. This is brought again by all members of the council. The city acknowledges its duty to bargain in good faith over wages, including cost of living adjustments, COLA. The city further acknowledges its requirement to maintain the status quo for step increases during bargaining. Can I get a second?
Second. Sorry.
Amendment 10, a motion to allocate available one-time and ongoing recreational cannabis tax resources to the Bureau of Transportation, Prosper Portland, and Civic Life. Again, brought on behalf of the entire council. Allocate recreational cannabis tax resources in the Recreational Cannabis Tax Fund as program expenses as follows: $420,000 in ongoing resources to Prosper Portland to fund program expenses in the BIPOC Cannabis Business Development Program. $350,000 in one-time resources to Prosper Portland to fund program expenses for digital divide and e-commerce support. $900,000 in one-time resources to the Bureau of Transportation to fund program expenses for traffic safety investments on Outer Stark. $1,330,000 in one-time resources to Civic Life to fund program expenses for the Cannabis Business Relief Grant Program. Offset Bureau allocations with a $3 million reduction to contingency in the recreational cannabis tax funds. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Amendment 11, a motion to convert an existing limited term position supporting the Boys Strength Program to permanent in the Police Bureau. Convert 1.0 program administrator for the Boys Strength Program in the Police Bureau from limited term to permanent. Ongoing resources for the strength programs are included in the Community Safety Transition Director's Office beginning in fiscal year 2022-23, and the Community Safety Transition Director has been directed to evaluate the best path forward for the program as part of the fiscal year 2022-23 budget development. Conversion of the existing limited term position to permanent will be implemented in the Police Bureau with the intent to transfer all 3 administrator positions to the Office of Management and Finance at the beginning of fiscal year 2022-23. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hardesty. Amendment 12. Motion to amend attachment D and withdraw a budget note regarding expiring tax increment finance districts and returning property tax revenue. We are striking the entire
Need a
amendment.
second for that?
I believe I do to remove it.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds, and we'll be bringing up an alternative later. Excuse me. Amendment number 13. This is being brought forth by myself and Commissioner Hardesty. This is a motion to amend attachment D to strike and replace the existing budget note for program evaluation of the Portland Street response to read as follows. In February of 2021, the Portland Street Response pilot launched, and in May of 2021, Portland Street Response formalized an agreement with Portland State University's Homelessness and Research Action Collaborative for program evaluation services. This agreement includes the provision of 2 reports to council, one after 6 months and one after 12 months of program implementation and data collection. This budget note directs Portland Street Response to schedule a work session for the City Council after the 6 and 12 months marks of the program in collaboration with the Community Safety Transition Director. Each work session should include reporting about the pilot's performance against key metrics, including impact on workload for fire and police bureau staff, and number and type of calls responded to, and recommendations on how to improve the program based on evaluation findings.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hardesty. Amendment number 14. This one is brought by myself, Commissioner Hardesty, Commissioner Rubio. This is a motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note regarding analysis of the Police Bureau Unarmed Response Program. Community Safety Officer, Public Safety Support Specialist Program Evaluation. The Community Safety Officer or Public Safety Support Specialist Program provides an unarmed alternative response model in the Portland Police Bureau. The program, which focuses on low acuity emergency calls and frees up sworn officer time to focus on higher priority emergency calls, was first established in fiscal year 2017-18. The job class specification and responsibilities for community safety officers were negotiated between the City of Portland and the Portland Police Association, which represents these employees. The Community Safety Transition Director, the City Budget Office, and the Portland Police Bureau are directed to work together to propose a set of performance measures that will track outcomes of the program on an ongoing basis. The Police Bureau is also directed to provide an initial report on these measures by the end of the calendar year 2021 in order to inform the budget development process for fiscal year 2022-23. This evaluation should include an analysis of day-to-day activities and outcomes of the program, a cost-benefit analysis of the program, and an assessment of the alignment of an expanded PS3 program and the current efforts to reimagine the city's approach to community safety. The report should include recommendations to maximize community visibility and presence of these community safety officers and to increase the volume of calls these employees take in order to free up as much patrol officer capacity as possible. The Police Bureau is further directed to establish the program as a program offer in its fiscal year 22-23 requested budget.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds. And colleagues, may I take these in the order in which the packet provides them? So that would have Commissioner Ryan go next, if that's okay with people. I see Director Kennard shaking her head. Yes, do that, or we'll get bogged down. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, colleagues. My first amendment is a motion to add 2 limited duration positions to support strategic cross-bureau projects. Allocate $300,000 in one-time general fund in the Office of Management and Finance, Chief Administrator's Office program expenses, and add 2 limited term Analyst 3 positions to support high priority cross-bureau strategic projects. 1 position will manage a citywide strategic plan to address houselessness, and 1 position will manage a cross-bureau permit improvement process. The source of funding for this allocation is one-time reduction of general fund unrestricted contingency. Update Exhibits B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan moves, Commissioner Hardesty seconds.
Number 2, motion to allocate one-time American Rescue Plan Act funding to support alternative shelter. Allocate $3 million in one-time federal American Rescue Plan Act grant resources to the Portland Housing Bureau program expenses to be passed through to the Joint Office of Homeless Services. This provides funding for the alternative shelter program with a particular focus on ensuring safe sleeping options in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Update Exhibits B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds Commissioner Ryan's motion.
3, motion to allocate ongoing general fund resources for the North-Northeast preference policy. Allocate $298,259 in one-time general fund and $298,259 in ongoing general fund in Portland Housing Bureau program expenses, and add 1 permanent assistant housing program specialist and 1 permanent housing program coordinator position to support ongoing work and expansion of the administration of the North-Northeast preference policy. The one-time funding source will be underspending in fiscal year 2021 policy set aside that is expected to fall to general fund balance. And the ongoing source is funding that is available in policies set aside for future liabilities beginning fiscal year 22-23. Update Exhibits B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds Commissioner Ryan's motion.
And 4, motion to allocate one-time resources for inclusionary housing study. Allocate $150,000 in one-time general fund in the Portland Housing Bureau program expenses for an inclusionary housing market study to provide data and analysis for ongoing refinements to the inclusionary housing program incentives and requirements. This funding source will be one-time reduction in general fund unrestricted contingency resources. Update Exhibits B and C as applicable.
Second. Commissioner Ryan moves and I second. Does that complete your amendments?
It does. Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I slept through the last one, Commissioner Ryan.
It's okay.
Okay. My first amendment, motion to allocate ongoing funding availability and policy reserves and add limited duration position authority in support of Portland Street response. Reduce general fund one-time resources for Portland Street response and Portland Fire and Rescue by $977,528 and increase ongoing general fund resources in Portland Fire and Rescue by $3,612,146. Increased revenue will be balanced by an increase in Bureau program expenses. Reduce contingency and policy set aside to offset the increased allocations of general fund resources supporting program expenses. Authorize an additional 18 limited term positions in Portland Street response as follows: 8 mental health crisis clinicians, 7 firefighter specialists, 1 EMS specialist, 1 coordinator, one coordinator 2. These resources and limited term positions will support a citywide rollout of 6 Portland Street response vans beginning on March 2022. Amend attachment B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds Commissioner Hardesty's motion.
Second motion, to allocate ongoing funding availability and policy reserves to support the Portland Street response pilot rollout citywide through a program realignment. Allocate $1 million in Portland Fire and Rescue ongoing general fund resources for Portland Street response and increase Bureau program expenses by $1 million. Funding source is a reduction of contingency and policy set aside from the participatory budgeting with the Houseless Community Program to offset increased allocation of general fund program expenses. Update Exhibit B and C as applicable. Amend attachments B and C as applicable.
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds Commissioner Hardesty's motion.
Third motion, to retain resources for public safety support specialists and contingency pending evaluation. Reduce the Portland Police Bureau's personal service budget by $988,032 and offset by increasing contingency in the Police Bureau by $988,032. By retaining these resources and contingency, Council is requiring that the Police Bureau delay hiring 12 FTE of the 22 additional authorized public safety support specialists until a program evaluation is performed. The resources to hire these 12 FTE are retained in the Police Bureau budget, but will require further council action before being expended. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds Commissioner Hardesty's motion.
Number 4, motion to allocate one-time funding from general fund contingency to support a truth and reconciliation process between the Portland Police Bureau and community members of the city of Portland. Allocate $250,000 in special appropriations of general fund one-time resources for a truth and reconciliation process. Offset by program expenses and special appropriations. Reduce general fund contingency to offset increased allocation of general fund. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds.
Number 5, motion to allocate one-time funding to support the City African American Network from general fund policy set aside and their efforts to proactively speak to the experience of Black staff and state the steps that need to be taken on the city's behalf to support and stand in solidarity with their efforts. Allocate $50,000 in general fund one-time resources to the Office of Equity and Human Rights to fund an increase of $50,000 in CANS program expenses. The one-time fund source will be underspent in fiscal year 2021 policy set aside that is expected to fall to the general fund balance. Amend attachment B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds Commissioner Hardesty's motion.
Motion 6, motion to reduce one-time funding for the Portland Police Bureau in the amount of $5,264,000 for the accelerated hiring of 30 officers. Decrease general fund one-time resources in the amount of $5,264,000 in the Portland Police Bureau for the accelerated hiring of 30 officers, and reduce Portland Police Bureau expenses by $5,264,000. Increase general fund contingency to offset decreased allocation of one-time general fund resources. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Thank you. Motion 7, motion to increase one-time funding in the Office of Community and Civic Life in the amount of $250,000 for District Coalition Office small grants to neighborhood associations and other place-based community organizations. Allocate $250,000 in one-time general fund resources to the Office of Community and Civic Life, offset by increased program expenses for small grants to neighborhood associations and other place-based community organizations. The one-time funding source will be underspending in fiscal year 2021 policy set aside that is expected to fall to the general fund balance. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds.
Motion 8, to increase ongoing funding to the Gateway Center for Domestic Violence Services in the amount of $30,000 for the city's share of legal service provisions. Allocate $30,000 in ongoing general fund resources to special appropriations to support legal services at the Gateway Center, and increase outgoing grant expenses to the Gateway Center. Offset increased expenses with a reduction in ongoing policy set-aside resources for future liabilities beginning fiscal year 22-23, and a one-time reduction in general fund contingency in fiscal year 21-22. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect the change.
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds.
Motion 9, to allocate one-time American Rescue Plan Act funding to support the Portland Bureau of Transportation's Healthy Business Program in the amount of $3,509,000 in order to begin the program in early summer. Allocating $3,509,000 in one-time grant revenue from the American Rescue Plan to the Bureau of Transportation in the Grants Fund, offset by the Bureau program expenses for the Healthy Business Program in the Grants Fund. This action will reduce the total amount of American Rescue Plan Act resources available for later allocation through Economic Relief and Stimulus Coordination Council. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion 10, to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Office of Community and Civic Life to standardize and formalize the city's community engagement process. Community engagement is a value in alignment with the city's goals of anti-racism, transparency, and inclusion. In the mayor's proposed budget, at least 11 different programs expressed a commitment to focus outreach and support of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. For many programs at the city, this kind of engagement will be new. The Office of Community and Civic Life has the expertise in community outreach and engagement. The Office of Community and Civic Life is directed to create a master outreach plan for the city and incorporate the facilitation and management of new outreach efforts that have been outlined in the mayor's proposed budget. The Bureau is further directed to create a master calendar of Bureau outreach efforts and standardize and formalize the city's community engagement processes. The Office of Community and Civic Life is directed back to council in 6 months with their coordination plan for both fiscal year 21-22 and ongoing.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Rubio.
Number 11, Motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for protocols pertaining to a DOJ settlement agreement. The Office of the City Attorney is directed to share draft DOJ reports with council members and the mayor. At least, I thought we had changed this to 7 days, but mine still reads 14.
7.
So I believe it should be 7 days as per city attorney's request. So I'm going to read it that way. In advance of the deadline for submission. In addition, the city attorney is directed to facilitate direct communication between the DOJ, the city council, or its designate or its designee on a quarterly basis to ensure progress towards substantial compliance with the agreement. Finally, the office is directed to develop a protocol for resolution in the event that council and the police bureau are not in alignment on the drafted quarterly reports to the DOJ.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds, and with the Scribner's error, 7 instead of 14.
Thank you. And then there was one other change that I made in my reading, Mayor, and that was the office is directed to develop a protocol for resolution, or I'm sorry, not that one. The DOJ and the city council on a quarterly basis, or the city council's designee. So if you wanted to send your chief of staff as compared to yourself, that would be appropriate.
Without objection.
Thank you. Number 12, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for citywide anti-white supremacy training. In October 2020, City Council participated in an anti-white supremacy training with the Western States Center and committed to bringing an anti-white supremacy training to all employees at the City of Portland. The Office of Equity and Human Rights has begun incorporating anti-white supremacy concepts into its Equity 101 training, as well as through the Racial Equity Results-Based Accountability Framework as initial first steps. But we need to do much more. The Office of Equity and Human Rights is directed to partner with the Office of Commissioner Hardesty on a request for proposals for citywide anti-white supremacy training and come to council in the fall bump with an update and request for resources.
I'll second.
Number 13, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Office of Violence Prevention in alignment with Ordinance 190355 as follows. On April 7th, 2021, Council unanimously passed Ordinance 190355 to work in partnership with community-based organizations to reduce the impact of gun violence in our community. That ordinance outlined a number of steps the city must take to transform our community safety system, and this budget note seeks to provide further direction and alignment with the intent of the original ordinance. The Community Safety Director and Office of Violence Prevention are directed to co-create an agreement with the community-based organizations they contract with on safety protocols. The co-creation of these protocols ensure that our community partners and the police bureau understand the clear protocols, and that community partners will know what the safety protocols are and why they were being asked to show up at the request of Portland Police Bureau. The Community Safety Director is directed to advise on the appropriate operational protocols for how the Office of Violence Prevention and Police Bureau will engage with community-based organizations. The Community Safety Director is directed to provide an update to Council by November 1st, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds.
Number 14, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Portland Bureau of Transportation to develop new revenue sources as follows. Council recognizes that the Portland Bureau of Transportation faces serious financial challenges as existing revenue sources are not sufficient to maintain service levels in future years or address the Bureau's asset maintenance needs. Furthermore, existing revenue sources are dependent on fossil fuel consumption, which is in direct conflict with our climate action goals of reducing carbon emissions by 40% before 2030. As the city implements initiatives to reach its climate action goals, the Bureau will see a corresponding reduction in resources necessary to fund these initiatives. To ensure fiscal resiliency of the Bureau moving forward, Council directs the Portland Bureau of Transportation to work with our various stakeholders to develop new revenue sources that reflect the city's policy goals, address the Bureau's structural deficits, and provide maximal fungibility to invest in our transportation system. The Bureau shall present its recommended revenue proposals to Council during the fiscal year 22-23 budget development process.
I'll second.
Number 15. We're getting to the end, people. Number 15, motion to amend attachment D to amend existing budget note for equitable recruitment, retention, and promotion of African American and Black employees as follows. In October 2020, the City African American Network, also known as CAN, released the results and recommendations of a survey they conducted, which showed many personal accounts of discrimination, job security fear, and a consistent want for more Black leadership. In March 2021, CAN followed up with a report on the City of Portland's Black workforce data, daylighting the disparities in both hiring, retention of African American and Black employees, and highlighting the successes of investing in Black advancement and the diverse empowered employees of Portland hosted leadership development program. This budget note directs the scheduling of a work session to make space for CAN to present the findings of their reports and discuss with Council, in partnership with the Bureau of Human Resources, the implementation of their recommendations from their March 2021 report. The Bureau of Human Resources, with the city's core value as the foundation and its shared accountability with city bureaus and representatives from CAN, shall then co-create a proposal for a program promoting equitable recruitment, retention, and promotion of African American / Black employees across the city of Portland through robust changes in current hiring practices, mentorship programs, affinity spaces, and mental health support. The proposal shall also address pay equity of African American Black employees in support of Oregon's Equal Pay Act, and be informed through collaboration with CAN to create safe, equitable spaces for employees. The BHR director and representatives from CAN shall present this proposal and the additional resources required to implement changes to the City Council in a work session no later than September 30th, 2021.
Second.
Thank you. I am now at my last one. Motion 16 to amend attachment D to add a budget note for the expiring tax incremental finance districts and returning property revenue as follows. The anticipated completion of 13 current tax incremental finance districts will result in increased resources returning to the assessment rolls and the city's general fund, beginning in fiscal year 21-22. The city economist has begun assuming these resources as part of the balanced 5-year forecast. The city economist and debt management are directed to provide an updated forecast of anticipated revenues over the next 10 years and the relationship of these resources to projected expenditures under current service levels and general fund commitments. The city budget office and the chief administrative officer is directed to provide this information to council offices and subsequently lead a work session to discuss potential investment options for any anticipated excess available resources.
Second.
That completes my list of amendments, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Commissioner Mapps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Today, I just have 4 relatively straightforward amendments. One deals with the film office, one deals with the Office of Civic Life, and then I have 2 budget notes. One is directed to Human Resources, and the other has to deal with the evaluation for the Portland Street Response Program. Here's my first amendment. It deals with the Portland Film Office. Motion to allocate $40,385 in one-time general fund resources in Prosper Portland to support the Portland Film Office. Allocate $40,385 in one-time general fund resources in Prosper Portland program expenses to support the Portland Film Office. This allocation would close a budget gap in the film office created by Prosper Portland's new policy to incorporate programmatic overhead and administrative costs previously covered by the tax increment financing funds. Recent economic studies demonstrate that the film industry yields an estimated $150 million of spending in the region. Travel Portland has committed to $150,000 in ongoing funding beginning in fiscal year 2021-22 to support the film office. But these resources are intended to be deployed directly into the community. This allocation of $40,385 in general fund would specifically support a 0.5 FTE to administer the expanded scope of the program, given these newly leveraged funds. The source of this allocation is a one-time reduction of general fund contingency. Amend attachment B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second from Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you very much. My second amendment deals with the Office of Civic Life. Motion to increase one-time funding in the Office of Community and Civic Life in the amount of $118,821 to support the district coalition offices. Allocate $118,821 of one-time general fund resources in the Office of Community and Civic Life as Bureau program expenses supporting each of the nonprofit and city staffed district coalition offices. These offices provide vital support to neighborhood association livability efforts, especially as the city recovers from the pandemic. This funding restores the 5% cut to the district coalition offices offered as part of the Bureau's requested budget. Funding source of this allocation of resource is a one-time reduction in general fund contingency. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
I'll second, Commissioner, but I did have one question. My sheet shows a slightly different number. Director Kennard, can you confirm the allocation amount, please?
May I add something there? I think there was a different number in the headline and in the first sentence of the motion. And I think I did research and figured out that the 118,821 is the right number, but let's defer to Justin.
Let's go with that because it's a couple $100 more. I'd rather err on the side of conservatism, so let's take that number.
Sure. And Commissioner Hardesty, I see a hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Hardesty, thank you.
Sorry, I'm glad we got the film office clear, but I actually just had a process question. It sounds like Commissioner Mapp's second motion is very similar to a recommendation that I put on it in, and I see Commissioner Mapp's proposal as a friendly amendment. And so I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to combine the two into one or.
Sure. It's my understanding that you proposed an increase to the small grants program, which is administered by the office. These funds are directly targeted to the coalition offices. If you're
is that in addition to what was proposed by me?
Yep. Yep. So this is not taking money away from that.
In that case, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It's helpful.
Oh, sure. Let me get to and I think I finished the reading. Did we get through that one?
You're on
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seconded 2, so you're on 3.
Great. Colleagues, this amendment is actually a budget note directed to the Office of Human Resources. This is a motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note directing the Bureau of Human Resources to provide recommendations for expansion of employee benefits in fiscal year 2021-22, propose options for employee wages and benefits for fiscal year 21-22 in order to address the resource gap in fiscal year 2021-22. The proposed budget does not include COLA or merit for non-represented employees or COLA and step increases for open contracts, subject to good faith bargaining and status quo obligations. This budget note directs the Bureau of Human Resources to investigate options for offering non-represented employees and employees with open contract other wage and benefit options in the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. This report will be presented to Council in executive session on or before September 15th, 2021.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you. And I believe the next item is my last one. And colleagues, Mr. Mayor, and maybe the budget director, I believe the first two paragraphs of this budget note are essentially are the same as some of the language in the mayor's amendment number 13. So I was wondering if I could just skip reading those first two paragraphs, and we can just get everyone out of here sooner.
Yes, Commissioner. If you want to just read the language of the motion, say that the first two paragraphs matches the Mayor Wheeler's Amendment 13, and then read the additional language that you'd like. That would be
okay. Great. So to wrap up, colleagues, this last motion deals with the program evaluation for Portland Street Response Program. Motion to amend Attachment D to amend existing budget note for program evaluation of Portland Street Response budget note. The first two paragraphs of this motion are the same as some of the language in the mayor's amendment number 13, which means what I'd like to do now is go and read, I believe, the final paragraph of this amendment. To ensure the evaluation is conducted under an appropriate study of call demand, response performance, and program outcomes while continuing to focus on one neighborhood, Blintz, through March 2022, Portland Street Response is directed to work with the Bureau of Emergency Communications and the Portland Police Bureau to expand the call criteria by the pilot, including the possibility of responding to housed individuals. In addition, the Police Bureau shall seek all opportunities to shift calls of service involving mental health to Portland Street Response, while continuing to acknowledge and document the risk and benefits of the new policies. Finally, the Community Safety Transition Director shall work with Portland Fire and Rescue to perform a cost benefits analysis of the program and propose any new revenue options that become available by March 22.
I'll second. Thank you, Commissioner Mapp.
Thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Rubio.
Okay, I'll start my motion to allocate $50,000 in one-time general fund resources in special appropriations to provide financial grants supporting the implementation of community events and space activation. Allocate $50,000 in one-time general fund resources as an increase in program expenses and special appropriations to provide financial grants supporting the implementation of community events and space activation, prioritizing Black, Indigenous, people of color, artists, and musicians. This allocation builds off of the $275,000 approved in the spring supplemental budget in April 2021, supporting Black, Indigenous, people of color-led organizations and artists as part of the community action tables. The source for this allocation is a one-time reduction of general fund contingency. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds.
Motion number 2, motion to allocate additional resources in support of a second creative laureate in the community arts program within special appropriations. allocate $5,000 in one-time general fund resources as Bureau program expense in the Community Arts Program with special appropriation to support programmatic funding needs for the city's creative laureates, $5,000 each in fiscal year 21-22. This would become an ongoing general fund supported function in fiscal year 22-23. The City of Portland selects the city creative laureate for a 2-year term. During COVID, the city's creative laureate has led engagement efforts with Black, Indigenous, people of color artists and creatives, advised council offices, and developed and implemented initiatives related to recovery and healing. While the city provides the creative laureate a stipend, this does not include programmatic funds that they can use to carry out initiatives, projects, or other things that have been requested of them. The one-time funding source for the addition of programmatic funds for the creative laureates will come from underspending in fiscal year 2021 policy set aside that is expected to fall to general fund balance. The ongoing source of $5,000 will be a reduction of policy set aside for future liabilities. Amend attachments B and C as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hardesty.
That's all.
That's it.
That's it. All right. So thank you, everybody who's waiting to testify, for your patience. As I stated up front, we have to do this in compliance with state budget law, and that's the order of things. So thank you for hanging with us while we put those amendments on the table. Director Kennard, are we ready now to take public testimony? We are. I'm seeing thumbs up. Keelan, how many people do we have signed up today?
Looks like we have about 29 people on the line.
Very good. Excellent. I'll let you take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First up, we have, I'll call the first three: Jacob Falkenberg, Kathy Medor, and Cody Galloway. Jacob, are you there?
Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jacob Falkenberg, and I am the Communications Director at Venture Portland. Can I get started?
Yep.
Great.
Oh,
Go.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Jacob. Was there a determination about the amount of time for testimony this afternoon?
Oh, yeah, just 2 or 3 minutes.
The mayor did not rule otherwise, so I'm imagining it's 3 minutes until the mayor says something different.
Thank you. Sorry, Jacob, go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. So I'm before you today and to thank you for all your efforts to support small businesses in the city of Portland. And I want to encourage you to support the one-time funding of $531,000 for Venture Portland to increase our support for Portland's diverse neighborhood businesses and business districts, many of whom are unable to be here today due to their very demanding schedules. As you know, the past year has been incredibly difficult for Portland's small business owners. In response to COVID-19, Venture Portland launched new programs, expanded access to existing programs, tirelessly promoted the importance of shopping local, and continued our partnership with City Council, all with a budget cut and limited staffing. As you know, Venture Portland is the only entity in Portland that works exclusively at the district level, making us the support system for all of the city's neighborhood business districts. The Catalytic Investment Initiatives is a program originally conceived by Commissioner Nick Fish in 2015 to provide direct support to historically underserved business districts in East Portland. Initially a pilot project, it provides targeted support for dedicated staffing and grants in these areas. It was immediately successful and expanded to North Portland in 2016. This year, we have a unique opportunity to build on that success. With hundreds of businesses to support, volunteers to manage, and special events and marketing campaigns happening each month, there's only so much that dedicated staffers can accomplish working only 12 hours per week. By supporting this one-time funding request, these staffers will be able to triple their support and help neighborhood businesses endure the remainder of the pandemic and move towards recovery. The funds would also support a new events hub team that would help underserved areas organize and execute district-wide events that will build community, attract new customers, increase tourism, and generate revenue for small businesses in these struggling areas. Portland neighborhoods are known for incredible large-scale events, and without them, we are without a part of our identity as a city. With businesses closing at an alarming rate and many others fighting for survival, I encourage you to fund Venture Portland's Catalytic Investment Initiative expansion and events hub. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kathy Madore.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Kathy Madore. My background is in advertising, communications, graphic design, and marketing. And I am a district organizer through the Catalytic Investment Initiative for Venture Portland. I work for two business districts, St. John's and Beaumont. And when you think about it, 12 hours a week at any job isn't very much time. These hours barely give us enough time to have our staff, board, and general meetings, with little time left to put out newsletters, reach out to businesses, and be out in the district, let alone plan events. There are so many inequities in business districts that have money versus ones that don't. The districts that have more resources can plan bigger events, thereby drawing more people to the district. 10 to 12 hours per week gives us an uneven playing field. The one-time funding of $531,000 to Venture Portland would help to level the playing field. Underserved districts would have a 36-hour per week dedicated staff person. This would have an enormous impact on the district. It would give them 3 times the amount of attention and support that is needed right now to help small businesses succeed when many are struggling. With this additional funding, Venture Portland could have a dedicated events team to help underserved districts. Events increase revenue, bring people in to explore and discover businesses, and unite the business and neighborhood communities. But producing events takes time and money. Districts that have a staffer or can afford to pay an event planner are the ones who are able to produce larger scale events that in turn have a larger impact on businesses. Venture Portland is a hub for the districts we work with. They help gather volunteers and staffers to collaborate and learn from each other. They support events with organizing, planning, promoting, and running of the event. Small businesses are the backbone of Portland. They are what make Portland unique and special. Please support Venture Portland to help them stay afloat at this difficult time when many businesses are closing at an alarming rate and many others are fighting for survival. We are in dire need of support planning events. I urge you to adopt the proposed funding for Venture Portland so we can maintain the vitality of our neighborhood business districts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next up, we have Cody Galloway.
Hello, Mayor Wheeler and council people. Thank you for having me. My name is Cody Galloway. I'm a district organizer with Venture Portland, serving the Lloyd, Midway, and Gateway communities. I've been an employee of Venture Portland for 3 years, and during this time, I've been able to work in the Northwest and Williams communities as well. I'm representing small business owners in these districts who are not able to leave their businesses today to participate in this process. My reason for being here today is to advocate for the one-time funding allocation for Venture Portland that has been recommended as part of the mayor's budget. Venture Portland is the only organization in Portland with the operating model and network to offer hyper-localized support to business district associations and neighborhood-based businesses. Some of the ways this support manifests is in the form of technical assistance, marketing, neighborhood identity and placemaking, promoting diversity and equity, district advocacy, and community building through events and other activities. Our current budgetary constraints only allow for Venture Portland district organizers to dedicate 12 hours of their time per district to perform these many activities. In my opinion, this amount is not adequate to provide the level of support that is needed at this time to help our local communities rebound from the last year. Approval of this budget item would increase the current 12 hours per district threshold to 36 hours per district. This would open up enormous possibilities in the level of assistance that we could deliver to parts of our city that need it the most. Even before the onset of this pandemic, Venture Portland, like many other organizations, have met the call to do more with less. However, there has rarely been a more appropriate time to accelerate the delivery of critical support and make progress on the issues we collectively face. Please vote to approve this one-time funding allocation. Thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
The next three we have are Anna J, Nels Bullen, and Heather Gardner.
Hi, good afternoon. I didn't prepare a statement. I'm squeezing this meeting in between other meetings for my full-time job. Meetings with people who come to the table ostensibly in good faith to find common ground and solutions that meet the needs of all people that we are invested in. It's been incredibly disappointing, yet not terribly surprising to find that the majority of this council has, despite the fact that the experts are telling them that their opinions are wrong and that all of the work that experts do are telling you that your opinions are wrong. The community is telling you that your opinion is wrong, yet you still refuse to fund a program that would be the closest that you could come to meeting or finding common ground with community members that for the last year have put their lives on the line in the streets to fight for programs that prioritize community health, like Portland Street Response, over the funding of a bloated police bureau. Ted Wheeler has asked for the last year and stated that he doesn't understand what protesters want, that he can't get protesters to talk to him, that he doesn't see an end to this until we are willing to compromise. Yet there is no compromise from this council whatsoever. You will meet us nowhere near the middle. And so we continue coming to these council meetings to plead with you, to listen to the community, and you don't. You absolutely don't. So we're left at a place where we're given the only options are to continue protesting, to recall Ted Wheeler, to continue engaging in mutual aid that meets the needs of this community that the city council and the mayor, as a majority, are not willing or able to meet. That's the present state of Portland. These are the choices that you're making. We will continue to see unrest in the streets because you do not listen to your community whatsoever. I assume that Dan Ryan is listening to this because there isn't a Blazers game going on right now. Thanks, Dan. So we'll be interested to see what happens in the next couple of days and weeks and months, because you've given Portlanders no other option than continue with the course that they've been on, because you will also continue with the course that you have been on. Thanks for not a lot.
Next up, we have Nels Bullen.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler. My name is Nels Bullen. I'm an attorney in Portland. I'm also a father, and I got to say, I'm pretty disappointed. The last time I had to call into one of these things, myself and many others were asking you to please have some sense about protests last summer. And the overarching message of that was, in my opinion, to do something about the problem of police in Portland. It does not seem, from my perspective, that you have gotten the message, Mayor Wheeler. I've yet to see anything really substantive done by the city to reduce police violence, establish accountability, and really to ensure a safe Portland for everyone. It seems to me that attempts by those to make progress, and I would like to give a word of thanks to those involved, to the Portland Street Response team for leading that effort literally on the ground. Those folks are being stymied, and your attempts, Mayor Wheeler, to slow roll the expansion of this program and allocate additional funds to just the same old model of police, at best, it seems like a political ploy, and at worst, it seems to me grossly negligent. I mean, you have a real opportunity, an actual opportunity to do something meaningful to save human lives. I had to terrifyingly look at yet another news story of an individual being shot by the Portland police in a park in broad daylight. And so how many more Bobby Delgados are there? How many more people will die before you just do something instead of deferring down the line? And so I'm just asking you, Ted, please, just do it for one time and do the decent thing here. Expand the street response program, honestly, and if you're feeling generous, abolish the police entirely, but let's take that first step. Thank you.
Next up, we have Heather Gardner.
I don't know if I should just repeat my testimony from the last hearing, since clearly 3 of you were not listening. I know that Dan Ryan was busy watching the Blazer game, but I'm not sure what Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Mapps were doing. I could share dozens of stories with you about the deplorable violence that I've witnessed or experienced from the Portland Police Bureau, but I don't know why I would bother because you aren't listening. But nonetheless, I'm going to try anyway. I'm fully against giving any more money to PPP. The public should not be paying for their mistakes anymore. I don't want to fund the most brutal police force in the country. They don't need to be rewarded for their behavior. I support all amendments calling for a pause on hiring PPP officers or cutting their funding. I am also calling on you to support Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to fully fund PSR. We do not need anyone else to die at the hands of PPP while we wait for you to take action. Do the right thing and fully fund Portland Street Response. Your job is to serve the public and listen to our needs. We're asking you to do your jobs just this once and listen to us and support Hardesty's amendments. The safety of our city depends on it. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty and Rubio. The rest of you should probably reconsider why you're doing a job in public service. Thank you.
The next 3 we have are Jim Rice, Paul Frazier, and Sandra Lavingier. Paul, are you able to unmute?
I am. Sorry, I didn't know I was first. All right. Hello, my name is Paul Frazier. I am a resident of Portland, Oregon and North Portland and a father. I wanted to voice my full support for expanding the street response team citywide. As has been said here and other places, show me your budget and I'll tell you your priorities. I respect the mayor's and other commissioners' desire to take a measured approach. However, the time for caution is over. The time for action is now. It's been approximately 20 seconds since I started talking, which is the same amount of time it took for PPP officers to arrive and kill Mr. Henriksen during a mental health call. The officer who killed Mr. Henriksen was part of the enhanced crisis intervention team. PPP responding to these calls is simply deadly. I don't understand what else you need to see that PPP responding to mental health calls isn't working. A federal consent decree, lawsuits, deaths, protests, complaints, an alternative approach with trained mental health responders. You have it all. All I see in the way are police union politics. If it's a financial concern avoiding lawsuits, that should be, if it's a financial concern, avoiding lawsuits should be motivation alone. PPP has created $12 million in losses since 1993. $975,000 for the killing of Lane Martin. Martin was in a mental health crisis when he was shot 12 times in the back. It was over $1 million in 2020 alone. And frankly, money shouldn't be the biggest reason. The biggest reason should be to help people. Please do the right thing. We have an opportunity to expand things citywide. Is it going fast? Absolutely. Are there mistakes that are going to be made? Sure. But is it worth taking a risk on sending people who are trained in mental health crises to respond? Absolutely. We all know when someone's watching us or being shadowed in a job, we respond differently. If we're sending trained mental health counselors out with police officers, do you think they might respond to calls differently? Do you think they might look over and say, hey, what's your perspective? What should we do here? How can we de-escalate? Absolutely. This is adding another resource. How is it even a question if this is valuable money that the city should spend? You're hearing hundreds of people say yes. You have, I believe, the entire Oregon congressional delegation saying do this. What else do we need to do this? again, other testifiers have said, what do protesters want? We want this. We want change. We want more than one neighborhood. We want the entire city to have access to trained responders whose first action isn't to pull a gun, but is to say hello and try and de-escalate the situation. I urge you all to support the citywide expansion. Thank you for your time today.
Next up, we have Jim Rice.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I know that there's a lot of calls to defund the police, and there's a lot of good examples of things that the police have done that are not right. And where they fall short, they clearly need to be held accountable. We need to be able to learn from it and be able to move on from a standpoint of making improvements. While that being said, I'm equally concerned at watching us continuing to defund the police and a time frame where we're seeing an escalation in shootings, we're seeing an escalation in murders, we're seeing an escalation in violence, we're seeing an escalation in violence all across the city. I'm seeing all across the United States that Portland is being used as the example of a city that is declining, and watching us make the impacts that we're having in our city. All you have to do is drive through the city and you can be able to see the radical decline that's already taken place. And my concern is that as we place and move funds into different priorities, that we are taken away from the resources that are needed in order for us to effectively address some of these problems. I totally agree that mental health needs to be addressed. I totally agree that homelessness needs to be addressed. But equally, I'm concerned about watching our police department being defunded more when we're seeing such a radical impact on our city. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have Sandra Lavingier.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Sandra Levinger, and I'm an owner of a home located at Kelly Butte Park Manufactured Home. I have lived here for 12 years, paid my rent, paid my property tax, obeyed park rules, maintained my house, and spent money on updates and improvements. Kelly Butte is my home, and I expected to continue living here for many more years. Last October, in the middle of the pandemic, my neighbors and I received a notice that the park was closing and that we would have to move our homes elsewhere, an expense of up to $45,000 because the new owner of the park intends to redevelop the land into 26-unit subdivision. The permits for this redevelopment were submitted in 2018, just 2 months before a Portland zoning ordinance went into effect, permanently protecting other manufactured homeowners from our fate. But the permits had languished, since January of 2020. We were delighted to find out the Commissioner Ryan in early February 2021 that their permits expired and had been canceled due to inactivity, clearing the way for new development to owner use to stay in our homes and our community. At that time, Commissioner Ryan promised us that he would have our backs. However, in late March, we were informed after discovering new permitting items filed by the owner that their decision had been reversed. The permits were reinstated and the development of our entire community would proceed. We were gutted and felt and feel abandoned. what we are here today to ask for is that the city make good on their commitment and anti-displace, save our homes, save our neighborhood, save our community. We are asking for the city to allocate funds to purchase this park from the current owner, no matter what it takes, using eminent domain if necessary. I bought this house in 2009 after getting out of an abusive marriage. I finally rebuilt my credit and bought this home thinking it was going to be my forever home. I have multiple sclerosis. I've had it since 1994, and then I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's disease in 2005, which I have to get plasmapheresis treatments 2 to 3 times a week when my white blood cells go up. I also get Botox shots for my migraines due to nerve damage in my head every 3 months. I'm in constant pain. I've belonged to the pain clinic since 1999. I've made several improvements to my home. I installed a heat pump, a 14 by 26 deck on the back, just put a new roof on it, remodeled one of the bathrooms, a new heater, new furnace, and new water heater. I can't afford to move this home that I've spent every dime I have. I'm going to be homeless and I'm going to lose everything again for the second time. And stress is the worst thing for MS since all this has started. My legs are going out. I can't hardly walk. My headaches are worse now. And I don't understand. The permits were canceled due to non-activity, then were reinstated because of a COVID, because of the COVID thing. But there's nothing protecting us during COVID. We're still getting kicked out during COVID, and it's not fair. We are a community, and I can get help from any one of my neighbors if I need it. I love them all. I'm asking you to save our homes, save our neighborhood, save our community. I feel safe here. We look out for each other. We are a family. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ashley Henry, Cheryl Decker, and Lucinda Brussack. Ashley, are you able to unmute?
Good afternoon. I actually, sorry, I sent in an email to you, but I'm not going to testify. We submitted a letter.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Lucinda Brussack.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. My name is Lucinda Brussack. I live at Kelly Butte Place. I live here with my husband of 21 years and our 8-year-old daughter. This is really tough for me because this is my first home ever. We've lived here for 3 years, coming up on 3 years. We pay our taxes every year on time. We pay our space rent on time. This is our home. This is where we're raising our daughter. This is where we've put down roots. Last October, we too got a closure notice. We were gutted at the time and we're gutted now. We can't afford to move our home. It would be at least $45,000. We've drained our savings over the last year and a half, paying for childcare while our daughter was out of school. We have no funds left. The permits for this redevelopment were submitted in 2018, just a couple months before the Portland zoning law took effect. Keep in mind, we bought in December of 2018. So the permits were put in place in June to redevelop, we bought in December. So we've been fighting this since then. We found out that from Commissioner Ryan's office, that the permits were being canceled due to inactivity. It was the first ray of hope that we've had since we found out. We thought Commissioner Ryan assured us that he had our back, he had our support. However, in late March, we found out that new permits were being reinstated and our displacement would proceed. We honestly feel abandoned by the city. What we're here to ask for today is for the city to not forget us. Stay your course for your commitment to anti-displacement, save our homes, save our neighbors. We're asking for funds to allocate to purchase the park from the current owner, no matter what it takes, using eminent domain if necessary. Kelly Butte is not just a manufactured home park. We're family. We take care of each other. My daughter is in and out of Cheryl's house with her grandson all day long. Her grandson spends the night at our house. Earl and Sharon that live next door, we help take care of them during the pandemic. We have barbecues, we have block parties, we have yard sales. When it snowed, all of our neighbors were out shoveling our street, every single one of us. If anyone needs anything, we know we can call one of our neighbors and they'll be there. We want to stay in our homes. We want to stay a family. We want to stay in Portland. That's all.
Next up, we have Cheryl Decker. Cheryl, are you able to unmute?
Sorry, I thought I was. My name's Cheryl Decker. I'm also an owner in Kelly Butte Place Manufactured Home Park. I've lived here for 6.5 years. Also paid my rent and taxes on time, obeyed park rules, maintained my home, added a new roof to my home. I also expected to spend the rest of my time here. We are responsible people. We respect each other. We're true, old-fashioned neighborhood, something like an old-time village. Being in a small cul-de-sac, we know all our neighbors. We know something is out of place. We look out for each other. We know when someone needs help. It gives us a true sense of safety and security, a feeling which is becoming increasingly rare in Portland. We don't want to lose this community and the members who share it with us. This is affordable housing we are sure we could not duplicate. We are sure we would never be able to duplicate the close-knit community and friends we will lose should we lose the park. The community has diverse ages, backgrounds, vocations, and ethnicity. Ages range from 8 to nearly 80, but most of us rank as senior citizens. 4 of our residents are fully disabled. 1 is on oxygen 100% of the time and pretty much housebound. This isn't simply moving out of an apartment or a house. It's finding a place for an entire house to move. And we have not been able to find a new location for each individual house, let alone our community. And the cost is exorbitant compared to what, none of us have the money to be able to afford to move if we have a place to go. I'm a retired teacher. I take care of my grandson part-time. And I have a nephew living with me right now who needs my help. And I house share with a woman who could not afford herself to live anywhere else. She doesn't pay what I could charge full for renting a room. She only pays she pays less than $500. There's no way she could afford to go anywhere else. And none of us in this park can afford to go anywhere else. We are stuck where we are. So we would appreciate any help you could give us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Next up, we have Chris Ledoux, Trisha Patterson, and Ian France.
Hello, and thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a community member, and let's see. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to fully fund Portland Street Response and make it citywide. I wanted to share a little about my dad. He passed away 13 years ago and had frontal temporal dementia of the type that primarily affects personality and behavior, causing him, among other things, to lose social inhibition and to act in ways that could feel disruptive to other people. He regularly traveled to downtown Portland by bus, and I know that he regularly urinated in public spaces, was easily confused, and could become dysregulated if pushed from what he felt he could do. But I decided instead to share about someone I observed on Mother's Day, last year, I think, during the COVID shutdown, a member of our unhoused community who was sitting outside the store I was about to enter after locking my bike. A police officer was talking to them and then was joined by a second. They did what I've seen so often, easily joking, trying to lighten the mood. Yet the individual seemed sad to me and kept saying they wanted to talk to their mom. The officers were focused on one thing, getting them to move, while the individual was distracted by how they were feeling emotionally and what they needed. This is not a good fit and has never been. We must support the slow work of building trust and making adjustments to this pilot while fully believing that it will succeed, not fail, while committed to fully funding the rollout. I'm combining some words from Ebony Morgan and Kaya San. Thank you for those. We need to use our imaginations to build these different systems. Through my brain injury recovery, I have had to use many creative ways to make my way, and the support of others, to make my way through mental health crises. And I understand there is no single way. I believe that the police should not be involved in these situations at 911 calls, and that the Portland Street Response should, throughout our city, as soon as possible, and in a way that we can continue to build and figure out what we need to do to make these systems work. As someone with a loved one who I expected had many interactions with the police in the early 2000s, I know I'm lucky that I did not lose him in one of those interactions. Others, including the family of Robert Delgado, James Chassie, and so many others, were not. I urge you to please support Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to fully fund PSR and to make it citywide. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next up, we have Tricia Patterson.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Tricia Patterson, and I'm testifying in support of Commissioner Hardesty's budget proposals to fully fund the Portland Street Response beyond its pilot year. I will disclose that I am a registered volunteer lobbyist with Portland Neighbors Welcome, but today I'm representing just myself. And before I get into my testimony, I wanted to make a comment about the Kelly Butte Place manufactured home residence. Some of you might be aware, some of you might not know, but the Landlord-Tenant Act in Oregon excludes these types of residents from the protections afforded to tenants. And this is a policy that I'm currently researching in an academic sense, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that manufactured home dwellers, they can only form tenant committees, but they are explicitly banned from forming a tenant union and discussing rent, evictions, anything like that. Just wanted to put that on the record. I can get into my testimony now. I'm a renter in Foster Powell, and a few weeks ago, I was outside gardening when I heard a crack that echoed down Foster Road. It was a Friday morning, and the normally busy road seemed oddly still. It wasn't until later that morning that I found out that the sound was most likely the sound of Portland police shooting Robert Delgado in the back from 90 feet away. Over the last year, I have cultivated a friendship and a support system with the houseless folks on Foster and Holgate, and one of them confided in me that he knew Delgado, and a friend of his had watched him die. He was worried about the future police responses to houseless people. The police, regularly interact with houseless people, with about 52% of calls being directed to houseless people in 2019. But this individual was worried that this might be a sign of escalating aggression. The reality is police aren't equipped to respond to most, if any, crisis situations. They have failed over and over again, with the murder of Robert Delgado as their most recent failure to protect and serve. Clearly, we need a better solution. Commissioner Hardesty's budget proposals to fully fund the Portland Street Response are a step in the right direction. How differently could this interaction have gone if Portland Street Response had been the first responders instead of armed police? And how many other failures of service must the public endure before this council takes reining in the police seriously and reallocates that funding to programs that are life-affirming? I ask that this council remember that the police are not helpless actors. They have failed to protect and serve, and their bloated budget and outsized union power has created a superiority complex so entrenched that many cannot imagine life without a military-grade police force. There are other ways of keeping communities safe. Please fully fund the Portland Street Response, develop ways to defund and reallocate police money to life-affirming programs like PSR. Thank you.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Tricia, for your testimony. You sound pretty knowledgeable about the laws around mobile home parks. And as I listened to the previous three speakers talk about Kelly Butte Mobile Home Park, I'm really curious. I thought there was a state law passed that actually required for mobile home park land to be developed. There had to be a first offer of purchase to the residents of that mobile home park.
Is that like TOPO, tenant opportunity to purchase?
I don't know if that's the acronym that clearly reflects the state law, but I'm pretty sure there's a state law that actually requires a process to happen prior to providing an eviction notice.
Okay, I would be curious to see that. I'm pretty early in my exploration of this topic, and the state laws that I have seen have just outlined that these residents are excluded from the tenant protections. And I would wonder.
Tricia, I would encourage you to reach out to Unite Oregon.
Okay.
The Medford office did a lot of really great work in the late 90s around mobile home parks. And you know, I'm old, so my memory isn't as good as it used to be, but I'm relatively sure that there is something that kicks in when a mobile home park is being redeveloped for another purpose. Happy to have my office work with you to do more research on that, but I think that might be helpful to the residents who've spoken today.
Yeah, that would be lovely. And I think the point that they bring up still stands, that they are facing eviction and they're worried about it. And if this is true, that they have the opportunity to purchase, they should be given the full opportunity to do so.
Excellent.
So thank you for your question.
I understand. Somebody just texted me that says they have the answer to my question and they're already signed up to testify. So
Oh, that is great. I love this. Okay.
Thank you. That was those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, thank you for the testimony. And I just want you to know that our office is working with Margot Black and the homeowners, and that we'll be happy to get back with more details. We're working with residents, with city attorneys, and state lawmakers to find solutions. This is like you, Commissioner Hardesty, we're digging in to look at what the solutions are. So thanks.
Next up, we have Ian France.
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Greetings, Mayor, fellow commissioners, and civically minded Portland neighbors. My name is Ian France, and I work as a business intelligence developer in Portland. It's my job to build data dashboards that help people make sense of information. I'm here representing myself today for comments on the proposed budget changes. I want to acknowledge what happened earlier today where Mayor Wheeler, thank you for proposing data transparency on gun violence. Commissioner Ryan for proposing $150,000 for inclusion housing analyst. Commissioner Hardesty for pausing on hiring 12 officers until you can review the analysis of the Police Oversight Board. And Commissioner Mapps for wanting to expand the call criteria and refine some of the call criteria as it pertains to the Portland Street Response. I took a personal interest in the Portland Street Response prior to the pilot, and I built my own Portland 911 call dashboard. I wanted to know why Lents? Well, as you can see by the data, Lents is the fourth highest neighborhood for welfare check call types at 1,010 in 2020. That's just slightly higher than Old Town. This is how data can help us reason to a conclusion, which is otherwise not always obvious, as I've heard other callers last week suggest Old Town. But when you look at the data, Old Town actually takes less welfare check call types than Lentz. A welfare check is defined as the request to check on the health or safety of a subject, and these are the calls Portland Street Response is deployed on. It's notable that welfare check calls are also down 12% year-over-year change from 2019 to 2020. Due to my interest in this and prior to the launch, I emailed Portland Street Response asking for them to make their raw data public. This has not yet been completed. There are some dashboards available with summary statistics showing the 141 calls taken in 90th percentile response times. However, a percentile is the wrong type of statistic used to assess response times. Median values are much more robust to outliers and variations. So this type of response-based measurement would give the public a better understanding of what's going on. Now, I'm not here to give you a math lesson, but these measurements are right on the front page and they do matter. They aid the public in making informed judgments to accurately assess the efficacy of this pilot. It seems as though we are skipping the analysis phase, and so my advice is to let it continue for the year it was planned and focus on good data collection. Seasonality may prove to be a confounding variable, and this needs to be considered in the analysis, results, and budget forecasting. 2 full months of data is not enough for me in good faith to yet support the city of Portland spending, as reported by the media, $4.2 million to expand the pilots with no raw data yet exposed to the public. My point is to simply raise a return on investment caution flag, as the welfare check calls only account for 11% of total calls to 911 in 2020, whereas an estimated $3 million for a police body cam initiative could be used on seemingly 100% of the calls involving police. This is a much higher ROI than 11%. I hope council will consider funding body cameras as an objective witness to all police interactions, while also helping Portland Street Response grow and improve. I'm optimistic that our city can extend both hands at once, one to help my fellow humans in distress, and one to ensure that police honor their oath and support both the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Oregon. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll leave one additional footnote. That is, everything I've discussed, all the numbers I've given, it's all publicly available on my GitHub account. And if any council member would like to meet with me to discuss these matters further, I will make myself available to your schedule. Thanks again.
Next up, we have Nidal Kaul, Rachel Soslow, and Edith Gillis.
Thank you so much. My name is Nidal Kaul. I'm the current president of the Gateway Area Business Association. I'm also currently the treasurer of Venture Portland. And I want to thank you all, Mayor Wheeler, thank you, and commissioners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in support of Mayor Wheeler's revised budget and specifically towards the $531,000 one-time allocation to Venture Portland. I think it's really important that this happens, and I'm thankful that we've been able to have this discussion. I was born and raised in Portland. My family has a long history in Portland, and I've been able to watch the changes in our city over the years as I've grown up and got my education to the point where I've had the privilege of engaging in community service. After joining the Gateway Area Business Association, I learned about Venture Portland, and it was a game changer. As a business owner in Portland and a property owner in Portland, I learned very quickly that growth in any city is very challenging if you don't have the right support. And with the critical times we're in right now, of course, livability has been distressed. We need help with economic recovery. And of course, small business support is always a good starting point. Small businesses, as you know, really do build communities. And Venture Portland was a big game changer specifically for me because Venture Portland unifies districts. It got me out of focusing just on my district and seeing how my district interacts with other districts. I get the privilege of learning for free from other districts, and I get to share those learnings with my business colleagues who are in other districts. So with Venture Portland, it is directly unifying districts. It is helping small businesses overcome hardships. And Venture Portland has always had such a wonderful balance of knowledgeable staff to the point where Venture Portland is resilient. Funds that go to Venture Portland, from what I've seen, go much farther because Venture Portland is nimble and has a wide knowledge base. So therefore, the sum of all of that is that the Venture Portland unifies the districts, and by doing that, it is helping to build communities. So I support this budget change, and I hope that you pass this $531,000 to Venture Portland. Thank you.
Next up, we have Rachel Saslow.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Saslow, and I am a Southeast Portland resident and volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I volunteer with Moms Demand Action because I am a survivor of gun violence. As you know, gun violence is a public health crisis here in Portland. Gun violence in Portland has been increasing since before the pandemic, and as of April 2021, there have been 348 shooting incidents since the beginning of the year, twice as many as over the same period of time in 2020. To prevent gun violence and to support survivors of gun violence, Portland needs to adequately resource the Office of Violence Prevention. The Office of Violence Prevention works to intervene and prevent gun violence, build community resilience, and create a safer Portland. Importantly, the office works closely with community-based organizations to increase their capacity for gun violence intervention and prevention. The office works to address gun violence through an equity lens, providing support and resources to Portland Black and Brown communities who are disproportionately impacted by gun violence. Portland must increase funding to the Office of Violence Prevention. We are asking that the City Council provide adequate funding to the Office of Violence Prevention for these 4 reasons. 1, support Healing Hurt People, which is OVP's hospital-linked trauma response program that serves victims of gun violence within hours of a shooting. Funding is needed so Healing Hurt People can continue to expand its work. 2, support programs that help individuals at highest risk of being victims or perpetrators of gun violence. This will increase community mobilization for education and advocacy around gun violence. 3, support programs that will assist with direct client services such as housing, food, and education. 4, support technical and consulting services to the Office of Violence Prevention to ensure that the office's programs align with evidence-based and national best practices. Please prioritize public health and safety in Portland by ensuring that the Office of Violence Prevention and the necessary community programs are well-resourced to sustain its gun violence prevention and intervention efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Rachel, you may be, I don't know if you know, but the City Council actually did everything that you just had on your list through an earlier City Council action. And we funded the programs, not the Office of Violence Prevention, but the programs that actually do the work. And I'm very pleased that the City Council unanimously decided to invest in those community-based programs. So thank you for your testimony, but we've already done what you've asked us to do.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Next up is Edith Gillis. Edith, are you there?
I am Edith Gillis. Cut the Portland Police Bureau by at least $35 million and follow the common sense of Unite Oregon, Portland Street Routes, Word is Bond, and Portland Cop Watch. promptly fully fund a rapid citywide expansion of Portland Street Response with at least 6 vans 24/7 with culturally competent, at least bilingual, racially diverse, all genders affirming, unarmed mental health professionals, and formerly unhoused peer with lived experience with Portland Fire paramedics, all as city employees with lived wages, full benefits, union representation of their choice, and support for professional growth, creating an inspiring model for the world of true public safety, democracy, and accountable, trustworthy government. PSR is carefully planned, integrating research from other cities and tens of thousands of experts' testimony and comments. This would save lives, community, and tax dollars, build city credibility, trust, and cooperation, and earn further investments while strengthening our economy. This better investment would additionally save millions more tax dollars currently wasted on counterproductive police lawsuits and lowered worker productivity, closed businesses caused by police brutality, serial murder, and other violence, police-caused property damage, theft, fraud, lies, harm to poison environment, and harm to public physical and mental health. Portland has 170 years of evidence proving that policing as done so far is extremely harmful to all. For over half a century, Portlanders have demanded these research-based, common sense, much-needed changes. By banning militarized police weapons and equipment, training and tactics, surveillance and engagement with racist, fascist terrorists, mercenaries, war-traumatized mass murderers, and the federal government, Portland would have more money and trust to invest social justice, housing first for all Portlanders, climate justice, multiple disasters, pandemics resilience, and a humane, regenerative economy that locally creates all we need locally and blesses our region, nation, and world. Thank you.
Next up, we have TJ Browning, Margot Black, and Samantha O'Reilly.
Hello, I'm TJ Browning. I am affiliated with Citizen Oversight for the Police Bureau. For over 20 years, I've advocated for it. I first want to thank Mayor Wheeler for putting in some stable funding for our admittedly less than perfect civilian oversight system we have now. But the absence of any civilian oversight of the police would be detrimental to the healing that our city, frankly, needs to take part in. So I thank you very much for that. I also want to thank him for adding enough money to add 30 officers, although we've lost well over 100, so I'm not sure 30 is sufficient. We do not have the personnel right now for basic law enforcement. 911 calls go unresponded to, and people are fearful. I'm a reformist. I want a better police force. And I want you all to understand a better police force means more training, better officers. Reform costs more money, not less. When was the last time you heard our schools need reforming, so let's cut the budget? I thank you, Mayor Wheeler, for putting in that money, but I'm just not sure it's enough, but I appreciate the effort. According to the street response pilot project, first and foremost, I want to thank the mayor for leaving it as a pilot project. I especially appreciate Commissioner Mapp's amendment. This is a huge financial investment, and you have a fiduciary duty to spend money wise. I don't need to tell you right now, money is a precious resource to our city. Using data from a pilot project and checking in at 6 months and 1 year to make sure that we've got all the tweaks and having it working correctly is absolutely responsible, and I thank you. And last but not least, I heard a lot of money going in to community and civic life. I can't find anywhere on their organizational chart, and I've heard nothing about a city-sanctioned crime prevention program. We are living in fear right now. The chaos I don't care if you're housed or unhoused, wealthy or poor. The chaos in our city is scaring the living daylights out of everybody. A city-sanctioned crime prevention program enables people and encourages people, emboldens them to take precautionary measures on their own side. Being an active member of my neighborhood association, the safety chair, every meeting I ever organized with a crime prevention specialist was always the most attended meeting we've ever had. And last but not least, no, second to the last. It's a great tool for community building. Now, last but not least, commissioners, it is something that you can do that everybody in the city will recognize. You've heard our pleas. They're not armed, they're trained professionals, and it would all of us make us feel far more secure and safe. So please consider reinstating the crime prevention program in this budget. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Margot Black.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can I ask a quick question before I start, just about another person I'm trying to get on to testify? He had signed up, but his link doesn't work. Can he act, if he's on somebody else's computer, will his name still be called?
No, he'll show up as the same person. Can you ask that person to email the council clerk and we can help them get connected?
Yes. What's the council clerk email real quick?
Yep, just councilclerk@portlandoregon.gov.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Margot Black. I am a tenant organizer working with a group of manufactured home park owners living at Kelly Butte Place Manufactured Home Park in Southeast Portland. As you've heard, in October 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, which they were not protected from, these residents received a notice from the new owner of their park informing them that it was being closed and redeveloped. They give them a 1-year period to move. And to move their whole homes to another park, as you've heard, a cost that can easily reach or exceed $45,000 per home. As you've heard from them today, they are almost entirely senior citizens, some permanently disabled. One of them is on oxygen full-time. It is not possible to overstate the hardship and duress these residents are currently experiencing. In 2018, in alignment with the comp plan and the city's stated commitments to anti-displacement, the city of Portland passed an order that protected parks from redevelopment of this nature, in recognition that manufactured home parks are a critical component of housing and an opportunity for home ownership that is accessible to low-income Portlanders. However, the developer of Kelly Butte submitted his permits 2 months before the ordinance passed, leaving just Kelly Butte and one other park that the same developer and same previous owner of Kelly Butte, current owner of Strawberry Acres, there are just 2 parks left vulnerable. The same developer put in permits 2 months before the ordinance passed. He has bought one of the parks, but has outstanding permits on the other. The permits for this development have not yet been approved, and when we brought these to Commissioner Ryan's office attention, he initially agreed with our analysis and canceled the permits as they were expired. However, after advocacy from the developer, we were devastated to find out that Commissioner Ryan's office had reversed their decision, reinstated the permits, and leaving residents reeling. At this point, the clock is ticking, and we are running out of options to save these residents from homelessness, bankruptcy, as well as all of the other harmful effects of displacement from one's longtime home and community. We need the city to take action and protect these residents, just as City Council protected the residents of all the rest of the parks in this city from a similar fate. There was actually one park left out of that ordinance, Fox Run, like explicitly carved out, and City Council even came back and put that park back in and protected them. So really, you are really just looking at 2 parks vulnerable to displacement through redevelopment, one that is closed and one that is under threat of closure, or is Kelly Butte is almost closed, the other is under threat of closure. The city must allocate funds to preserve these homes by buying the park at a fair price, no matter what it takes, using eminent domain if necessary. Short of that, we are asking the city to fully fund the relocation of these homes to city land that can be developed to accommodate the homes, hence preserving the invaluable community these vulnerable low-income residents have cultivated during their decades of tenancy. Now, after purchasing that land, the residents be very interested in purchasing it back or working with a nonprofit partner and forming a co-op. But we need the city to step in and act. We need the city to preserve this community. And the only way to do it is to buy the land. I'm definitely able to answer some of the questions that Commissioner Hardesty raised with with Ms. Peterson when she testified about the first right of refusal, if you'd like, but otherwise that concludes my testimony.
Thanks. Margot, Commissioner Ryan has a comment or a question.
Sure.
Yeah, for the record, I just want to make it really clear that there was no persuasion from the developer. We are looking at every option available, and we've been in consultation with the city attorneys. And at this point, nothing is off the table.
Thank you for letting me know.
Thanks,
Yep,
Commissioner.
sure. Just want to make sure I got the truth out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Margot. Yes, please. Is there a state law that protects mobile home park dwellers from eviction and sale from under them?
No. So the state law says that they have a right to purchase. So the owner needs to let them know that he is planning to sell and give the owners an opportunity to purchase. The owners actually did try to put together an offer. There's more there to talk about than I think is germane to this meeting, but essentially that ship has sailed at this point. It has been sold to a new owner. He is lawfully closing the park, and lawfully, because his permits are vested under the old zoning ordinance, lawfully proceeding with his redevelopment.
Thank you. That sounds sad. Thank you for the information.
Yeah, and Margot, thank you also for putting out there that this was in front of the city council a number of years ago, and we did pass an ordinance, but we did know at the time that these two parks were at risk. And I'm sorry to see that the worst case scenario is potentially coming true here. And I applaud Commissioner Ryan for continuing to work on this with the Housing Bureau and BDS. I hope there is a solution here. And Margot, thank you for bringing it to our attention again.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Samantha O'Reilly.
Hi there. My name is Samantha O'Reilly. I'm a resident of the Bridal Mile Hayhurst neighborhood in Southwest Portland. And I'm here to testify in support of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to fully fund and expand the Portland Street Response Pilot Program citywide. I understand that Commissioners Ryan and Mapp and Mayor Wheeler are a bit apprehensive to move forward with this plan because they want to study more data and they have a bit of sticker shock about the plan. But first of all, I want to mention that this proposed expansion was already agreed to in the 2020 PPP contract extension. And they have the sticker shock because a similar program in Eugene is run for such a smaller amount. Just today, Street Roots released an interview with the executive director in which Ebony Morgan of Cahoots, in which she stated it's a mistake to model and expect that you can run a similar program with successful outcomes in the city of Portland by comparing those budgets and those operating funds, because they are so severely underfunded as it is. They struggle to keep people as crisis responders because they leave for better paying jobs. This program is so direly necessary because the Portland Police Bureau has a persistent and dangerously troubling pattern with regards to excessive use of force in general, but specifically against individuals with mental health issues. And they have had this issue for decades. As others have mentioned, it's so bad that we are in fact subject to a consent decree by the Federal Department of Justice, which they have just notified us we are out of compliance with. And it is so bad because previously they would just beat and tase people to death. And now 20% of officers carry AR weapons that they can shoot people like Robert Delgado and Coben Henriksen within seconds of arriving on scene, instead of using compassion and care to talk and de-escalate situations with people that are in pain and suffering and need help, not violence. I am begging Commissioners Ryan, Mapps, and Mayor Wheeler to please consider the fact that people have been in the streets protesting against this level of violence that is being committed by the Portland Police Bureau for almost a full year. And we've been begging before this. We've been begging since James Chassie and Aaron Campbell. And I can't stand to see another person murdered in the streets at the hands of the Portland Police Bureau. And we just, please, if you want to do something, fully fund PSR. This will show that you're acting in good faith to meet the community at their demands. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Porras, Ian Murphy, and Kate Ertman.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Mark Porras. I live in Northeast Portland. Commissioner Hardesty, I just want to thank you for your dedication to the people of our city, to all the people of our city. Thanks for the work you're doing with street response, and thank you for sending street response employees down to Eugene to learn from those who are doing similar work with Cahoots. Thank you for embedding street response in the Fire and Rescue Bureau. I think that improves upon the model that they have in Eugene, where Cahoots is funded through the police department. And I want to thank you also for working tirelessly to reimagine a Portland where we will have non-police alternatives for people experiencing houselessness and mental health crises. Commissioner Hardesty, as head of the Office of Community and Civic Life, you requested around $1.2 million for the graffiti removal program. And as head of Portland Fire and Rescue, you requested around $4.2 million for street response. So when I look at those two requests together, you're asking to spend around $3.50 on street response for every dollar that you spend on graffiti removal. Mayor Wheeler, you proposed around $4.1 million for graffiti removal and $1.9 million for street response. That's a big disconnect. Again, Commissioner Hardesty wants to spend $3.50 on street response for every dollar that's spent on graffiti removal, and Mayor Wheeler wants to spend 50 cents on street response for every dollar that's spent on graffiti removal. So there's a real values-based choice here that our city commissioners are being asked to make. Do we value people or property? By fully funding street response, you'll keep us moving towards a point when people experiencing mental health crises and homelessness, they don't have to fear for their lives at the hands of police. That's where we want to go, where they're more likely to receive the services that they really need to get healthy. By funding street response, you will save lives. We know that. By funding street response, you'll help us get where we need to be as a city sooner, a safer city, where we depend less on the police for the services that they're not designed to provide. It really is that simple. Commissioners Rubio, Maps, and Ryan, you can choose people over property and support Commissioner Hardesty's budget request for Portland street response, or you can stand in the way of progress. That's it. That's all I have to say today. Thanks for the opportunity.
Next up, we have Ian Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and distinguished City Council members. I'd like to testify in support of Commissioner Hardesty's proposal to move funds from an already bloated police budget. As the largest city budget, despite Portland's low crime rate, these funds could easily be spent in areas that Portland police would prefer not to engage in, like assisting the houseless and addressing Portland's mental health crisis. Police budgets have continued to grow even as police enforcement has caused more disruption of services than solutions. I'm a lifelong Portland native and a local taxpayer. I am currently in my final year of a master's social work program. I'm also a cis hetero white man who has had the advantage of police treating me kindly in most of my interactions with them until I started going to active peaceful protests. I previously worked in security for a major Portland hospital and would engage with officers as they brought us mental health patients and people suffering from their chemical dependencies. I know that officers do not enjoy this and would support them in moving away from this type of work. Data shows that use of force in policing in Portland happens proportionally more often against people of color than anyone else. 40.9% of total use of force incidents are enacted on people of color, while they only make up 29.5% of the total population in Portland. In such a white city, this is deeply problematic. Police are also the highest paid individuals of all emergency services. We are spending more per officer than any other emergency service or response option. My taxpayer money isn't meeting my needs, and it certainly isn't meeting the needs of communities of color and houseless or the mentally ill. There's a court history of need for reforms in Portland Police going back decades and continuing now. Portland has a deeply racist history from sundowner laws to the flooding of Vanport, and Portland's police union has a history of over 80 years at known intimidation of public figures and opposition groups. In this moment of the historic George Floyd protest, we can make reforms that will last for Portland and our police department. This proposal will be the beginning of reparations for people of color and from Portland's racist past. It will be an act of condemnation of Portland Police Association's contempt of the city and show that it needs to hold its officers accountable for excessive violence, overuse of force, and disrespect of the city and all its citizens that they have sworn to protect and serve. This proposal will open space in the city's budget to offer solutions rather than enforcement. These funds in the future will allow Portland to create teams to address nonviolent crises that arise from houselessness, drug addiction, and other issues. There's no need for more guns in our streets. These funds could allow the city to treat problems rather than bandage them. I'd like to finish by asking you to join me in supporting reforms on the police department and limiting their budgets now and in the future. Portland police need to be held accountable for their indiscretions, and their taxpayer money can be spent in ways that build community rather than tear gas it. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Kate Ertman.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kate Ertman, and I am here today to speak in favor of amending the proposed 21-22 budget so it does include the distribution of the requested $4.2 million that was previously unanimously approved funding by City Council for Portland Street Response Team Program. So my input today, it is based on my 30-year career building startup companies that are sustainable and scalable and effective. I am a systems and process nerd. I am so sorry. I'm going to apologize ahead of time for that. Mayor, Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Mapps, I want to make sure you understand that I have read your opinion piece in the Portland Tribune, and I absolutely agree with you that, of course, there needs to be a formal review process that's responsible governance of funds distribution. And I'm greatly concerned that you may not realize that the design of the review process that is stated in that piece is the type of review process that is used when you make a widget in a factory. The Portland Response Team pilot and program, that is what we call in the startup world, a human-centered service. It is not product development. And the key difference in the two types of review processes are the constant feedback loops that must exist in human-centered design and the ability to pivot. We love to say pivot in startup world, I know, but the ability to effectively pivot, it relies on access to all available resources based on what the data-driven and the time-sensitive feedback loops are telling you. So if you approve just the 23% of the allocated PSRT funds, but you do decide to use a human-centered service review process, and say we fast forward to mid-January 2022, the data is coming in from those feedback loops, reflecting current conditions, but they're unable to effectively use the data from the feedback loops because there isn't access to all available resources. Well, 6 months later, when you get to the 22-23 budget, the conditions that were informing the metrics that you achieved in January, that data is going to be outdated in June. And then the pilot for PSRT, it will fail. And it will fail not because the program itself was ineffective. Rather, it will fail because today, if you were to approve that proposed budget, constraining the ability to scale the program effectively because of an inadequate review process, then you have treated the human beings in your community like they are widgets on a factory line. That is inhumane. I am asking for each of you to trust what your community has been saying based on the myriad of their experiences, so that in turn, we can then trust each of you. All of you need to trust us before we can go trust you, because trust is built in relationships by those in power who model what trust looks like, right? That's power dynamics. So the way you can model what trust looks like to the thousands in your community is to fully distribute that requested $4.2 million in the 21-22 budget so that PSRT, it's not constrained, so it will not be made to operate in scarcity, and so that the evaluation of the stated metrics are actually tied to the pacing of the data that is received with those feedback loops, and not reviewing metrics that are associated with a check-in date on the calendar, which is disconnected from the ever-changing conditions. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have Marvin Dean and Ira Bailey.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? All right, cool, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. As stated, my name is Marvin Dean. I am a member of the CAN leadership team and on the executive committee of DEEP. I'm here to provide comment to the proposed $125,000 for the affinity groups and the $50,000 for CAN. I will speak frank and honestly. Some might take exception with what I will have to say, but it needs to be spoken if it can ever become reality. I find it inexcusable that there is a proposed $125,000 for affinity groups as a whole to split, with the majority or all of it going to a potential leadership development program. This program is separate from the Path to Leadership program that BHR is offering, which in itself has flaws that can exploit the exclusion of Black employees from participation. Each bureau is given a set number of spots to assign or promote a staff member. However, the process itself lacks transparency around who makes the selection and the criteria used for that selection. But this is not my main gripe at the moment. CAN Leadership has published a workforce report with data available on the city's BHR dashboard. The numbers provided were eyebrow-raising. We have received gratefulness and praise for bringing this data to light. However, even more astonishing is the opposition we received from the minute errors with the numbers reported. This is not unexpected, however. The system in place ensures that whenever it is challenged, it will correct itself to the status quo. The city of Portland has pledged to be anti-racist. Yet I ask, how can our core values include being anti-racist when the policies and values themselves are built on white supremacy? Now, I'm not a politician, and I can only imagine it is a very difficult task to balance expectations with reality. But the reality of what is happening here with our workforce is troubling. When we look at the history of Oregon and the city of Portland, we know how unwelcoming and uninviting it was and seems to be based on statistics and the lived Black experience. How do we change this? Well, we know money talks, but also creating an environment that is inclusive and welcoming to people of color is even better. A loss of 46% of Black staff is an abject failure by the city and should shed light on current policies and practices. So what is happening here? There's a lot of rhetoric around changes in core values, but little substance in terms of action and follow through. The city needs to ensure Black people looking at the city of Portland from the outside of our confines view it as a welcoming place to be employed, that the city values its Black employees, that they have pathway to tangible growth and inclusiveness. Because at the moment, there's only fear of retaliation and exhaustion of being overburdened by having to prove we belong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and for your directness. I think it's important that that message be heard, and I appreciate you delivering it. Commissioner Hardesty also had a comment or a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Marvin. Marvin, so I am curious. The amendment that includes the 50,000 also asked CAN to come and participate in a work session so that we could have conversation about how to institutionalize some of the recommendations that were moved forward with CAN. Is there something we're missing in this budget process as we start moving your work into the forefront so that we can actually take institutional action on it? Have we missed a boat in some way in this budget?
Well, I mean, yes, indeed. Number one, the work that we're doing as volunteers, and we are doing this outside of our regular job duties. And I will say that it seems like there's an expectation that CAN is going to deliver, certain things. Example would be for Black History Month or Juneteenth. And we do this work and we're doing our regular jobs. And I will tell you, people are deterred from participating because they feel like they're going to be retaliated against or micromanaged or scrutinized even more so than they are at their everyday jobs because of the work that they do. So, some type of way to compensate or look at the work that we're doing as volunteers, I think is being overshadowed here, and that part is being missed.
So I hope it isn't, Marvin, because my amendment specifically talked about the leadership role that CAN played, and actually as volunteers creating these 2 reports to the city. And the goal is the 50,000 is to support the work that you're asked to do every year, whether it's Black History Month or Juneteenth or whatever. And it was very intentional. So I suspect that as we get through this budget process, what's going to look a lot different this time is going to be a very specific allocation to CAN's ability to talk directly with the city council about what policies we should be implementing and developing it. And we need you. We need you working with the Bureau of Human Resources, not the Bureau of Human Resources working in isolation or developing processes to help Black people on an island, but working in cooperation with CAN. So I understand the frustration. We talk about this in our CAN meetings a lot.
Yes.
And so I feel your frustration, but I'm feeling much more optimistic this year that there's an acknowledgement that CAN is here and CAN does an extreme amount of work for free, and the city should no longer rely on getting that work from CAN for free. So I think this year's a lot different. Hopefully next year we'll build on what we're doing this year, but I'm going to ask you to have faith and that what you see may not clearly reflect the thinking and the vision behind this amendment.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. And we hope that moving forward, we'll have participation with BHR. I will say that we haven't had it in the past. And, things get thrown at us last second and we're expected to respond accordingly. And we will say at this point in time that is not going to be the case moving forward.
I agree. And let me just say that will not be the expectation moving forward. And so, again, I you have no reason to trust me, except I'm saying this in public, and I have to be held accountable at our meetings on a quarterly basis.
We'll bring that too.
I know you will. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rubio also had a comment or a question.
Hey, Marvin, I just want to thank you again for your directness. And I just want to be clear that I'm understanding too about, what in part your testimony is. Are you then supportive of what these amendments are coming forward, or are you asking us to change it? I would just love to know your perspective on them.
Yeah, I guess I should have prefaced it with that I do support them with condition because ultimately we want to be out of the picture. We're hoping that, down the road somewhere that somebody is hired to do this work full time because it's a Herculean effort for us to put forth the work and energy that we're doing. And what happens is, we get burnt out because, again, we get a microscope or we get scrutiny that we're not performing at our jobs that we're hired to do. And we're doing this work as volunteers, but then we're doing this work late into our personal hours at night. And we have a tendency to interact with each other after work a lot. And the hours that the city provides us is definitely not enough hours. I want to say it's 48 hours a year for the work that we're doing. And if you hired an outside consultant, you'll be paying in excess of 6 figures for the work that we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's very clear to me then. So you're supportive of this as one step, but there's clearly a lot more work to do about
Correct.
appreciating and recognizing the contribution that you all bring to the city and to all of us, actually.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ira Bailey.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Rubio, Commissioner Hardesty, Commissioner Mapps, and Commissioner Ryan. I prepared a little something, but I would first like to say amen to everything that Marvin said. I'm in 100% agreement with that. My name is Ira Bailey, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to give a brief comment on today's agenda item. I also am a member of CAN's leadership. I'd first like to say that I'm not a political leader, and I know this is something Marvin just spoke to, so I won't pretend to understand the pressure you are under to make decisions that show fiscal responsibility and aligns with your personal values, as well as those of the City of Portland as a governmental agency, the city as a whole, and those of your constituents. However, I do know that what you find important and a priority, you put money and your vote towards. 1 year ago, city leadership, commissioners, the mayor, and some bureau directors spoke to the public outcry for justice for Black residents in the city of Portland and across the country. The stated commitment was to ensure an anti-racist environment and to support Black employees of the city. Last fall, in support of that goal and to get a realistic view of how Black staff currently felt, CAN conducted a survey of Black employees, which showed that Black staff did not feel appreciated or safe, and instead felt overworked and overstressed. In response to those results, CAN wrote a letter to bureau directors stating the concerns expressed in the survey, presented some ways to start turning things around, and requested a response. The letter was sent to 31 leaders, of which 17 responded. Since that time, a follow-up letter and a workforce report based on published public information were sent out, and CAN leadership has met with some bureau directors and commissioners. It was not the intention of CAN leadership to become a volunteer group that acts as a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant for the city. We simply wanted to present the city the baseline from which growth and change needed to happen, and to communicate that accountability for the stated quote unquote support was expected. And unfortunately, it was clear to us that if we did not do this work ourselves, it would not have been done. I bring that up because after reviewing the mayor's budget, I can't help but see reflections of CAN's letter and report findings interwoven within some of the allocations and explanations presented in the budget itself, as well as some of the amendments. Approval of the $50,000 budget to CAN will go to support event and activities that not only celebrate Black history, but support the community as well through resource fairs and including some of those community members as part of our celebrations. I think it is very important to not just provide dollars to CAN for the continued work being performed for the city, but also to set accountable measures and goals for bureau directors to help ensure that this work stays a priority until Black employees feel and the data demonstrates that equity and safety are real. Additionally, I want to point out, seeing an allocation of $125,000 that is proposed for DEEP further demonstrates the historical pattern of other groups benefiting from the work and effort of Black staff. I'm not against this allocation, but regarding it, I just ask that there be consideration of the pattern it maintains. Thank you.
Mayor, that completes testimony.
Very good. Thank you, everyone who testified. We appreciate it. We always appreciate hearing differences of perspective. And it was pretty obvious that people had prepared well and brought good information to the table. So thank you to everybody who took the time this afternoon to testify. This is the time, colleagues, where we will go through each of the amendments that have been put on the table one by one. We will discuss those that people would like to discuss, and then we'll vote on each of them in turn. So I'll just go through them in the exact same order that we proposed and seconded them previously. If I get them out of order, I'm sure that Director Kennard will set me straight. So we'll start with mine. The first three are technical in nature. I'm not sure how much discussion people would like, but amendment number one was the motion to allocate just over $5 million in one-time general fund resources in Special Appropriations Office of Management and Finance in the Portland Parks and Recreation that we had already approved in the spring supplemental budget. Is there any further questions or discussion on this? Seeing none, Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment is approved. Number 2 was a motion to allocate $305,000 in one-time general fund resources in Office of Management and Finance, the Bureau of Revenue and Financial Services. Also is approved in the spring supplemental budget. Any further discussion on Wheeler Amendment 2? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment's adopted. The third was the motion to allocate $30,000 in one-time general fund resources in the Office of the Commissioner of Public Utilities as approved in the spring supplemental budget. That was to carry forward resources in support of programming. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The fourth it was the motion to allocate $750,000 in one-time general fund resources in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability as it was approved in the spring supplemental budget and add $150,000 to support contract management. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious that this amendment, does the entire 750,000 go to solve, or is this an opportunity for many contracts to many groups that are doing cleanup in our community?
This the 750, which was allocated in the spring bump, was specifically to solve as an organization. What's different here is the additional $150,000 allocation. That is to have an individual in the Bureau of Planning at 1 FTE specifically for the purpose of managing the city's contract for volunteer litter cleanup events, as well as relaunch of community collection events in fiscal year 2021-22. But the contract itself, as described in the spring supplemental budget, is specifically for Solve.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, Keelan, please call the roll on Amendment 4.
Ryan,
Yes, I just want to say Portlanders are really eager to help their city in partnership with Solve, and it really offers an opportunity for Portlanders to participate and have an impact on the beauty of our city, the City of Roses. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I know that there are a lot of groups all over the city of Portland that are involved in cleanups every single week. Many are organized, many are not organized, and I have a real concern of giving this much money to one organization as if they will reflect the cleanup efforts of the entire city. So I'm going to vote no on this amendment.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 5, a motion to allocate resources and position authority to support the Police Oversight Committee. This was one-time general fund resources, $165,000 to support the launch and ongoing support of the Portland Police Oversight Committee. Any further questions or thoughts on this one? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
I'm really happy to see this included in this budget. It will give us the opportunity to finally have a staff person to lead the work that the Commission on Police Accountability will conduct. I'm really excited to get this work started. I vote aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 6 from all offices was a motion to allocate resources and positions to support the city's compliance with the Department of Justice settlement agreement. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 7, the motion to amend attachments D and add a budget note regarding city compliance with the DOJ settlement agreement. Any further discussion on this item? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 8, a motion to amend attachment D to amend language for the independent police review budget note. Again, this was brought by all offices. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 9, this is with regard to COLAs, the motion to amend attachment D and add a new budget note for bargaining in good faith with our labor partners. Any further discussion on this issue? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Amendment 10, this is a motion to allocate available one-time and ongoing recreational cannabis tax resources to the Bureau of Transportation, Prosper Portland, and Civic Life. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 11, this is a motion to convert an existing limited term position supporting the Boy Strength program to a permanent position in the Police Bureau, and then further notation about the engagement of the Community Safety Transition Director and moving these programs in the fiscal 22-23 year. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious. I've heard of the Girl Strength Program. I've never heard of the Boy Strength Program. Is that new?
It is not, and there's probably somebody here who can give a better description of it than I can. There's boys, girls, and women's strength programs. And Director Kennard, I think you've probably had the longest experience with all three of these. Could you give us a little summary?
So that's exactly right, Mayor. There's 3 different programs. They've been around for a while. They've come up on a number of occasions in recent years in budget discussions. Boys Strength, Women's Strength, Girls Strength. They all have a little bit of a different flavor to them, given sort of they're tailored to sort of build confidence and defense strategies for different individuals and different groups of individuals.
Thank you.
And I'll add a little bit of commentary as well. They have struggled to really find a home that is appropriate. They're popular programs in the community. And I think this is an area where the public safety coordinator could be helpful in furthering this conversation. So I think this is a good, what I'll call interim solution. I'm sorry, did you already call the roll on that? Go ahead and call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Amendment 12, this is a motion to amend attachment D and withdraw a budget note regarding the expiring tax increment finance districts and returning property tax revenue. Any further discussion on this item?
So, Mayor, I thought you pulled that one, and I had an amendment that actually covered that.
That's correct. I did ignore that. We don't need to vote on that, Director Kennard, since it's been withdrawn.
Okay, do you want to withdraw this amendment then and just have us consider Commissioner Hardesty's?
We're going to accept Commissioner Hardesty's more expansive language. That's an agreement that I have with her office.
Okay. So just checking with the clerk and the attorney, is that all you need for the mayor to say he's withdrawing this amendment, pulling it from the table?
Yes, I think that's adequate.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
That makes that easy. Item number 13. This is the motion to amend attachment D to strike and replace the existing budget note for program evaluation of the Portland Street Response Program brought by my office and Commissioner Hardesty's office. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Amendment 14, brought by my office, Commissioner Rubio and Commissioner Hardesty. This is a motion to amend Attachment D and add a budget note regarding analysis of the Police Bureau Unarmed Response Program. That's the Community Safety Officer Public Safety Support Specialist Program evaluation. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yeah, it's really happy to see this. As we break down the silos, we have to be consistent and aligned in our approach. Establishing a clear evaluation of programs when it comes to reimagining community safety is necessary to ensure programs are working effectively with one another. I vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
I will support this amendment. I also think that the CBO's analysis of this program was pretty good, but evaluation is always an important step. So I'll vote aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. We're now to Commissioner Ryan's first amendment. His first amendment was to add.
I just need a 2-minute bio break.
Oh yeah, let's do better than that. Why don't we take let's take 5. Take 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at about 5 minutes till. We are in recess. Thank you, Commissioner.
Sure.
So Commissioner Ryan's first amendment was a motion to add 2 limited duration positions to support strategic cross-bureau projects. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll. Oh, I should have asked if Keelan's back. Keelan, are you back?
We can't do anything without Keelan, you know that.
Oh, sorry about that.
Don't worry. Honestly, I should have. With the one person who's the most important here is obviously you, and I didn't check. I apologize. Good to be back. This is the Commissioner Ryan's first amendment. If you could call the roll, please.
Yeah, apologies. I was having a barking dog issue. Okay, Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Keelan. These proposed positions support all 3 priorities we agreed upon as a council when we started this budget process: houselessness, economic stability, and community safety. These positions are necessary connective tissue for the Streets Disabilities Task Force, in which all of the council offices are participating. Thank you. And the Permit Improvement Task Force, with 6 permitting focused bureau directors and engagement from all of our offices on this as well. And thank you, Commissioner Mapps, for co-chairing that with me. These positions will provide a strategic vertical alignment with cross-bureau and cross-jurisdictional decision-making, ensuring staff and council offices and those in the community doing outreach and have clear steps for the project implementation and target for the measurable outcomes. So basically, this is allowing us to implement the action and the results that we need. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
Commissioner Ryan, thank you for bringing this amendment forward. I think it is absolutely critical, especially as we address our houseless issues. I spoke with Mayor Wheeler as we were preparing for this budget process, and I'm looking forward to us having a work session with the county so that we have really clear lines about who does what. I'm really tired of this finger pointing going across, and I'm tired of giving a bucket load of money to the joint office and getting no outcomes from it. So I think this amendment will help us actually solidify what the role the city plays and what city resources we tap into to address those issues. So I thank you for that foresight. And as far as the permitting, we hear that every day, all day, about the complicated mess that permitting is. And I think that is a good move. I vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Amendment 2 is the motion to allocate one-time American Rescue Plan Act funding to support alternative shelter. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes. Don't we already fund alternative shelter with the money we give to the joint office? Why are we giving them more?
Commissioner Ryan?
Yeah, in our coordinated efforts with the strategy that we been working on in collaboration with the chair's office of Multnomah County and with Director Jolin, we thought this was an important step to take to show how we have similar skin in the game, but especially we want to take really own the C3PO as something that we want to see successful. So really it's in response to the COVID-19. I mean, in my remarks, maybe I should just say what I'm going to say in my remarks.
I'm just asking because
it's really to make sure we're protecting the C3PO and to make sure that it really lands in the right location for longer term.
I'm really challenged by this amendment, I will say, because the mayor's proposed budget gives more money to the joint office. Not sure what that money's for. Your amendment will give even more. And we still don't know what the city does and what the county does as it relates to people on the street today. As we look at the county budget deliberations, it is clear that their focus has been and continues to be on permanent housing that people can afford to live in with support services. And I am very concerned that we continue to pour money into the joint office and we are crucified for not cleaning up the streets when we give our money for that purpose to the county. and the county is not responsive to that. I just can't keep putting money into an office that is unresponsive and does not actually address the critical needs on our street.
Well, the good news about this is it is targeted. So the city of Portland, we took a stand to establish the 3 outdoor shelters in partnership with the Creating Consciousness Communities for People Outside, or C3PO, as it's commonly known. And these outdoor shelters were created with CARES Act funds. And we want all 3 sites to continue to play a central and visionary role in our response to this crisis. And so this gives us a chance to really make sure we sustain that.
I would say we did it because there was a lack of action by the joint office, right? That's why that was the first beds that we added during the pandemic. And Commissioner Ryan, you know, I've had this frustration for 3 years on this council, and I'm seeing nothing in this budget process that actually clearly defines what role the city plays and what role the county plays. Because again, it's like more and more and more and more and more, and we have more and more and more people living on our streets. So unless we have a plan to actually have a clearly established protocol for who does what, I am very concerned that we continue to pour money in, and then we continue to pour more city resources because the joint office does not act to address the crises on our street.
Now, we've had our own private conversations about this. Now we're having it in the public, which is great. And I agree with you. And I thought when we went through the Metro housing dialogue, it really showed our alignment and our focus on really building that continuum from the streets to stability. And I think that we extended the IGA, and this is the year that we have to rework the intergovernmental agreement with the county. So I know we have some upcoming work sessions on that. And I actually think that's the right place for us to get into the dialogue that we're in at this moment.
Well, but you're asking me to support a budget amendment that gives more money to a place that I don't think we have any accountability for. So I appreciate having a longer conversation.
Yeah.
But I am not okay with us funding something that the joint office should have started in the first place. And now we're solidifying, we're going to continue to fund the C3PO camps. That is part of the role, I think, of the joint office. And if it isn't, then we should be very clear that it is not. And so this budget amendment just troubles me because we're continuing down a path that in my mind does not provide the city with the joint effort that we're supposed to have.
My concern is today, if we don't fund it, then it won't run. And so it's I hear what you're saying. And at this moment, I want the city to make sure that we push hard on making sure that we establish these outdoor shelters. And it gives us that ownership, if you will, to guide that.
If I may be so bold, I actually think we're all pretty closely in alignment here on the broader question that Commissioner Hardesty raised, which is really the question of the general fund resources going towards the joint office. It's not only substantial, we know that it's going to be very hard to sustain those general fund resources over the long term. I forget the exact number that is one time only, but it's large. It's in excess of $7 million a year is my current recollection. And that is very much a conversation we need to continue to champion with our partners at the county about that spectrum of allocations from early emergency intervention all the way to the longer term commitment to housing and supportive housing and services to keep people successful in housing. So that is still very much a live conversation. And I would even argue it's heating up, and that is an appropriate conversation. Commissioner Hardesty, you are right. The reason I personally will support this amendment is because this is more of a short-term question about the ARP allocation. And I think it would be a missed opportunity for us to not allocate towards alternative shelters. I agree with you still. Your larger point, it's an important one. I think in the near term, though, this is a good immediate solution to what will be a problem in the very near term, having not reached some sort of an agreement with the county on the longer term question of how do we allocate our resources through the joint office. So I would encourage us maybe to think about those as two separate buckets.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor. And the fact that this is one-time money just means that next year they'll be coming back for general fund money.
Exactly.
We don't resolve this issue now.
You're right.
And I hope that we are very clear that this is their job. That's why we give them all that money. The fact that because we set it up, because they failed to provide anything for people who were on the street at the height of the pandemic is not a reason for the city to continue to foot the bill. So I guess I may vote for this today, but I just want you on notice. I'm not excited about putting another penny into the joint office because I'm not sure if they benefit the citizens of the city of Portland with all the dollars we're investing in that office. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Hart.
I appreciate this conversation. I think it's going to really benefit us when we get into the intergovernmental agreement dialogue.
Yeah, I think we're actually.
Just as a final point, excuse me, Mayor, I actually stopped us from extending that significantly, that MOU last year because of the same concerns.
I have you to thank for that. All right, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Mapps.
Just a point of clarification. If we fail to approve this motion today, is there a funding mechanism for making sure they're there as we get into the new fiscal year? Because it's my impression that the county is not inclined to support that particular project.
That's probably a budget director question, and I think she'll tell us we can always take it out of the general fund contingency, which would not be my preference when we have ARP dollars available for that purpose. But Director Kennard?
Sure. So from a budget standpoint, so this is American Rescue Plan resources. So there's actually two bites of the apple for this particular resource as well, right? There's right now, and then there's the process going through the ERSCC. Additionally, as the mayor mentioned, there are always opportunities to reallocate resources through our supplemental budget processes. The next one after we approve the budget won't be until October. I would say that from an operational standpoint, Commissioner, I'm not sure if your question is actually more on the operations side for C3PO in terms of what would happen if this funding wasn't approved right now, which I would defer to the Commissioner on sort of the operational implications.
It's targeted for the C3PO. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this one? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, in response to COVID-19 pandemic and the need for expanded outdoor shelter to meet the needs of our house's population, the City of Portland took a stand and established 3 outdoor shelters in partnership with Creating Consciousness Communities for People Outside, or C3PO as it's commonly known. These outdoor shelters were created using CARES Act funds, as we've been discussing. And as you know, these 3 sites have played a central and visionary role in our response for the house's crisis. As the Joint Office of Homeless Services works to expand alternative shelter options for our city, C3PO serves as a key model. Establishing these outdoor shelters also served as an invaluable learning opportunity as outdoor shelter providers in our region applied themselves in new ways to help create these spaces. These lessons that we've learned about what works, and just as importantly, of course, what doesn't work, when building such shelters will inform our future progress as we find ways to expand shelter options within our community of care. The fact that the City of Portland built and funded these shelters for the past year is unusual, as we've discussed, in that these types of programs would typically live within the Joint Office of Homeless Services. In that way, it is also incredibly special. It is a tangible demonstration of our city's commitment to creating more shelter options for our most vulnerable neighbors. Now that these sites have stood up and have been running for some time, the city is looking for more permanent locations. Additionally, the Joint Office is planning to take over the contracts and management of the sites. When it comes to the fiscal impacts of the sites, we plan to have meaningful and productive conversations with our partners in the other jurisdictions about sharing the responsibility. However, at this time, we must recognize the importance of avoiding service interruptions for the residents. The City of Portland has identified this house's crisis as one of our top 3 priorities, and our council offices have been engaged in ongoing dialogue about the future of outdoor shelter for weeks. While we continue to work to find ways to expand the options available to our most vulnerable residents, we must ensure the continued funding of this crucial program. It is for these reasons that I brought this amendment forward, and I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I know the importance of the outdoor camps because I worked very hard to help establish them. And we did that, my office and the mayor's office collaboratively, because the joint office did not, and continues to put up barriers in supporting these type of alternative shelters. Here's what we know. Our housing crisis is not going to get better anytime soon. We know that once the rent moratorium expires, we will be exploded with more people living on our street, living in cars, living in vehicles, living in broken down RVs. And what we don't know is what the joint effort will be between the county and the city to address what will be the biggest humanitarian issue that this city has seen in the history of the city of Portland. I am frustrated, and I continue to be frustrated, that there seems to be a difference in philosophy between city elected leadership and county elected leadership. Our priority is trying to take care of the most vulnerable people on our street, and that's why we invest in the joint office. I will support this one-time basis, but I will tell you that I will not support this again, because it is not the role of the city to continue to double, triple fund the joint office of houseless services and then be responsible for providing services for houseless people on the street on top of that. This is unworkable, it's unmanageable, and this is no way to run a partnership. I vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Amendment 3 is a motion to allocate ongoing general fund resources for the North-Northeast preference policy. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call it.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. I have a couple of questions on this. I very much support this program. I do have some questions behind the intent of this amendment. Right now, as I understand it, this program has been funded through TIF resources. The proposal is to move it over and fund it through general fund resources. We have a limited amount of general funds. And frankly, I think we have the resources within TIF to pay for this now. So I'm not sure why we're making this move. I understand 5 years down the road, there may be a need to move this from one funding base to another. Director Kennard or someone from Commissioner Ryan's office, can you fill me in on the backstory on this or the motivation behind this particular proposal?
So, Commissioner, I can tell you what I've heard from the Bureau, and then I'll let the Commissioner take it from there. So what I've heard from the Bureau is that really the need for ongoing resources is twofold. And so the TIF resources, because they do expire within, I think, 4 years, would lead to a limited term or limited duration position. And the oversight board that works with the Housing Bureau really felt important that these positions be made permanent and ongoing, both for hiring, recruitment, and retention, to make sure that these folks are retained for a longer term. And then the other reason is because the affordable housing development projects are affordable for 99 years. And so those were the two pieces of information that I received from the Bureau.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was comprehensive. The TIF funds are limited in scope.
Okay, thanks.
All right, very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll on Amendment 3.
Ryan.
Yes, well, yesterday we heard the state housing report. Hopefully you all got this. It's great information. And we heard the objective data that there are no neighborhoods in our city that are affordable for Black Portlanders. We must improve housing affordability for African American and Native American populations, including stable rental and home ownership opportunities and building the wealth that was also discussed yesterday. The North-Northeast preference policy gives priority for affordable housing investments in interstate corridor, the urban renewal area, to housing applicants with generational ties to the area who have been displaced, are at risk of displacement now, or who are descendants of households displaced from North and Northeast Portland. Without this amendment and allocation of general fund resources, North and Northeast preference policy will only be used for TIF-funded projects in the interstate corridor urban renewal area, meaning other buildings in the area funded with other sources, such as Metro Housing Bond, will not be available to use in the North-Northeast preference policy list. It also means the preference policy will not be able to be used for affordable housing anywhere else in the city, even when affordable housing developers are asked to use the policy. I think like all of us, we love seeing the objective, dispassionate data in the report yesterday, and we all were asking questions like, what are we going to do about it? What's next? I really think this amendment connects the dots between the report and real next steps. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I wasn't aware we were voting at this moment. I was actually going to ask Commissioner Ryan a question about this initiative. I guess for me, I was intrigued by what Commissioner Ryan just said in regard to this would allow the staff person for the Northeast preference to be able to identify housing citywide, but they would be assigned to the Northeast preference policy. So I'm a little confused by that statement, how they could help African Americans citywide when the Northeast policy only provides opportunity within inner Northeast Portland. So that
the focus is North and Northeast.
Oh, and okay. And so what we did learn from the report yesterday is how significantly African Americans are continuing to move out of or be displaced out of inner Northeast, and how unaffordable it is for African Americans everywhere in the city of Portland. If this position will help with stabilizing African American households, and I don't know that it will, but I'm willing to support it at this time. I vote aye.
Epps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment's adopted. And then Commissioner Ryan's fourth amendment's a motion to allocate one-time resources for an inclusionary housing study. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, funding for an inclusionary housing market study was originally approved in the fiscal year 1920 budget. However, at the onset of the pandemic, those funds were quickly reallocated as part of the Housing Bureau's COVID-19 response to stabilize families and households. This proposal provides the resources necessary to complete this much needed study. I know since I've been on council, every time, it seems like almost every time an inclusionary housing item comes to the dais, we have had the same conversation. It's an important conversation. Now it's time to take real steps to improve our partnership with developers and ensure we're building the affordable housing, and especially affordable housing for families that our city needs. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I am so grateful to the Housing Bureau Director Callahan and her staff for really attempting to address this issue ongoing. And you're absolutely right. We were on path to get this study done, and then the pandemic hit, and we were taking money from any place we could find it. So this is the right thing. It's a good thing to do, and I look forward to the results to inform any future changes in the inclusionary housing program. I vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment is adopted. Now to Commissioner Hardesty's amendment number 1. Her first amendment is a motion to allocate ongoing funding available in policy reserves and add limited duration position authority in support of the Portland Street response. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, I want to be clear, first of all, the one consistent truth here today is that all 5 council members are passionate and in full support of a successful expansion of the Portland Street Response Program, and to start talking about what we all agree on, and that we are in a dire need of a better approach, especially in a state that's last in the nation when it comes to mental health systems. We all agreed that Portland Street Response, a first responder program that does essential work to address the needs of those experiencing behavioral health crises. And we also all agree that the PSR, Portland Street Response employees, must be paid a good living wage and represents the incredibly difficult work they do. We also all agree that it's time to be bold. I think we need to talk about what being bold means. In my mind, being bold means we have to have the courage to consider all the potential ways in which we can address this crisis. When we get together as a council later this year to evaluate the first batch of data from this much needed pilot, I think we need to explore all the ways in which we can innovate. That means that we look at operating hours, potentially adding other geographic areas for expansion, exploring the entities that could potentially do the work, or any other relevant details of the program. When we look just simply at the CAHOOTS model, which this is inspired upon, it's a very successful program that Portland Street Response has been modeled on. And we see a program that is contracted out to a community-based nonprofit, the Whitebird Clinic. Their $2.1 million annual budget allows them to serve 156,000 residents across 44 square miles. In 2020, CAHOOTS responded to 15,879 crisis incidents. Our pilot, which is just getting underway, has proposed an operating budget of approximately $1 million annually, and it covers 3 square miles, serves 20,000 residents, and is on track to respond to about 600 calls this year. Our current pilot covers 6% of CAHOOTS landmass, 13% of the population, and almost about half the cost. The simple math does say a lot. I don't cite these facts to disparage the amazing work that our city Portland Street Response employees are doing in the Lentz neighborhood. I really want to be clear. I'm beyond grateful for what they do every day and for their pioneering work. However, I cannot help but push beyond the binary that says we either pay Portland Street Response employees in the living wage within the Portland Fire and Rescue, or we take unfair advantage of PSR employees in any other configuration. I just think there's some creativity that we need to explore here. And it's possible that housing PSR employees in Portland Fire and Rescue ends up being the best approach. And if so, I will wholeheartedly support that approach. However, I believe it is too soon for us to make that determination. I also think there are more options before us that either scaling up this program citywide within Portland Fire Rescue or waiting a year before we take action. Our city's behavioral health situation is nothing short of an emergency, and we have to respond to this emergency accordingly. I propose we make adjustments in the fall bump to ensure that we scale up in a timeline that is in line with what the pilot currently is in place. I really think we can build this. I also think that it's so important that we build on a really strong foundation, because when you do that, it's really amazing when you scale up and reach population results. I look forward to the nimbleness and to this efficiency and effectiveness, and reaching the urgency that our city needs at this time. I vote no.
Maps.
I agree with everything that my colleague Dan Ryan said. When I take a look at where we are as a council and a city, I hear a vigorous agreement about where we want to go. Everyone's excited about the Portland Street Response model. We're very proud of the work that's been done by the people who are making this project happen, that includes both our Portland Street Response teams and all the other agencies that are somehow touched encouraged by this exciting program. I'm the commissioner of BOEC, the Bureau of Emergency Communications, and of course we play an important role here too. You know, the Portland Street Response calls begin with that 911 call to our emergency call center. We spend a lot of time and a lot of energy trying to figure out how to make this program work right. We are completely committed to expanding this program as soon as possible, but also as the commissioner in charge of 911, I can tell you that there are pieces of this program, especially the expansion of this program, that we have not figured out yet. I'm deeply concerned about rolling this program out before we have figured out the details. It is possible for government programs to fail, especially programs that you try to expand from one neighborhood to 95 neighborhoods overnight. If we do something like that and it does fail, I think we will have lost one of the most exciting policy opportunities of a generation. As long as I sit in the seat, I will assure you that we will work to make this program work, and we will work to make this program roll out as fast as possible. But from the very beginning, this evaluation element was part of the plan, and I encourage us to stick with this plan. I think there's also a misconception here. Many people have testified before this council that we have not fully funded this program. That is false. We have funded this program. We set aside some dollars until the moment at which we feel comfortable and confident that we can expand this program and actually help people. We're gathering data every day. We look forward to a program evaluation in 6 months and then another program evaluation in 12 months. But even still within that, you know, I look at the data every Monday morning and take a look at how it's going and talk to my director and other staff members about how we can do this better, what problems we need to fix. Deeply committed to make this work. As we get new information, both we tweak the program, and I'll tell you, because we have set aside the dollars to expand this program, we can expand it any given Wednesday. This is not about stalling. This is about trying to get this program right, which is why today I vote no.
My apologies. I skipped Commissioner Hardesty in the voting order, so I'll come back to you. I'm sorry.
That was.
I'm sorry. My bad.
That we had changed seats in the middle of the program. The staff at Portland Street Response asked me to read a letter from them, and if it's okay, I'd like to read that from them before I provide my own comments.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mayor. The Portland Street Response team would like to address you directly. We want you to know that when you say methodical, what we actually hear is that you want the status quo. We hear that you want to do things as they've always been done, and that you don't want systemic change. We also hear you say that you don't trust that we are helping build out this program in a strategic way on our own, and that we need your guidance. And equally disheartening, we hear that you don't value the work done in a female-dominated field. As you must already know, social work and other human service work is primarily comprised of women. Most of us in this field are vastly underpaid for the difficult and emotionally draining work we do. We often start out working for nonprofit organizations because we care about other people, and especially the most vulnerable in our society. And we're not driven by money or status. But often, when the reality sets in that nonprofit pay is not a livable wage, many of us must abandon that community-based work and move on to find higher paid salaries. But often, many of us must abandon the community-based work and move on to find higher base salaries in order to survive. When we were all hired by Portland Street Response, it was for most of us the first time we had felt valued and respected as vital workers to our community, because we were finally offered a wage that felt adequate and livable. For one member of our team, this position meant being lifted out of poverty and making a living wage for the first time in her life, despite her more than 20 years of experience in social services. She grew up in extreme poverty so financial stability has never been something she has known. This position has allowed her to become financially independent after a recent divorce. It has allowed her to keep making her house payments on her own, and she no longer feels pressure to leave the work she loves, serving those in need because of the low wages. For another member of our team, it has meant not having to have multiple jobs at once to survive. And all of us feel so proud and excited to be part of this team. It feels like we've been given a chance to help change the broken systems that exist and build something better. But already, with only a few months of launch, there's already talk of slowing down the citywide rollout of this program. We can't help but think that there's more at play here than just being more methodical. What we hear you really say is you want to stall the rollout and have more flexibility later on potentially outsourcing our jobs to a nonprofit that would pay us significantly less. We hear you saying that the less the city commits to institutionalizing Portland Street Response within the Fire Bureau now, the less backtracking you'll have to do later if you decide to outsource us. We also hear you saying that you don't prioritize crisis response to those most in need. There have already been suggestions by the mayor and others in the city government that outsourcing our jobs with Portland Street Response to a nonprofit is the best route in making the program a success. The rationale we heard is that because nonprofit mental health agencies are already experts and efficient to use this already existing system. But the underlying message would be significantly cheaper because at the end of the day, a nonprofit would pay us less. The Police and Fire Bureau are institutions within our city government. Most would agree we should pay them well for the challenging and risky work they do. But these are male-dominated professions. Your lack of commitment to building out our own program as previously planned shows us that you do not want to similarly institutionalize Portland Street Response program within the Fire Bureau. And by not fully funding, and it was not fully funded based on the vote last year, and committed to the rapid citywide rollout previously agreed to and voted on, I will say, with a 5-0 vote. We are hearing you say that female-dominated professions like crisis and social work are not as valuable to the community as firefighters and police. It tells us you are not committed to systemic level change that our community is demanding. Last summer, after the murder of George Floyd, there was both a national and local outcry for change. Portland has the potential to be a leader in that change and changing our systems. We can be innovative and build on the Cahoots model. We can make it even better by saying we value this service so much, it must remain within the Fire Bureau and we must pay people adequately. If we resort to doing things as they've always been done, we are part of the problem. If you want to continue a system that is already in place and ultimately build PSR out, as previous crisis teams have done before us, you will end up with the same high staff turnover rates and will not attract the most qualified and experienced people to begin with. The trend in community-based mental health agencies and crisis work is that workers may begin their careers there because they want to gain experience and are unwilling to accept a low-wage position. They often stay a couple of years, but then move on to find jobs that pay livable wage. Cahoots itself has talked about its own funding problems and inability to retain staff for these reasons. Following in those footsteps is not a way building a sustainable, innovative, and effective program. Beyond the question of gender and pay equity, an equally important factor to consider in your vote today is that we are providing our services to the most marginalized and vulnerable in our community. Think about a moment in your life when you were in crisis, the place where you felt the lowest in your life. You may have felt alone or overwhelmed. Maybe you've struggled with depression or anxiety, and it has taken over your world at some point. Maybe you have sunk into substance abuse and it has felt impossible to overcome. Now imagine that you were in that situation, but also alone on a street corner in Portland with no roof over your head and no support system in place. Your struggles are visible to the whole world to see. This is the type of situation that we on Portland Street Response Team are responding to. And we are the more appropriate response than police, medical, or fire. Having Portland Street Response as a fourth option built into our emergency responder system is the way Portland can make systemic change and lead other communities to do the same. The current team collectively has decades of experience in mental health, crisis, and social work, and working with the most vulnerable. They have the skills to compassionately approach people, talk to them gently, let them feel heard, maybe for the first time. They have the knowledge, skills, and access to resources to help people overcome their current crisis. It may not always be an immediate fix, and building trust with the community takes time. But it is the alternative response that has never been offered through our emergency response system. And it is what the community is overwhelmingly asking for. But our fear is that PSR is moving back towards the status quo and is at risk of having the same old problems we've had in social services: high turnover, lack of funding, inadequate care for those most in need. Not funding this program to expand citywide on the timeline already established is a disservice to the City of Portland residents and, more importantly, to the people, the communities that our team serves. This is what people in the community want, and we should prioritize that. It is our hope that you will listen to us and to community members and fund the full citywide expansion within the existing timeline. Thank you for listening. Heather, Heike, Britt, and Tremaine from the staff. And thank you all for your patience. I didn't realize it was going to be that long, but it was. Now my comments for this section. So as we vote today on the mayor's proposed budget, a citywide expansion of Portland Street Response hangs in the balance. Today we have two choices. We can either run a pilot for 12 months and then stop. And after further analysis, City Council could decide how and if it wants to roll out citywide, delaying citywide expansion until 23-24 or possibly longer. Most troubling is a budget note that considers outsourcing the program. Or the City of Portland can run a 12-month pilot and simultaneously adapt and ready the program for citywide launch beginning March 22, as has been carefully, methodically, and smartly planned all along. Portland Street Response began working on developing a citywide model in 2019, with a process that included deep community engagement and unanimous support from my council colleagues. Mayor Wheeler sent me a memo in January asking me to speed up citywide expansion of Portland Street Response. So what's changed? Based on the program's smart and methodical rollout, we had a good idea of what the expanded program might cost. When my council colleagues were told the projected budget to fully fund Portland Street Response citywide was $14.5 million, discussions about slowing down and outsourcing the program began. Let's put $14.5 million into perspective. The adopted budgets for the police and fire in fiscal year 2021 totaled $392.8 million. Portland Street Response is a fraction of that. In addition, federal and state funding sources exist to help offset the cost of Portland Street Response. So once we're up and running, the total impact to the general fund will be minimal. Budget notes in the mayor's proposed implies Portland should look at outsourcing this program after it's taken 2 years to get it to this point. A discussion to outsource Portland Street Response is part of a nationwide issue of devaluing and underpaying mental health professionals. During a discussion over funding Portland Street Response, I've heard many colleagues routinely cite CAHOOTS, the Eugene Crisis Response Program that we were inspired by and consulted with in our development of Portland Street Response. Thankfully, Street Roots went right to the source and published an interview with CAHOOTS program coordinator, Ebony Morgan, and I want to share a few quotes from Ebony from the article. If people are modeling off of us and their amount of money, of funding versus output is going to be compared to ours, it is unethical for me to not say something about where we are, she said, describing how difficult it is to retain workers who leave CAHOOTS for better paying jobs. If you're trying to find a way to keep it as cheap as possible, crisis responders will not be able to find room for growth and advancement and financial security within their role and will forever cycle throughout it. Trying to do it on the cheap, she explains, does a disservice to crisis responders and people they serve, who observe the better funded first responders with the fancy equipment and the new things. They get what they need, but the people who are finally being offered a response that they may trust for that to be held back by funding really just further divides and hones the message that their needs are not as important. It is offensive to community members in need to tell people that are going to respond to them with trauma-informed, client-centered care that they need to do it as cheaply as possible or they will be shut down. Imagine how well it would work if the city and the people who made decisions stood behind it and supported it to work instead of treating it as though it may fail. I hope my colleagues have had a chance to read the interview before today's vote. Since 2019, I have held strong that I wanted to keep this program internal to the city for 3 reasons. 1, to institutionalize Portland Street Response so that it is another first responder in our system of first responders. This was to ensure that the program couldn't disappear on a political whim. Second, to create living wage positions with solid benefits. Number 3, to ensure that the jobs would be stable so turnover would be minimal, which is often tied to pay, leading to better outcomes for all involved. I agree with all my colleagues who have said we need to do this right. We plan to do it right. We have a plan to do it right. And that plan that was approved by the last city council approved 6 vans to go citywide starting March 22nd. We do have a lot to prove to Portlanders. Portlanders have been loud and clear. They want an alternative to armed individuals showing up for people suffering mental health issues. But we've also been clear that we have values of anti-racism, equity, transparency, communication, collaboration, and fiscal responsibility. If we want to stand by those values when investing in our workforce, how do we change the game halfway in to the process? How do we change the rules halfway in? The public safety industry is largely white and largely male dominated. We wanted to ensure that as we continue to bring equity into first responders, that there would be pay equity and that we would be building out first responders that were reflective of the racial and gender diversity that's in the city of Portland. In addition to those 3 important reasons, we need this funding now. We need it now to ensure a timely citywide launch in March of 22. Pay equity, livability issues, These are reasons to stay the course and to keep Portland Street Response embedded in Portland Fire and Rescue. The PSR team meets every other week with close to 50 cities across the United States and Canada who are all building alternative mobile crisis teams. About 99% of the other cities at that meeting are focused on solely reforming police response to mental health calls. But from where I sit as fire commissioner, I see an opportunity for Portland Street Response to impact the larger public safety system. Generational poverty, chronic health, undiagnosed and untreated mental health, substance use, addiction, homelessness. These are the public health issues that both police and fire come across every day. Portland Street Response has an insider advantage point to the first responder system that is invaluable. Let's chart a new and better way. And most importantly, during a time of emergency, when it comes to mental health crises on our streets, a faster way. I want to thank the following elected leaders that have expressed support for my budget amendment, including Senator Ron Wyden, Congressman Earl Blumenauer, Speaker of the House Tina Kotek, State Senator Casey Jama, State Representative Ricky Ruiz, Garber, Valderrama, Dexter, Hudson, Reynolds, Power, Palm. I also want to thank Street Roots, Business for a Better Portland, the Mental Health Alliance for expressing their support, and I also have to add the Portland Business Alliance, who has been a strong supporter of a street response from its inception. I feel incredibly proud and fortunate to be helping to lead this program and initiative. I have invested the past 2 years into this pilot and developing it into a methodical, citywide launch. I believe in this program. I believe in each and every member of this team. Every commissioner said to me at one point or another that they support this program. I'm asking you today, show your support for this program by voting to let us do the pilot in a way that we agreed to, that we funded, and that we voted on last budget cycle. The only thing that's changed since last budget cycle is with less city resources and more houseless people living on our street. That's what's changed. Nothing's changed about the vision or the mission of Portland Street Response, and therefore I vote aye for my amendment.
Rubio.
When the council redirected this money to street response last June, it correctly saw the need to act with urgency to combat the same 3 overlapping crises that our council has said that we prioritize: houselessness, COVID and economic stabilization, and community safety reform. And in my experience as an executive director for a full service or for a direct service community-based organization has given me a decade of work in program development for frontline communities. And these were projects that more times than not had to be executed immediately to meet the community needs where we did not have time to lose. And this reinforces why I believe fully funding Portland Street Response is very critical at this point. And I also want to say something about the idea of outsourcing the program. I want to caution us about unintentionally creating a frame that normalizes that nonprofits should perform quality work that they do inexpensively. Nonprofits are professional organizations that are often forced to operate at a loss when working with some government contracts. And I speak from experience. It literally would cost us more to do some of the important work that we needed to do, but we did it because otherwise the community loses. So I would just offer that when we discuss cost, we recognize that cost is cost, regardless of where this program operates. And also let's talk about the model that works and what the community needs to ensure maximum effectiveness, support, and consistency. For some things, sometimes it means that it needs to be led by community in community-based organizations in order to be effective and trusted. But for other things, it means that community believes it's a government responsibility, and that's where it should be. So let's trust the wisdom that comes from the PSF team or the PSR team house system providers and community, and even the Cahoots program team that has spoken about this, the experts, to guide us on the design plan and the timeline. And I also understand and I hear the need for data and evaluation of this program. And at the same time, my years in responsive program development have taught me that when it matters, we can do both things simultaneously. We do it all the time. And in fact, many community-based organizations respond in this way precisely because we do not have the ability to get it wrong. I see my responsibility on this council to bring my experience to bear here. We're in a humanitarian crisis, and the evaluative and financial risk is worth the lives that we will impact as we refine the program along the way. Our unhoused neighbors in crisis do not have the luxury of time, and because they do not, we do not. We still have to be good stewards of public dollars, but we can be both good stewards and supportive of innovative programs. These things are not mutually exclusive. And although I'm disappointed that we were not able to find common ground on this particular budget decision, I absolutely know that all of us on this council share a very strong desire to make lasting change on all of our priorities, and that we all agree that Portland Street Response needs, is signaling and is needed, and is signaling the direction that we all want to go, and that we all are invested in its success. And I'm really ready to continue working together with all of my colleagues to do that. And finally, I just want to thank Robin and the Portland Street Response team for their great planning and their work, and also holding this vision for us all. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
I'm going to surprise you all and have very brief remarks. And I'm just going to say this. I want to thank Commissioner Rubio for taking the high ground and acknowledging what should be self-evident based on the record, which is that all 5 members of this city council strongly support alternatives to police intervention when it comes to people in crisis on our streets. I want to thank her for acknowledging that we all want a city-wide program that's effective. And that's why we have already supported the Portland Street Response, why we have already pre-allocated funding for the Portland Street Response, and why we as a council agreed to a pilot program. I have heard in some of the testimony what I would describe as false assertions and false assumptions. We can sort that out later. That's what the pilot program was intended to do. But there's one piece here that I've got to come back to, and it is this false binary choice of either we roll it out and we support it, or we take the time to do the pilot, which we'd agreed to do because it is a new program. It's a brand new first responder program for the city of Portland. And we're somehow slow tracking it, or we don't care about the individuals who this program is intended to serve. That is a false choice. What is a council consensus has been turned into a wedge. And I regret that, because this is actually something we all agree on. We may disagree on the steps to get there. I did, in my budget note, suggest we look at alternative means of delivery, of service delivery. Why? Because there's already alternative service delivery that exists in our community. We have Project Respond, we have programs through the county, we have other efforts through healthcare, and we should look at all of those alternatives. Just because we look at those alternatives or nonprofit partnership, that doesn't mean we're doing it because we're cheap. I'm not trying to be cheap. I'm trying to get it right. My primary concern here, and I'm going to be really clear. I mean, I've heard lots of different concerns and issues raised, all valid. I have one priority, and it's only one. That's outcomes. There are far too many people on the streets of this city who struggle under the burden of a wholly inadequate mental health delivery system, and they bear the burden of it. My number one priority above everything else is the outcomes for those individuals who are living on our streets. When did methodical become a bad word? I want to make sure we get this right. Another binary choice that we heard today. We're either going to go all in citywide, which by the way, we could not do quickly. I mean, there's a lot, it's a long road between here and there. But we heard this binary choice between we're going to do it all and support the full implementation of the program, or it's going to take at least a year before we get all the information, all the data, and then we start compiling that data. And I want to be very clear, that's not what we've agreed to. We've agreed to the first check-in 6 months from now, and we just hired Portland State University to do a thoughtful analysis, and they agreed they would come back in 6 months. Even if we voted today to roll out the entire program, here it is, go for it, it's not going to be rolled out in 6 months. So we have that opportunity to hear the report, take into account what is said, learn what works, what doesn't work, where we can improve things, how we can get this right. And then we have pre-allocated dollars for the expansion of the program. The city council can still take that opportunity. And I heard one of my colleagues say right up front, we'll look at this in the fall bump. That's just a matter of months away. We agreed to the pilot. I fully funded what we agreed to in this pilot, and yet it's now being pitched as some sort of a slow walking or a capitulation or going backwards. The commissioner's right. I did send her a memo asking her to speed up implementation of the program. Not citywide, I was trying to get the pilot going. The pilot was delayed. We've only had this program up and running a little more than 2 months. I don't blame anybody for it. Honestly, the COVID crisis, the dislocation, other prioritization, it was nobody's fault. I think we implemented the pilot absolutely as quickly as the team possibly could. They've done a great job. But that's what that was in reference to. Last, I want to say this. The letter that was provided to Commissioner Hardesty by our team, I support you. I support the work you do. The work that you were asked to do, which is to come in and establish a pilot at the behest of the city council, is some of the most important work that is taking place in this city right now. I wish you nothing but the best. I wish you every success. But I hope you don't go into this with a preconceived notion about what all the answers are, because I don't think we have all the answers right now, mere weeks into the implementation of this program. I'll be there to support you. It's one of the few things we've pre-funded. We're putting faith in you because we believe in you. But let's make sure we do this right. And let's put, again, at the top of the hierarchy, for me, it's going to be all about outcomes. Whatever works the best, and we're trusting you to test different ideas and make changes as changes are necessary. We're going to trust you on that. We're going to support you as a council. This council is unified in supporting you. We'll get there. And what I hope happens is we get there together. I hope we don't continue this unnecessary false binary choice and what frankly is a manufactured division on this city council. I vote no, the amendment fails. Commissioner Hardesty, Amendment 2. Amendment 2 is a motion to allocate ongoing funding available in policy reserves to support the Portland Street Response Pilot rollout citywide through a program realignment. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
No.
Hardesty,
when the mayor's proposed budget did not include what was agreed to just last year's budget, the mayor cannot then say he has fully funded a program. A fully funded Portland Street Response Program would have 18 additional FTE. It would have 5 additional vans, and it would be working in different parts of the city. The plan was always from the inception to start in Lentz and then spread out to different areas of the city so that we could test what worked in different areas of the city. I think, Mayor, you created the division when you publicly said you fully funded Portland Street Response, because you did not. You funded only a limited pilot in Lentz neighborhood. And that is what the community is hearing. And so the disconnect is from the council, not from the public. The public know what we voted on last year and what they expected the pilot to look like. What we have is not what we voted on last year. I vote yes on the amendment.
Maps.
Well, I've been following this topic for years at this point, quite closely. And ever since I've been on council, which has been about 4.5 months now, obviously it's been part of my day-to-day as the commissioner in charge of BOEC, essentially 911. We have to work closely with Portland Street Response in order to figure out how we make this program work, not only in the future, but also just literally on a day-to-day. And I can just tell you from my position what my understanding of what my mission is and what I heard. My mission is clear: to make both our emergency responder system work and our public safety system work. It's been my responsibility to help stand up this Portland Street Response Program and evaluate it. And as we evaluate the program, we expand it. The sort of new development for me has been this notion that is frankly the piece where we sort of ignore the evaluation piece of this, which I always understood as being the engine which drove the expansion. And as a program development guy and a person who tries to be a responsible public servant, I'm concerned about skipping that important step. I'll also tell you, I'm at these tables where we talk about the expansion of the Portland Street Response. How do we get from where we are to where we want to go? And none of the leaders who are in charge of trying to figure out how to make this work tell me, boss, we're ready to go citywide tomorrow. That's just not what I'm hearing. And that's why, and I've heard some new information today. I really want to express my thanks to all the good people who help run the street response program on a day-to-day. I also thank you for sharing that letter. And I also want to share with you that letter really broke my heart. I feel like we are not hearing each other. And as we do something as important as trying to serve our most vulnerable neighbors and build what is literally a new branch of our public safety system, I think it's really important that we hear each other. I mean, this sort of dysfunctional dynamic that I see today is one of the reasons why I think that we need to be really mindful as we go about expanding this program from one neighborhood to 95 neighborhoods. Also heartbroken and a little bit stunned to hear about the gendered concerns about wages here. Literally the first time I've heard this, never my intent. I'm going to make 2 pledges to you tonight. One is it's my job to expand this program, and no matter what the final form of this program is, I will demand that it pays a living, honorable wage. And I see some of my colleagues nod, and I kind of know each and every one of these people who sit on council, and I respect them, and I never want to speak for them, but I know that each and every one of them also believes that the work responser should come with family wages. When we go about expanding this program, I will personally put in an amendment to make sure that it pays family wages. I also am deeply concerned and sad that the members of Portland Street Response somehow feel maybe disrespected. And, you know, I want you to know that not only do we respect you, we generally and genuinely love you. Like, you know, I've been out here shaking hands for about 2 years now. And I'll tell you, you know, Portland Street Response folks, you are Portland heroes. You know, I've never seen Portlanders invest so much hope into a group of people as I've seen them invest hope in you. And I tell you, I'm no different from every other Portlander out there who's rooting for you, hoping this program works, and excited to see this program come to my neighborhood. But I'll tell you, also as a person who has responsibility for making this program work and helping this program grow, I just must do everything I can to make this work out right. And I have been around Portland long enough and ran for office because I have seen program after program after program in this city fail because we did things like skip program evaluation or failed to hold our managers accountable. You know, I'm here to help us get better. Portland used to be really good at making public policy. I would say something that is motivated me to launch my political career is I want to see our city be good at public policy again, and basing our decisions on evidence and evaluation, and being a wise steward of the public dollar is part of that program and part of that process. And that is why I vote no on this amendment.
Rubio.
I know that we're all aligned around the goals, and I think that's where we can focus on what do we do moving forward. And I vote aye.
Wheeler.
I appreciate the sentiment of what my colleagues are saying here, that this has to be a program we succeed at. Everybody needs to feel that they're being heard and respected in the development of this program, including our employees. The council needs to come together and find a way to work productively to make this happen, because there's plenty of work for everyone here, and it requires multiple bureaus to work together and to collaborate. And I'm appreciative, Commissioner Hardesty, of the work we've done around the Joint Public Safety Coordinator position. That's critically important for the various coordinations that have to take place here, and the work we're going to have to do with our colleagues at the county and elsewhere to make this work. Let's pull together and make this work together. That's the only way I want to do it. Commissioner Mapps, you almost sounded like you were proposing an amendment, or at least a budget note that would suggest that we would support this program with a working wage, a living wage.
Absolutely.
If you wish to propose one at the end of this hearing, I will support it. I will second it, because I want people to hear it loudly and clearly. My goal here isn't to cheap out. It's merely about getting it right. On this amendment, I vote no. The amendment fails. Commissioner Hardesty, motion 3, a motion to retain resources for the Public Safety Support Specialist PS3s and contingency pending evaluation. Any further discussion? Commissioner Hardesty.
Excuse me, Mayor, point of order. Before we go to this, I need to correct the public record. Commissioner Mapps assumed that there was no evaluation built in the Portland Street response. He may be unaware that Portland State University's Housing Collaborative have been a partner with us on this project from day one, and they have been evaluating everything from day one. So I did not want the public record to reflect that somehow I wasn't smart enough to put a program together with an evaluation component attached to it. So I just want the public record to be clear about that. The program started with an evaluation. It always planned to come to the council after 6 months. The mayor's amendment does nothing to change what was originally planned.
Commissioner Hardesty, that's correct. Commissioner Mapps.
Commissioner Hardesty, thank you for that clarification. And if that's the impression I left on the public record, I apologize. That's not what I intended to say or suggest. Rather, it's always been my observation that program evaluation is key to this program, both in terms of how it evolves and how it expands. From my point of view, the way I think of it is program evaluation is the engine and fuel that drives the expansion. As we learn more and know how to figure out how to do this, that's when we take the next step, whether it means expanding the hours or expanding the geographic area. And my concern is that may I finish my comment? And so that program design strikes me as being wise. It is tried and true, and I think it's important that we do not abandon that principle as we move forward. So, in other words, I want to keep the smart parts of this program integral to this program as we expand this program into new neighborhoods and into the future.
And let me also put for the public record, we currently pay Portland Street Response employees a living wage, so no motion is necessary to make that happen. Moving on to number 3.
Yeah, number 3, Commissioner Hardesty. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
I'm sorry, could you read the motion again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Hardesty, motion 3. This is to retain resources for the Public Safety Support Specialist PS3s in the contingency pending evaluation.
Yes, this is very consistent with the methodical approach that we've been talking about with Portland Street Response. It's important to stay consistent and focused on our long-term objectives, to do what we want to analyze with our programs, and before we expand. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
No, I am concerned that maybe our colleagues don't understand, or at least my understanding of what this proposal does is that it basically holds up the PS3s until we do some sort of evaluation. I tell you, I think one of the sleeper hits of this sleeper innovations of recent years in this particular budget is the investment in PS3s, our public safety support specialists. Now, what I've heard for years, and I've even heard it today, is that Portlanders want a new approach to police. Specifically, we want to demilitarize police. PS3s are folks who can do a lot of the public safety work that our community needs, but they don't have guns. That's the kind of innovation that I am really excited about. I would support doing a evaluation in parallel with this program, but I do not support the specific language in this amendment. No.
Rubio. Mayor, I know Commissioner Rubio was having issues with her Zoom.
Do we lose her? Should I call her?
Stand by. Let me go ahead and call her. 1 sec. Give us 1 sec here. Hang on. Oh, she's back on?
Okay, I'm back on.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I'm having problems.
Understood.
Is it my turn?
Your turn. Go ahead.
Know where we are, Commissioner?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know.
We're on my 3rd amendment, that is on retaining the resources for the PS3s and contingency.
Oh, aye.
Wheeler.
The motion is going to carry because I count 3 yeses. I'm going to vote no, and I want to explain why. This is not a new program. This is a program that was originally approved back in the 17-18 timeframe. This is a program which I worked very hard to build from scratch. It was a new innovation for the Portland Police Bureau to have unarmed officers out on the street responding to non-emergency calls. There were a variety of reasons why people wanted that, ranging from reform, people wanting to see more people in polo shirts out there working with people in the community to resolve issues related to public safety. Additionally, there were duties that sworn officers were not able to respond to as quickly as they could. Things like going out and taking reports, break-ins, stolen vehicles, and the like, as well as doing administrative work. The program has been relatively modest in scale up to this point. There has been analysis and is ongoing analysis. CBO provided us with a relatively extensive write-up as part of their budget analysis. What that showed was that initial program data demonstrates clear efficiencies. These positions are less expensive than police officer positions at the time of hire, and the cost savings actually grow over time. The majority of dispatches are for stolen or recovered property and vehicles. And these types of calls are likely to require the completion of time-consuming and required offense reports. Quantitative analysis also shows that these employees save patrol officers time, allowing officers to focus on emergency calls. They also provide customer service to community members who may otherwise have been directed to online reporting if a patrol officer was not available. Additionally, the program has been an effective recruitment pipeline for the Bureau's sworn ranks and very supportive of the Bureau's goal to increase diversity amongst its ranks. As of July 2020, 4 members of the initial class had been promoted to police officer positions. It's noteworthy that all 4 were either bilingual or people of color. What I have proposed in this budget is to triple the size of the program. I think it's ready to go. That said, I see that a majority of the council has decided that we will wait and do the evaluation. I can live with that. Let's do the evaluation, and I think it'll prove that it's ready for a broader expansion, and I look forward to that. I vote aye, and the amendment is approved.
So you vote no first and then you vote aye? So
No, you're right. I vote no. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for keeping me on track. I vote no, but a majority of the council voted yes, so the amendment is approved. Next up is Commissioner Hardesty Amendment 4. This is a motion to allocate one-time funding from general fund contingency to support a truth and reconciliation process between the Portland Police Bureau and community members of the city of Portland. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Actually,
yeah, Commissioner Maps.
I have a couple of questions about this. Commissioner Hardesty, could you remind us what the purpose of this particular program is?
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner Maps. The Truth and Reconciliation is a process that we will go through as a city. I've had conversations with Chief Lavelle. I know we need to do it with the police, but more importantly, we need to be a broader community conversation. I think what the last year showed us is that every institution that we have has racially disparate outcomes, and none of them were built for Black and brown people. And so the Truth and Reconciliation process, the way it's happened all over the world, is a way for people to address their the institutional harm, the generational pain that people carry with them. And more importantly for me, it's an opportunity for the community to decide on 2 items that we will work on collectively for the next couple of years. As far as the police part, the police need to do some work behind closed doors among themselves with former Black and brown police officers. I'm happy that Chief Lavelle has agreed to do this work and have his officers participate, because before the police are ready to have a real truth and reconciliation process, they need that behind door work. My goal is not to embarrass or make it life difficult for Portland police officers. I want them ready to have real dialogue with community members when they finally come out for the part of the Truth and Reconciliation that will include police. So it's really a 3-part process. One part is community, one part is police, and one part is community and police together.
And how does this relate to the Citizens Oversight Committee that we're standing up to basically replace IPR? In many ways, it feels to me like they're covering kind of some of the similar territory.
No, one is about healing our community and having real dialogue about the trauma that our community has experienced. And honestly, having the police be a part of helping us determine what are we building as we move forward. So, we hope that the police will be informing us as we have that conversation with the police. But the process itself is bigger than that. I just wanted to make people understand that, as I see it, it's a 3-part process. But who knows what we'll get once we send the RFI out and get information back. Because I do believe we need professionals to lead this effort, because it is not something you get a second chance to do.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? If not, Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes, as I was running for office last summer throughout the city's protests, I consistently called for the Portland Police Bureau to own their own mistakes in the form of Peace Summit and a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In order to have healing, you must have vulnerability. I'm really grateful, Commissioner Hardesty, that you brought this amendment before us today, and I'm really thrilled to vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
This is an absolutely essential component of improving our policing here in the city of Portland. Commissioner Hardesty, you and I have had many conversations about this, and I strongly applaud it being brought forward. And I'm particularly grateful to Chief Lavelle for being open-minded and embracing this concept. I don't see how we build trust with the community until we really have a meaningful process like this. And the word vulnerable was just used. We need it. We need an honest conversation amongst ourselves in this community about what has happened, not just recently, but historically, and how that history, whether it's long ago history or more contemporary history, how it bleeds into the present and how it impacts the way people view policing in this city. I think we want the community to be safe, and community safety means different things for different people. And we have different opinions about the role of the police bureau in that overall picture of community safety. But I'm confident that the only way we can build trust between the police bureau and the community that it serves is to have an honest, transparent process like this. And I don't want to in any way imply this is easy, and Commissioner Hardesty knows it's not. This is a big lift. And anybody who's studied some of the truth and reconciliation efforts around the world knows it takes a tremendous amount of planning and preparation and an honest and clear process. And this helps us get on the road. I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. Commissioner Hardesty's motion 5. This is related to CAN. Any further discussion?
I'm gonna ask you if you wanted me to read it while you were choking, but
Would you mind actually, Commissioner Hardesty, while I get my...
not at all. I don't mind. So the motion is to allocate one-time funding to support the City African American Network from General Fund Policy Set Aside. And it is the $50,000 one-time general fund allocation to support their ongoing work.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Did you hear me? I said aye. Oh,
No, I saw you shake your head up and down.
I was muted while I said aye. Great.
Must be getting late for us all, right? I really appreciated the testimony that we heard from Ken. It is clear that they do not feel respected by leadership at the city of Portland. And it's my hope that in partnership with Commissioner Mapps, we're going to help them feel better about the level of support they have from the leadership at the city of Portland. I vote aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
I truly appreciate this amendment. It's a good one. Thank you. I support it. I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 6, this is a motion to reduce one-time funding in the Portland Police Bureau in the amount of $5,264,000 for the accelerated hiring of 30 officers. Any further discussion on this item? Commissioner Hurt?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make the point for why I put this one in. Because what I knew was that last year, Portland Police Bureau hired 31 officers that were not able to go through training because of COVID-19. My understanding is that this month, those officers will be going through advanced training. So there are 31 officers who have not been able to take calls, who have not been dispatched to scenes of incidents that will be available shortly. My concern is that you and I know how long it takes to hire Portland police officers, and there's just no way they're going to hire 30 people in 1 year. And my other concern, quite frankly, is adding people into a toxic culture. We haven't changed Portland Police Bureau enough to be bringing new people in at the bottom, because you can't get off probation without actually taking on the behavior and the culture of the Bureau as it currently exists. And so I am very concerned that this authorization will not be utilized to hire officers, but be utilized as a slush fund.
I'll respond to that, and I appreciate the discussion on this. And I might have Director Kennard chime in on this as well. The analysis I saw that with the hiring that we have and the retirees that are both stated and anticipated, should this motion pass, it will actually lead to a substantial decrease in the number of officers that are available on our streets. Director Kennard, could you give us a little more information on that?
Sure. So the intent behind the inclusion of $5.2 million of one-time resources to allow the Police Bureau to begin essentially double filling 30 positions and begin hiring them as soon as, July 1, so they can double fill those positions. And the expectation is that it will still take 18 months for those individuals to roll off probation, such that they won't actually become available until midway through fiscal year 22-23. I think it is. So that's the timing, and that's the allocation of resources to allow for that double fill while current people are still filling those positions, but are anticipated to attrit out or retire in that 18-month time frame.
If I may, Mayor, ask Director Kennard a couple of questions about this item. Director, you said that 2.5, did you really mean the 5.2? You said 2.5 million. Did you mean the 5.2?
Yes, I meant 5.2, and that is $5.2 million that is actually spread over 2 years. And so it's to fund these positions over 2 years. So it's $2.6 million for each year.
That helps. Do you know on the average how long it takes for Portland police officers to hire a police officer?
I believe it is 18 months. And I might ask my staff member to tell me if I'm wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
18 months to train them after they've been hired. I'm asking this question about how long it takes to actually hire a police officer.
I would have to get back to you on that. I will send out, we have folks on the call that can ping PPB, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can with an answer to that question.
Because I know it takes a long time. It's like, I don't know how long it took to hire the 30 that we had that didn't go through any training for a whole year. And were they paid as police officers, or were they paid as something else? Because now they're going to be police, because now they're going through training. I'm just curious as to what that's not germane to this conversation, but it just made it come up as we were having this conversation.
So I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't know it's the exact pay scale when they're first entering. We believe that they're paid as officers, but we're not 100% positive. We can try to ping somebody from the Bureau quickly and get you an answer.
So yeah, what I know in my 3 years here is that it takes a long time to hire a Portland police officer. I would support this amendment if we could revise it a bit and make sure that this money cannot be spent on anything other than hiring officers. Because again, I have the experience of knowing that if it's in the police bureau's budget, they will spend it and we'll never see it again.
I would be willing to support that.
Excellent. In that case, then we can end this conversation, and I will support it with the budget note that says that this can only be used for that purpose.
How can we how should we integrate this, Director Kennard, into that?
So this is my suggestion, and our attorney Lindley, please chime in if this is incorrect. I believe that Commissioner Hardesty could withdraw this amendment that she has put forward, and then I believe we have to continue with the remainder of the amendments that have already been put on the table, voting on those. And once we have completed our voting, we can enter any further amendments, second them, and then vote on them.
Okay, I would support that, Commissioner Hardesty, contingent upon withdrawal of Amendment 6.
I will withdraw Amendment 6 with the expectation it will come back to it at the end.
Hashtag teamwork.
And if I could ask for Commissioner Hardesty and Mayor Wheeler, if your staff can communicate on budget note language while we're going through the rest of these items, and then email them to me and to Christy Owen, we can make sure that that gets read into the record when we finish our voting.
Okay, and it looks like Kristen Johnson is going to connect with Sonia, so we'll have them work on it right now. Thank you.
Right. They were on it before you said that. So
they probably already have it written. All right, good. So now we're on Amendment 7, Commissioner Hardesty's motion to increase one-time funding in the Office of Community and Civic Life in the amount of $250,000 for District Coalition Office small grants to neighborhood associations and other place-based community organizations. And this sounded like it was also sort of a partner to an amendment that Commissioner Mapps is that we're voting on later. Is there any further discussion on this particular amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Yes, I appreciate the dialogue earlier between Commissioner Hardesty and Mapps. It made this much clearer. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Mapps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment's adopted. Amendment 8, which is a motion to increase ongoing funding to the Gateway Center for Domestic Violence Services in the amount of $30,000 for the city's share of legal services provision. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Mapps.
I'm going to vote yes on this, and I want to tell you why. As the commissioner in charge of the Bureau of Emergency Communications, I get weekly updates on the 911 calls that we come in. I'm sure most of my colleagues have heard me say that since the pandemic started, the number of 911 calls we see are up about 100%. That's deeply concerning to me. I'm glad that we can respond in a fiscal way to address this emerging crisis, which is one of the reasons why I vote aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Very happy to support this. I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. 9, Commissioner Hardesty's motion 9. Motion to allocate one-time American Rescue Plan Act funding to support the Portland Bureau of Transportation's Healthy Business Program in the amount of $3,509,000 in order to begin the program in early summer. That's $3,509,000. Commissioner Ryan, then Commissioner Mapps.
Yes, Commissioner Hardesty, I just have a question about, that wonderful session we had a couple weeks ago about cafe nails. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying that every instance like that. Right. However, what I have, I've come across a few emails and a few phone calls from people about some issues that could use some mediation. And for example, it's exciting to offer the outdoor spaces, but it might encroach upon the space in front of another merchant. And then the other merchant is like, really, this is affecting my business. And they've all reported that they don't know where to go when they're having these conflicts. And so I'm asking a question about, are we going to work in some mediation to these conflicts that can be negotiated? I'm sure with some good dialogue.
Well, let me just say that I'm certainly open to having that conversation. I will say that PBOT did the Healthy Business Program for free. We didn't charge restaurants to help them stay open. We permitted them without charging for permits. And so as we move forward with this program, of course, with the huge budget reduction that PBOT is facing, we will not be able to do it for free. And so I think that it will be more standardized, and I suspect there will be a built-in process. I don't know what it is today. Honestly, I can't even tell you what you would do today if you didn't like something. I don't know who you would call, but I can certainly get PBOT to answer the question about what an appeals process would be and make it available to all of my colleagues.
And that's actually my point. I've had people say they don't even know who to call, and we can't have Paul, the noise guru of our city, to run around town negotiating all these. So it's something that we need to build into this. It's a real thing. It's just like in the last 2 weeks, I've had several calls about it. So, okay, thanks for answering that question. We need to figure out how we can be of service to those calls.
I agree. Maybe it's your committee, your citywide permitting committee could be.
It's a little bit of a mission creep, Commissioner Hardesty.
It sounds perfect.
We're focused. Well played.
I am paying attention.
But no, I'm not taking that. Yeah. Nice try.
You got to give her credit. That was smooth. Commissioner Mapps.
I would go.
Like most Portlanders, I completely love this program, but I am struck by the price tag. Commissioner Hardesty just mentioned that she's been administering this program for free. I think so far we've issued about 1,200 permits through this program. Do you know how much that costs the Bureau?
I couldn't tell you that right offhand.
Okay.
But I could certainly find out for you.
Great. That would be helpful. And it's my understanding that one of the reasons why this program comes in at about $3 million is that there's $1.3 million in there to backfill for past parking revenue that you didn't receive.
Well, it's more of a backfill of staffing that wasn't actually, right? We've been doing all this work, and so some of it is covering previous staffing that's been utilized to do this work because, of course, we have not received any. We've been cutting our budget rather than adding our budget in PBOT.
Well, I'm excited to pay for this program moving forward. I'm less enthusiastic about sort of backfilling what happened, in the last fiscal year. If I could make a suggestion, I'm not happy about paying for the 1.3 million to backfill lost parking revenue. So I would be much happier voting for this if we could just reduce it by that. Just say we'll pay for the program moving forward, but we're not going to backfill for lost revenue. Or
I would make the case that 1.3 million is going to help us as we stand up these non automobile spaces all over the city. It's not so just like we've done with the Healthy Business Plan. We're looking at creating car-free zones that will be meeting spaces throughout the city. And so we will also utilize some of this money to actually make those spots permanent. So the difference between what we're doing temporarily to help businesses survive and what we will be moving forward doing permanently, those resources would be important to that effort. So I would not entertain myself personally a motion to reduce the amount that's asked for, because it was asked for based on really the needs that the Bureau has.
Well, I think what you just said is that it was asked for to backfill for parking revenue that you didn't get. And you laid out a vision for what this program will look like in the future. And I'm excited about that vision.
Yes.
I just wish that this budget amendment was based on that forward-facing vision as opposed to, accommodating for the sort of drop in
I hear you.
parking revenue during COVID. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. Please call the roll.
Ryan,
I just want to thank the Bureau of Transportation for their agility and responsiveness. It's really one of the better stories I've seen in terms of adapting to COVID to keep the currency flowing, if you will, and also the joy in Portlanders. So I enthusiastically vote aye, and I do appreciate the dialogue we had earlier. We do need to look into those conflicts. Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye, and I very much also appreciate the conversation. I mean, the reality is this is probably one of the best programs that we did in response to COVID. I did not know a bureau like the Bureau of Transportation could be so nimble and so creative in thinking about how they could be of more support to small businesses. So I'm very happy to vote aye.
Maps.
As my colleagues have heard, I have some concerns about how we reached the $3 million number. That seems awfully expensive. On the other hand, I recognize that the Healthy Business Program is something that Portlanders love and should be part of our future. So I'm going to vote aye on this. I hope that as we move forward, we can maybe do a little bit better. But with that, I will vote aye.
Rubio.
I also just want to echo what my colleagues have said. I really appreciate the conversation on this today, and I also want to just commend PBOP for their ability to be nimble and to be flexible and adapt to the challenges that we had over the last year. So with that, I vote aye.
Wheeler.
I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. Amendment 10, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Office of Community and Civic Life to standardize and formalize the city's community engagement process. Any further discussion on this item? Commissioner Mapps.
Well, I see the concept here. I'm also deeply concerned. I think we're all aware that the Office of Civic Life is a bureau which is undergoing some transformation. The proposal before us today hands some crucial new responsibilities to the Office of Civic Life. And frankly, I can't get behind that proposal until I see the audit of Civic Life and I see what the plan for reforming that bureau is going to be.
Well, thank you for that. You may have heard yesterday that the DA has declared that report will be made public, and I am in the process of making sure that folks who are named in the report have an opportunity to see it before it's public. By next Wednesday, I'm happy to give a copy to you, and I give a copy to the DA. I can assure you that the core mission of Civic Life is still the same, and that is the engagement of community members. Whether that's BIPOC or neighborhood associations or business groups, it's still the mission, and there are experts at it. And this will help us actually have a much more intentional approach to community engagement. There is no bureau in the city that does community outreach better, and it is reflected by both the Charter Review Commission that we seated recently, as well as the Commission on Police Accountability. When we work with the Office of Civic Life, we get a much more diverse candidate pool, and they have the relationships to reach out to those communities. And so I did not want to see 11 individual community engagement processes that wanted to go out and talk to Black folks because that would be a nightmare for the Black folks who live in the city of Portland. This is a more efficient, thoughtful, and manageable approach to having that civic engagement happen. Regardless of what your perspective is of the office, there are some excellent city employees who do excellent work every single day there. It is going through transition, but it is absolutely prepared for this work.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Hardesty. And I agree. I think the Office of Civic Life is really filled with some amazing public servants, and I appreciate the work that they've done over the years. Just so I'm clear on, so I'm clear, and I think my colleagues are clear on the scope of this proposal. Is this proposal basically saying that each of our bureaus would hand over the community outreach process specifically for the Black community to the Office of Civic Life? So like the Housing Bureau would essentially contract with the Office of Civic Life for its outreach to African Americans? All right, thank you.
Hi, I am muted. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk while I'm muted. I'm acting like the mayor. Yes, that is an accurate statement. That we would, the Office of Civic and Community Life would work with the bureaus that want to do outreach and help them develop a calendar and assist them with doing the outreach to those specific communities. Because, of course, again, they have relationships with those communities. And it will be a process that we will collectively develop. So, as you know, I'm not a big fan of mandates, so we're not going to come in and say you have to do it like this, but we must create a system that works for the public that we're trying to engage, and not necessarily for the individual bureaus that are trying to do civic engagement with the same people.
Sure. And I'll just say, if I may, I applaud anyone who has like vision, and there's some vision behind this. I'll just say that in the absence of seeing the audit, in the absence of knowing what future reforms for this thing look like, I'm going to vote no. But I think I could get to a yes one day. And one of the ways in which I could get to a yes is if Bureau, let's say PBOT, sort of did this as a pilot project and sort of showed us how PBOT could work with the Office of Civic Life to do community engagement with African Americans. It's particularly important to me because, you know, I have a couple of infrastructure bureaus, which is kind of different from the work that I think that the Office of Civic Life traditionally does. So I'd love to see them sort of succeed and show us how it's done. But before I sign off on this, there's more information I need, the audit, the reform plan, and I'd love a
You're not going to get all that today, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I know. That explains my no vote.
Yeah, that's okay. It's good.
Commissioner, could I ask a question? Because I think there's more than the kernel of a good idea here. And so what we could do is potentially have this conversation on the record. And Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Kennard, we could potentially bring back a budget note or an amendment when we do the adopted?
Yes, you can bring budget notes as part of the adopted, and you can bring additional amendments as part of the adopted. There's a threshold for a certain level of financial amendments that we have to stay under, but for budget notes, you definitely can bring them in the adopted.
Yeah, and so this, I mean, I'm interested in the conversation that Commissioner Mapps and Commissioner Hardesty just had, and I see some real value in what is being proposed here. Particularly the part about some sort of a master calendar and a master strategy. I would want the bureaus to retain most and or all, I really haven't thought of it, but most and or all of the scoping and the determination. But I also agree wholeheartedly with the value that Commissioner Hardesty put on the table, that we seem to be mining the same lived experience on a relatively small population. And at some point, that's got to be both complex and exhausting. And so I'm not sure I'm completely baked into this specific idea, but I'm really interested in it. And so maybe there's a middle ground here, Commissioner Hardesty, where we can keep this conversation going, because I think it's one worth having.
I'm curious if, so we know what Commissioner Mapps' concerns are. Does anyone else have any concerns about this this motion?
Yeah, I'd love to hear sort of the sentiment of the rest of the council on this too.
Are we going to vote? I'm confused.
We're talking about how you feel at the moment. I'd like to vote, but.
Yeah. Well, I'm voting no at the moment. For me, it's while we're focused on outreach and support of BIPOC communities, maybe new type of community engagement for some bureaus. Many of our bureaus have been doing excellent work for decades. I know my own staff has experience doing effective and efficient outreach and programmatic work coordinated with their previous city bureaus. And keeping this work in one bureau, I think, impacts our capacity. Our office, in fact, is experiencing this now, where we've struggled to get board and committee recruitments moving because of some of the bottlenecks in civic life. So community engagement across all bureaus, I think, will slow down if we have to wait on one bureau. So from an operational standpoint, I vote no.
Well, and let me just say, as from an African-American perspective, having 11 city bureaus call me saying they want their opinion is not a positive thing. And after the third call, I'd be yelling at the city people calling me. So if this isn't it, I'm open to changes, but I don't think having 11 separate invitations for Black people to come into the city is an appropriate use of those people's time, and quite frankly, or the time of the bureaus who are going to individually be putting together engagement processes with Black folks. So I'm fine if we would like to hold off on this particular amendment, but I would also hold off on all the 11 community engagement processes that we plan to do until we have a more effective plan. I mean, what we heard from Ken today is how disrespectful it is when we're not being intentional about engaging with specific communities. So this was my attempt to put some kind of structure around it, but I'm open to other ideas.
I think this is, we should keep talking. I would, my thinking is let's bring it back. Let's talk about this. I mean, let's make an affirmative decision to highlight this and talk about it between now and the adopted. That gives us a little bit of time, but not a lot of time, to see if we can iron out some of these issues. That'll give people a chance to read the audit if there's any concerns there.
And it's not an audit, it's an assessment.
Assessment, thank you. Okay. Would that work with people?
I'm fine with that. I just don't want this budget adopted with 11 different outreach efforts geared towards Black folks.
Yeah, that's fair. So
are we going to table this one, or withdraw it, or what's the motion?
Director Kennard, she could withdraw it now and bring it back, correct, at the adopted. That would not prolong the process. We could bring it back that day since we've already taken public testimony, correct?
Yes, I mean, there's an additional opportunity for public testimony regardless at the adopted, but yes, she could, the commissioner could withdraw this and bring it back, or you could have further conversations and bring back a slightly modified version, et cetera. Any of those options work.
Doesn't slow us down in any way.
No, as long as it's included in the adopted budget, everything will be effective on July 1.
Okay, does that work for people? I don't want to sit here and tell us how it's going to be, but it sounds like there's still
It sounds like that without doing that, there may not be 3 votes to move it forward. So happy to prepare for June.
All right, good. No, it's a good conversation to have. I appreciate it. So Commissioner Hardesty then withdraws for now budget amendment number 10 without objection. Budget I can't even speak anymore.
I got it, Mayor. Motion 11.
Motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for protocols pertaining to the DOJ reporting.
Yes, you may remember when we had our executive meetings, how we realized that there was not a process whereby we were getting regular updates and opportunity to weigh in prior to the information going to the DOJ. And this amendment actually addresses that issue.
Commissioner Mapps, I don't know if you have a new question or if this is...
It's a new question.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
I support the principle, but I don't understand why this is a budget note. Can't we just order the city attorneys to.
But it's a budget
this.
note because that's the vehicle that I have available to make this happen.
This is, well, to me, this feels a little bit extraneous to a budget document. So I think I'm going to vote no for that reason. Although I would completely support us as a council taking a vote and just directing the city attorney to follow through with the substance of this amendment, but this does not feel like an appropriate amendment for a budget document to me.
Any further comments or questions on this? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yeah, I appreciate that it was adjusted from 14 days to 7 days. I vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
As I mentioned before, I support the sort of substance of this proposal. I think that this is an inappropriate way to make it an ordinance or make it law. For those reasons, I'm voting no.
Rubio,
I appreciate this and the intention it was brought forward as a new commissioner. I think this is helpful for me in ensuring that I am at the table and understanding and growing my capacity to understand these kinds of processes. I vote aye.
Wheeler,
I vote aye. The amendment passes. Number 12, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for citywide anti-white supremacy training. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yeah, happy to see that Western States Center is in this amendment, and I vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler,
So this is training that the city council has already taken. I thought it was outstanding, and this gives us an opportunity to roll it out citywide for all of our employees. Time very well spent. I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. Number 13 is motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Office of Violence Prevention in alignment with ordinance 190355. Any further discussion on this? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler,
I vote aye. The amendment passes. Number 14, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Portland Bureau of Transportation to develop new revenue resources. Any further discussion on this? Please call the roll. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Maps, sorry.
I have no problem at all. This is like work that PBOT should be doing, but I don't understand why this is a budget note. I think if PBOT wants to explore new revenue sources, which they very much should, I support that, but I don't know why we're writing this into this particular budget. Could either the Director Kennard or Commissioner Hardesty place this into context for me?
Yes, this is a priority, and making it a budget note makes it a priority all around the city. It is critical that we do this work, and it is critical that PBOT has a timeline under which they are prepared to have an impact on the next budget deliberation. And in fact, the Bureau asked me to write that note, and as a good director of that Bureau, I did.
And if I could add a little commentary as well, these budget notes do sometimes seem, extraneous, but they also institutionalize a specific action within a bureau. Under our form of government, the commissioner in charge could change at any time, and therefore priorities could change. And the budget note also, to extent then, gives the Bureau some consistency regardless of who the commissioner in charge is. And I have no plans to make any changes, but I just want you to know that that is sometimes one of the reasons that people choose to put a policy note like this, where it's going to take a considerable amount of time and energy on the part of the Bureau to see it through to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was helpful.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment's adopted. 15. And by the way, after I get to the end of Commissioner Hardesty's amendments, we'll take another 5-minute break in case anybody's wondering who those people are. Number 15 is a motion to amend attachment D to amend existing budget note for equitable recruitment, retention, and promotion of African American and Black employees. This is related to CAN. Any further discussion on this item? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to spend 45 minutes in the noon hour with the leadership of CAN today. So it's very timely and helpful. There's a lot of goodwill in this amendment, so thank you for bringing it forward. I think the genuine attempt to institutionalize or operationalize city's equity values and truly have a positive impact on our Black employees, this is a step. Black city employees in CAN have worked tirelessly for years to provide a safe space for employees and advocate on their behalf, all while carrying out their duties for their day jobs and with the city with no additional compensation. And that was really evident for me today, just like it was when others have been meeting with CAN. We cannot ask CAN leadership to take on labor and energetically intensive work without fair compensation or reassurance that the day job will not be affected. The proposed amendment and objectives in this amendment merit a full-time person in the Office of Human Resource, the Bureau of Human Resource, who can work within the systems and operations of the Bureau in consultation with CAN leadership and external resource partners with Black city employees we trust. We cannot ask CAN leadership or a small group of city employees with full-time jobs to do this lift alone. I really appreciate and value CAN leadership for their time in engaging with my office again today. I will vote yes on this, and my staff and I will continue engaging with CAN leadership and the Bureau of Human Resources following this vote. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I really appreciated hearing from some of the CAN leadership today. And what is a consistent message is the lack of feeling valued by the city that they work for. This is a start in the right direction to make sure that they no longer feel that they are not being heard and the city is not being responsive. This is one thing we can do, but we can also, as directors of bureaus, make sure that Black employees are able to leave their job to participate in CAN activities. We can also, as directors, make sure that no one is questioning an employee who is involved in CAN, asking them why they're going to the meeting, what they're doing, how long they're gone. And they also, as directors of bureaus, you can allow people to go to affinity groups without questioning whether or not they're getting their work done. There are ways to be supportive of employees when they're participating in affinity groups, and there are ways to imply that they will suffer repercussions for being engaged with those groups. I evaluate each of my directors annually. I have equity goals for each of my directors, and every year they also evaluate me. If you are not putting those objectives in your evaluations, I would encourage you to do so, because it is our responsibility to make all employees at the City of Portland feel valued and welcomed and appreciated. I vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. I really appreciate the conversation, and I'm definitely hearing. When Marvin was speaking, I really was understanding what he said. When I was here at the city many years ago, that's when DEEP first started, and some of the groups started forming, and I remember that exactly what Marvin and what Commissioner Hardesty were talking about. Staff are doing all this work on their off time, or in the in-between times, or the small allotments of time. And this work is actually what gives the city at least some of the ability to recruit, diverse staff at all in a lot of cases. And so these are the folks that are actually creating that some environment for some employees to want to work here. So for that reason, I strongly support having this conversation. I am very open to hearing more about the needs for staff for these activities to support our staff here at the city. And I'm very happy to vote aye.
Wheeler.
Happy to vote aye. The amendment's adopted. Amendment 16. Motion to amend attachment D to add a budget note for expiring tax increment finance districts and returning property revenue. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll. Wait, sorry, Commissioner Mapps.
Could the sponsors of this amendment explain to me how this proposal is different from the timeline that staff laid out for bringing TIF proposals before council? Again, this is sort of one where I feel like we met with Prosper Portland maybe last week. They laid out their plans for getting their proposals before us. I'm
happy to try to take that on, Commissioner. The mayor's proposed budget had a motion that would have put together a committee, including Prosper Portland, the Housing Bureau, and the Budget Office, to come back with a proposal on how to address the TIF cliff, right? Yep. My proposal says that the economists working with the Budget Office Director and the CAO would all together collectively, because the economist 5 years out actually counts that revenue as anticipated new revenue coming in. I did not like a process where the people who are most desperate for new revenue were in charge of coming back and telling us what to do with the new revenue that was coming in. I think it's a more fair and equitable process to have the economists and the Budget Office be the ones that are having that conversation. Because I just don't imagine Prosper and Housing Bureau coming back saying somebody else should have the money, don't give it to us. That never happens. So it's important to have it be a process that's not dependent on the people who are in desperate need of new funding streams.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Kennard, you had a clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it's clear and that our attorney agrees that this is going to replace the existing budget note for expiring tax increment finance. So it's not just adding the budget note, it's adding and replacing per the decision to withdraw the mayor's amendment that was eliminating that budget note in the past.
Yes.
Is there anything else, Lindley, that we need to do around that?
No, as long as everyone's clear that it is replacing the mayor's proposed budget note and it's replacing it, I think that's fine. As long as you're comfortable, it's consistent, Jessica.
Yes, in the written version, we have the strikeout language. It's just that we're not reading the strikeout language.
Yeah, and I should probably be clear with my colleagues. I support this revision. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, I'm happy to support having the City Budget Office and Office of Management and Finance help guide this conversation, exploring options to help address the decrease in TIF resources and how to best invest returns to the general fund. There are a handful of bureaus impacted by the decrease and increase. It's in our best interest to have a full analysis of exactly how we're going to proceed in the next 5 years. And actually, Commissioner Hardesty, I think this has some parallel construct with what you brought up with transportation. So when we have business models, if you will, that are going to be extinct, we need to be honest about that and decide if we still value that they're a part of the fabric of the city that works, and make sure we figure out how to fund them. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
And for me, it's making sure that any decisions about that is made by the city council and not made by other boards like Prosper's board or others. I'm always troubled by these other auxiliary boards that are making promises to communities and they're making it outside of a city council process. And I don't want to be put in a position where we're forced to invest money into a entity that may not be the priority of the city. The Housing Bureau and Prosper Portland will have to be different, and they will not be able to rely on the general fund. Just like Portland Street Response can't rely on the general fund, I don't think Housing and Prosper should assume that any TIF money coming back in would belong to them automatically. Because our economist has, over the last 5 years, been including it in budget projections that money would go back to the general fund. So it's vital that we have a path laid out early rather than later, because the later we wait, the less opportunities we'll have. I vote aye.
Maps.
I have some process questions about, ultimately, I'm going to vote aye on this. I'm not sure what problem this fixes, but in this situation, I will defer to the judgment of my colleagues and vote aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment is adopted. Colleagues, we're not far from done, but could we take a 5-minute break here unless any, why don't we take a break, 15, we'll reconvene, and then I think we'll be done not too long thereafter. So we are in recess for 5 minutes. we're going to go to Commissioner Mapp's amendments. His first amendment is a motion to allocate $40,000. Oh, I have to say we're back in session, obviously. Commissioner Mapp's first motion is to allocate $40,385 in one-time general fund resources in Prosper Portland to support the Portland Film Office. Any further discussion on this item? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yeah, enthusiastic aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the amendment passes. Amendment 2, this is a motion to increase one-time funding in the Office of Community and Civic Life in the amount of $118,821 to support the district coalition offices. This was a subject of a conversation earlier. Any further discussion on this item? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. Number 3, a motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note directing the Bureau of Human Resources to provide recommendations for expansion of employee benefits in fiscal year 2021-22. Any further questions? Commissioner Hardesty.
Yeah, I've got questions on this one. What are we doing? We don't tend to extend benefits outside of a collective bargaining process. So what is this for?
Well, here, let me try. I think the intent here was to communicate to staff, or actually communicate to HR, to explore options of rewarding employees and recognizing employees, even at a time of fiscal austerity where we can't afford to do COLAs or steps. That's the only intent. So it's basically look at the benefits package and see if there's anything we can do. I don't know what the answer to that is going to be, and there may not be an answer.
Yeah, well, we talked earlier about why things are budget notes. I think this is one of those that I would ask, why is this a budget note? Because this is the normal work that the Human Resource Department does. So I'm just not understanding why the need for this.
Sure. Well, I think that the need for it, or the benefit of it, is to communicate to the employees who do the public work that this council recognizes and honors their work, and recognizes that they have served Portlanders extremely well under extraordinary circumstances. And certainly, I know each and every one of us is probably pained that we can't give everyone a COLA or a step. But if there's a way to recognize our staff through some sort of benefit options, and I don't know what that might be at all.
If I could, we actually did that at the beginning of the pandemic. We've given people flex time, giving people the opportunity, especially if they're taking care of kids. So again, I think that this is not needed, because it is something that we do on a regular basis without budget notes.
Okay. Well, I totally honor your position here. I do want you to know that we ran this by HR and they were fine with it, but everyone should vote their conscience, or encourage everyone to vote their conscience on this, as with every amendment I bring forth.
And I just want to say the council took extra care last year, really, if I try to figure out how to remove barriers, because as you know, none of us were used to teleworking. None of us were used to working from home nonstop, right? And employees were juggling a lot. And so again, I just want you to know that this council is really committed to providing the best benefit package available, but I don't want to raise expectation that somehow we're looking to raise benefit packages across the board, because the unique thing about benefits packages is if you do it one place, you have to do it everywhere. And there's always a fiscal impact to that. So I think the Human Resources and the council has been very thoughtful about how we provided additional opportunities and support for employees during this crisis. So that's kind of where I am on this.
Okay.
Mayor, yeah, as the commissioner in charge of HR, what's your thinking on this?
I'm going to support it. And the reason I'm going to support it is, well, first of all, I know I sound like I'm splitting hairs here. Commissioner Hardesty is technically accurate that this is in fact the work the Bureau of HR, this is what they do. This will not substantively make a huge difference, but from a messaging perspective, since we've asked a lot of our employees over the course of the last plus year, they made significant concessions, some not voluntarily. During last year's budget, similarly, that has happened this year, and I think it does send a good message. By the way, just to clarify something else, the Bureau of Human Resources does technically fall into the mayor's portfolio, but it's one of those weird hybrid bureaus that in fact all commissioners have equal say in.
Mayor, I was going to say, we are aware that our economist says that next year's budget will look worse than this year's budget did. And again, I do not want to falsely raise expectations that something different will happen next year. We're anticipating actually staff layoffs next year, unless something radically different happens. And so I appreciate messaging, but I also appreciate the messaging leading to real outcomes. And if we don't anticipate next year is going to be better financially, why would we set ourselves up for this battle?
That's not necessarily a question I can answer right now, but the first part of your statement I want to agree with. This budget, well, let's go back to last year's budget. Commissioner Hardesty, you and I were there, and we worked together to try and close a $90 million budget shortfall. Director Kennard helped us ably through that process, and it was agonizing. And both our collective bargaining units and our non-represented employees made significant concessions in order to help us balance the budget. That is not forgotten. That has happened this year, but we have benefited from the existence of both the CARES Act and now especially the ARP, the American Rescue Plan Act. We should have no assumption that we will get the same thing next year. In fact, I think it's pretty much a certain thing that we will not get another jolt a year from now for the following fiscal year. And so what we're really hoping is the economy recovers quickly. But I think all of us are smart enough to read the tea leaves and realize it's not going to cover the full gap. So I'm agreeing with your read of the dynamics, but I think we, on balance, I support this. I don't think there's any harm in supporting it. Any further discussion? Otherwise, Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
The amendment passes. The last of Commissioner Maps is number 4, a motion to amend attachment D to amend existing budget note for program evaluation of the Portland Street Response budget note as follows. And then lots of language. Any further discussion on this? Quillen, do not eat, please. We're going to have dinner soon. Any further discussion on this one? She thinks I'm not watching her just because.
That's her job. Her job is to make quick grabs while you're not paying attention.
I don't see any further questions. Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I do have a question.
Sure.
How is this amendment different than the previous amendments that we passed around accountability with Portland Street Response?
Commissioner Maps, my understanding is this is more comprehensive. It starts with the same 2 paragraphs that were in the proposed budget note language, and then you go on to add some more specificity to the evaluation. Do you want to describe briefly
That's correct. And it just basically spells out that the evaluation will include a 6-month check-in, a 12-month check-in. I think this is standard language that's been part of our plan from the beginning.
From the beginning, yes. So again, I'm just curious. It looks like it's a duplicate motion, and I'm just trying to figure out what's different. What are you asking for that we haven't already asked for?
I think the original intent and the current intent of this is to just make it clear through a budget note that we will be conducting a evaluation of this program, which will be conducted by Portland State University. We expect to check in. We expect to check in at 6 months and 12 months. I think the new piece here is that it specifically points to something which is important to me over at BOIC, which is the language around expanding the call criteria. So that's the really new thing, is that the evaluation will include looking at the call criteria.
Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
No.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
No.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment passes. To Commissioner Rubio's amendments. Last but never least, Commissioner Rubio's first amendment is to allocate $50,000 in one-time general fund resources to special appropriations to provide financial grants supporting the implementation of community events and space activation. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Desperately needed. Happy to support. I vote aye. The amendment carried. Item number 2 is a motion to allocate additional resources in support of a second Creative Laureate in the Community Arts Program within special appropriations. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
I just want to thank Commissioner Rubio for bringing this one forward. I had no idea that we paid our laureates so tiny bit of money. I was a little embarrassed when I found out what we paid them. I am appreciative, and I'm happy to vote aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
The laureate, Creative Laureate, has become a higher profile position in the city of Portland, especially recently. And I love this proposal. This to me is one of the most interesting proposals in the budget, and it's probably the most cost effective. It's $5,000 for something that I think really makes an important statement about the arts, which is critically important to people.
Stand.
So I'm very happy to support this. I vote aye, and the amendment is adopted. Amendment 3 is a motion to amend attachment D to include the following budget note applicable to the Office of Management and Finance, the Portland Police.
Mayor, I don't know that one was put, I don't think that was put on to the table for consideration.
He's waving at me. Okay, got it. Good. Forget it. So that brings us then to the end of our amendments. Colleagues, next, I will seek a
Mayor.
So
you got it, Jessica?
So I think Commissioner Hardesty now would like to introduce a new amendment.
Sorry.
And ask for a second, and then we can have discussion and vote on that new amendment.
Perfect. Is this the one that our offices have been cranking out here? Good. Commissioner Hardesty.
If I'm remembering correct, Director Kennard, I pulled my, this is the one on the police, right?
Yep. It's
so-
amending the attachment D to add a budget note for the Portland Police Bureau accelerated hiring.
Yes, and so the budget note would include that this monies could not be released except for the purpose of hiring this new staff.
Yes. Would you like for me to read the language for everyone to hear it?
Please.
Okay, so it's a motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for the Portland Police Bureau accelerated hiring. And it reads, in the proposed budget, the mayor included one-time funding in the amount of $5,264,000 across 2 fiscal years for the accelerated hiring of 30 police officers in the Portland Police Bureau. The Portland Police Bureau is directed to use this funding only for the personnel costs related to 30 new police officer hires and no other bureau expenses. At the end of 2 fiscal years, any unused funds will be returned to the general fund.
And Commissioner Hardesty, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Then I'll second it. Any further discussion? Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for that. I appreciate it. So colleagues, now I'm seeking a motion to approve these updates to the change memo. Commissioner Maps has a question.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment. This goes back to the living wage for Portland Street Response. If I may, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, I'd like to introduce the following amendment. Motion to amend attachment D to amend existing budget note for livable wage of Portland Street Response budget note. Livable wages for Portland Street Response. The City of Portland's Portland Street Response Program staff are in the front lines of delivering an exciting and critical new service to better address Portlanders in mental health crisis. The program is currently in a pilot phase with an independent evaluation due from Portland State University's Homelessness and Research Action Collaborative at the 6-month and 12-month mark. Council has also asked the city's Community Safety Transition Director and the Chief Administrative Officer to perform a cost benefits analysis of the program that includes an assessment of alternative models. Options may include nonprofit providers such as Project Respond to work in partnership with the city, similar to the way that the Cahoots program operates in the city of Eugene. Should one of these alternative models for service delivery ultimately be selected for part or all of the city's Portland Street Response Program, when Portland Street Response Program is implemented, Council wishes to ensure that the employees delivering these services are paid a living wage. This budget note directs the Community Safety Transition Director to consult with the city economist to ensure that this standard is retained for any alternative models of service delivery for Portland Street Response.
And you're offering this as a motion, an amendment, Commissioner Maps?
Yes.
Is there a second? I'll second for discussion purposes.
And if I may just jump in here, I think like everyone else on council, I both really appreciated hearing the letter from our staff that do the Portland Street Response work. I was also moved and educated by their concerns about, living wages for people who do this work. I think I've never heard anyone in this council suggest that we pay folks not a living wage to do some of the most important work in the city, but it appears that those concerns are out there in the community, and I think that today we could reassure both the people who work for the city and provide us with vital services, and we can take an important statement about the way we honor labor by passing this amendment.
Commissioner, I just have one point of a small technical clarification that I want to put on the record. This will be adding a new budget note. We don't currently have an existing budget note for livable wage. And so just to be clear, we'll have the record reflect that this is adding a new budget note for livable wage of Portland Street Response.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Hardesty.
So again, today Portland Street Response is paid a living wage. Since we don't know what the future of Portland Street Response is, I think that this is a very disingenuous proposal. it doesn't make sense. If it's not at the city, then we will be contracting out. But until we're getting ready to do that, I just think that again, this doesn't say anything, and it doesn't do anything different than what we're doing right now.
Well, if I may respond to that, I think what this does is it goes on the record and makes clear to everyone who hears this amendment that the city of Portland is committed to making sure that the women and men who do our street response work are paid a living wage, no matter what the future form of this program looks like. And I think we all know this program will evolve from what it looks like today. I don't know if it's going to be in the Fire Bureau or someplace else, but no matter where it is, I'm deeply committed to making sure that the people who do this work can afford to put a roof over their homes and feed their families and retire.
Commissioner Rubio, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna respond to that. Let me just say that today they make a living wage, and the decisions that we make in the future will determine whether that living wage continues. This seems performative to just say as our policy, because as our policy last budget cycle, we passed a measure that would have had 6 vans and would have given us more vans across the city. So just putting it in a budget note doesn't make it so clearly, because what we passed last year, we changed this year. So I'm not feeling it. And maybe it's just me, maybe because I'm tired, and it just doesn't change anything by putting that in the budget.
Well, yeah, I'm sitting in a chair for 5.5 hours. I don't feel anything. I don't know about you. Commissioner Rubio, then Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you. I have a question. So I fully support Commissioner Malpure, the intent of this, and to address the concern out there. For me, it's not that part of your of this amendment. It's the part about exploring or considering other alternative models. That part. Can you talk a little bit about that part because for me, I thought this particular pilot is to continue with this model, and that those conversations will be happening in the evaluation of this model.
Sure. Well, that's my expectation too. But from listening to the letter that was read to us by Kahoot staff, they clearly seem to have some concern about I think their particular jobs changing somehow. I don't think that's going to happen at all. I've never heard anyone suggest that. And I want to make it clear to the public service community that whether or not a future iteration or a future pilot is run on a different, is sponsored by a different agency, that it's our expectation as a council that the people who do that work will be paid a living wage.
But the model part that you talked about, you're not exploring other models of Portland street response, are you?
No, I'm very much focused on, I'm a 911 guy, so I'm very much focused on just kind of getting our call criteria right, making sure we have the staff to distribute our street response teams in an effective manner. So those are the kinds of implementation concerns I'm talking about. I'm not pushing for an alternative model.
Would you be willing to strike that language from your amendment then? So, or is that integral to your amendment?
Sure. I would be willing to strike that language from this. Okay, that's a good compromise. Or a worthy improvement, maybe I'll say that.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, I think that we are going to have some exciting creative dialogue about how we keep building this. I think this is getting kind of hypothetical. I think we should pay living wages, generous living wages, no matter what. But I don't understand. I don't understand why this would be voted on at this moment. I think we wait until we are in this situation where we're actually faced with the moment of truth on what the contract is, if it's a contract, or since we're looking at a pilot, we keep expanding it via the mechanisms that via the system that we have now. I at this moment in time, I'm uncomfortable weighing in on this. Yeah, so I think we should pay a living wage no matter what.
Okay.
I don't know if this is necessary. I'm confused why we'd vote on this.
I'd still like a vote. Can I have a vote?
Very good. Any further discussion? If not, call the roll.
Mayor, this is Lindley. Could we just confirm that Jessica and team are clear on whether the language that Commissioner Rubio asked to strike is now removed from the motion, please?
Commissioner Rubio raises her hand. Commissioner Rubio raised her hand.
Before you answer that, I just want to say I agree with what Commissioner Ryan proposed. So I want to withdraw that. So Commissioner Matz, you're free to phrase it how you need.
Okay. Well, I don't think I have the votes to win here, and for, or maybe I do, I don't. I like the broad, inclusive language that ensures everybody that that this work will be done, whether this work will be done for at a family wage rate, whether it's sponsored by the fire department or sponsored by the Bureau of Environmental Services or some nonprofit group. The principle that I'm trying to communicate to our social service workers is that as long as we are sponsoring the work, or at least as long as when I have a say in it, we're going to pay a fair family wage.
All right, call the roll.
Ryan,
No.
Hardesty,
No.
Maps,
Yes.
Rubio,
No.
Wheeler.
You put on the record, Commissioner Maps, a very clear intention, and I think that was a good thing to put on the record. It's a good value. I support it, but I agree with my colleagues that this particular amendment, I think, is extraneous. And I agree. I was persuaded by Commissioner Ryan. Let's wait till we get to the bridge before we cross it. I vote aye. I mean, 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. I vote no. It doesn't matter what I vote on this. It's not going to pass. So I vote no. The amendment does not pass, but I appreciate the value behind it. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing it forward.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, if I just may jump in here, I just want to express my gratitude for to my colleagues for at least considering the proposal. That was classic. Thanks.
Right on. Thank you. So, are there any other amendments? No. Good. So now I am seeking a motion to approve these amendments, these updates to the change memo. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
A motion?
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hardesty, a second from Commissioner Ryan. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Muted, Commissioner.
I thought I unmuted. Sorry. Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. And related to that, colleagues, we will now vote to approve the changes our individual floor amendments have made to the various exhibits, specifically exhibits B, C, and D of the memos associated with the budget. This has the effect of incorporating all of our changes so that the approved budget, which we'll vote on next, reflects our amendments.
So Mayor, I'm going to say that I thought that's what the last vote you just did was, but let's go forward with this vote since you've made such a clear motion.
Well, I believe this is actually a different.
I think when you voted on each of the individual amendments.
Yes. Oh, because we already included B, C, and D we included the updates in the amendments.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm fine with you clarifying the motion and going ahead and voting on this. I just thought that's what we had just done. I think go for it.
It's not necessary. It's extraneous. So forget it. So with that, colleagues, I'm now seeking a motion to approve the budget as amended.
So moved.
This could go ahead and move the motion.
What? Sorry?
Oh, I was going to say that this part of the process confuses me every year. It always feels like we vote one too many times. So since you made the motion, Mayor, let's go ahead and vote.
What's in the cheat sheet you guys gave me? So yes, let's seek a motion and approve the budget as amended. I know we have to do that. We haven't done that yet.
It
Right.
sounds like Lindley wants us to vote on the first motion or the second motion that you put on the table.
I think we should, because the problem is, Mayor, that I had thought you had already done the motion to vote to approve changes to the proposed budget as presented in the memo as amended, but that's not what you thought you were doing. So let's just do that. And you have already made that motion. You need a
So
second.
we've already made a motion and voted to approve the updates to the change memo. We will now vote to approve the changes our individual floor amendments have made to exhibits B, C, and D of the memo as associated with the budget.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Ryan,
This is definitely a Groundhog's Day moment. Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. Now, unless there's any objections, I'm seeking a motion to approve the budget as amended.
So moved.
I'll second.
A motion from Commissioner Hardesty, a second from Commissioner Ryan. This is the big vote. This is the last vote of the day. If there's anything else, no?
Nope.
No,
There's
you're right.
tax levies.
We got a couple
Tax levies
more.
after this.
Okay, this is the last one on the part of the budget that everybody actually cares about. So if you want to say something about that, this is your time to do it. Please call the roll.
Ryan,
I am just really grateful that I serve with the four of you. We've had some really good dialogue today. It's been a lot of examples of great government, and I vote aye.
Hardesty,
A value I hold dearest as an elected official is that our budget is a moral document. When I first received the mayor's proposed budget a couple of weeks ago, I let Portlanders know that I would be analyzing it. So I have been analyzing the budget through a lens of ensuring that the primary focus is on people and stabilizing our most vulnerable community members. To build a moral budget takes time and care. So I want to begin my closing remarks by being honest. I wish Mayor Wheeler had given the most diverse council in Portland's history more of an opportunity to shape this proposed budget. This has been a rushed process. Council was not brought in early, and it's not just right for the public and elected leaders to have only 2 weeks to weigh in on an almost $6 billion budget. This is my third budget process with Mayor Wheeler. And this process seemed to be the one that had the least engagement early on. I sincerely hope that as we continue to work together, that we will improve this process to make it truly collaborative and to provide real community engagement going forward. As disappointed as I am in the process that has unfolded and that my amendment to fully fund and expand the Portland Street Response Pilot Project, it was voted down, this budget has been significantly improved by amendments proposed by myself and other council colleagues. I do appreciate that the mayor did not propose cutting any Portland Fire and Rescue stations in his budget. I also appreciate that this budget does not add ongoing funds back into Portland Police Bureau's budget after council reallocated money from the Bureau just last year into the Portland Street Response and other community investments. I also want to especially appreciate my new colleagues. I know that my 3 new colleagues, if I felt like this was insane time, I know they must have been losing their minds. These last couple of weeks have in fact been a marathon, but what I have found in some cases is an openness to have dialogue and conversation, an openness to find common ground, and in many cases, an opportunity to add amendments that were fully supported by the entire council. And for this, I say thank you to my newest colleagues, because Mayor Will and I have been at this for a while, and we know how crazy this process is. I am happy to see this budget does include some really good work, including funding for staff support for the voter-approved Police Oversight Board, funding support for alternative shelter program to allow safe sleeping options for those currently sleeping on the street, data and transparency requirements for the expansion of the unarmed public safety support specialists, which I understand primarily do paperwork and are not seen by the public. Allocates funding to support a truth and reconciliation process between Portland Police Bureau and community members. Increases resources to the city's African American network, increases funding for the Gateway Center for Domestic Violence, and directs PBOT to develop new revenue sources that reflect Portland's climate goals and address the Bureau's structural deficits. In addition, it continues to fund the Portland Bureau of Transportation's Healthy Business program, allowing the creative use of space to provide outdoor dining, drinking, and more, and providing a lifeline to small businesses that have been operating during the pandemic. We've increased money to neighborhood district coalitions and reinstated the small grant program to neighborhood associations. We also funded a citywide anti-white supremacy training for city staff. This was the best compromise we could get in the short period of time that we had. There are aspects of this budget that I support 100%, and there are some serious disappointments. Any budget that 5 people are voting on is going to include things that we each like and we don't like. But this is the beginning and not the end. I will continue to push forward for what I will continue to push forward. And I agree with what I agree with and push back against those things that I disagree with. I will be holding my colleagues to their word that they all support Portland Street Response and look forward to our continued work together to make this program the best it can possibly be. I'm so proud of this program and the incredible team that we've assembled. While I'm disappointed PSR expansion has been slowed down, I'm confident that as we continue the Lents area phase of this pilot, that we will prove beyond any reasonable doubt that we have the right model in place and this program is ready to expand citywide with the appropriate funding. And I will say again, this program will not be totally reliant on the general fund because we believe that we will be reimbursed both at the federal level and possibly with state funding. And we've been looking at all of this from the very beginning. As a city, we are working our way back from 4 crises. We're still in the middle of negotiating ourselves through a worldwide pandemic. I believe that we can build back a better and more equitable Portland, and I am committed to working with all Portlanders and my colleagues to do that. I still believe that we can build one Portland where everyone has access to the same level of services and all are treated with respect. You can count on me to continue to work towards that vision every day. I accept the improvements my council colleagues have made to this budget and the many amendments that I introduced that were passed. And while this is a hard vote for me due to my Portland Street Response amendment, I am ultimately voting aye.
Mr. Mayor, colleagues, I want to thank you for your for your participation and contribution to this extraordinary budget. I also want to thank everyone who turned out over the last several months to testify on behalf of items that should or should not be in the budget. Everyone who turned up helped make this budget better and ultimately will help us build a better city. I know we're all tired, so I won't talk long today, but I do want to highlight 4 aspects of this budget that mean a lot to me. You know, as the commissioner in charge of the Bureau of Emergency Communications, Water, and Environmental Services, I'm just over the moon and so proud of the work that my bureaus will do based on the budget that we have pulled together. For example, BOEC 911, we have managed to add 5 new dispatchers to our bureau without increasing our draw on the general fund. And part of the work of these new dispatchers will be to help implement and expand the Portland Street Response. Thanks to my BOEC team for the great work they do. Also very proud of, not many people noticed this one, but the Water Bureau is making new investments to make our hydro parks more accessible to people who have disabilities. We're very proud of that. Thanks for the Water Bureau for advocating on behalf of folks who have mobility problems. And of course, our environmental services will continue its important work keeping pollutants out of the river. I will also point out that this budget makes important investments in economic recovery. Something we heard over and over again for the past several months is a concern about what would happen to the Bureau of Development Services in a time of fiscal austerity. This council came together to make sure that the cuts at BDS were relatively minimal. If you are someone who needs a permit from the city, we're going to be able to get those out as quickly as possible, and probably even faster than we did before because of the leadership that Commissioner Ryan is bringing to an effort to streamline and speed up the permits process. One of my personal favorites in this project or in this budget is the Ankeny West food carts. I think we were all moved by the testimony we heard from vendors who used to operate food carts downtown. The city council has come together to figure out a place for these food carts to convene and create a new section of our city's culinary corridor. Very exciting. It's also an equity project because so many of these businesses are operated by recent immigrants. We're very proud of that. I personally want to thank everyone on council for supporting the important work done by the Portland Film Office. I can't wait to get film crews back in Portland, helping show the world what a wonderful and amazing city we have. Also excited about the Minority Chamber of Commerce and the other investments we made around small businesses and small business districts. Big shout out to the Portland Parks Foundation. We're making an investment of about $100,000 into that group, and they've consistently shown over decades that they can take a small investment and expand it many-fold. And I want to thank them for their work, because if there's one thing I've learned from my time in Portland and my time on this council is that Portlanders love their parks. And I also want to thank and recognize the investments that this budget makes to shrink the digital divide. If there's any lesson we've learned during COVID, is that access to technology is the key differential between whether or not you can succeed and prosper in the new world we live in, or whether you'll be left behind. With this budget, this council makes important steps to making sure that no one is left behind here in Portland. And finally, I just want to recognize the really innovative and creative work this council has done around public safety reforms. And of course, we all have had some contentious discussions and vigorous agreements in many ways about the Portland Street Response Program. But still, I think the good news here is that each and every member of this council is 100% dedicated to getting this program rolled out as quickly as possible and committed to making sure that this program works. And also, as the commissioner in charge of the Bureau of Emergency Communications, I am deeply aware that the number of domestic violence calls that the city, that my 911 operators receive, have doubled in the past year. So I also very much appreciate Commissioner Hardesty's proposal to increase the amount of funding that we provide to domestic violence programs. And finally, but hardly least, I want to thank my colleagues, Commissioner Ryan and Mayor Wheeler, for their leadership in bringing an extraordinary amount of new investments in affordable housing and the cause of ending homelessness. It's for all these reasons that I'm proud of the budget that we put together today, which is why I am glad now to vote aye.
Rubio.
I'd like to begin by thanking all of the thousands of community members and staff who have helped us to get to this point where we are over this last year. Many people have met with us, written, called, and attended all of our listening sessions and shared their expertise and perspectives. And I really appreciate the time that they took to engage to make this city better. And even if the final budget may not be reflective of everything everyone wants or has expressed in the community, please know that we heard you and that your engagement and participation have really made our city better. And I also want to acknowledge Jessica and everyone in the city budget office for their countless hours helping to build this budget, to explain the budget, and also to answer the many questions that my staff and I had even right up to this council meeting. I truly don't know where I would have been without the city budget office team. So thank you so much for that. I also want to appreciate my colleagues' efforts to really thoughtfully budget and prioritize our council priorities during another incredibly challenging budget year. These priorities really helped keep my team and me focused on what we should be focused on during this process. And I also appreciated the engagement and dialogue among all of us as colleagues, and our multiple perspectives will ultimately make good policy. I also just want to thank my team who's been with me for 4 months. They work very collaboratively. They learned the bureaus, they engaged with stakeholders and community, and they were trying to find path forward during this budget. And so I'm just really appreciative of all their hard work. So we achieved an incredible amount of important work, even if we didn't get 100% of the things that we wanted. This budget has critical investments that keep our city moving forward. And I appreciated hearing several of the amendments and the testimony that we heard today. And our work doesn't really end after today. I commit to working with my colleagues on addressing many of these outstanding issues that came up today in the course of discussion. And I also want to thank them for their willingness to work together on behalf of our city. Aye.
Wheeler.
Well, first of all, let me just say how much I appreciate the collaboration on this budget. Nobody gets everything they want in the budget. This is a large effort, but I appreciate the fact that whether we agreed or disagreed on the details, we stayed focused on our shared priorities and on the communities that we served. I believe, as you've heard from a number of my colleagues, that we're protecting progress that's been made in the past, as well as pushing forward in new areas that I think are important. I think we're laying the foundation for both a strong and an equitable recovery as we come out of the economic consequences of COVID. And we've stayed true to the North Star that we established months ago in our work session when we really started to talk about what are our core priorities. And we stated that our core priorities were community safety, they were related to homelessness, and they were related to economic recovery and stability. This budget dovetails neatly with those core priorities that we collaboratively established as a council. And the work that we've done isn't just consistent, it's transparent, and it's what our community deserves. I want to thank my colleagues. We had some spirited disagreements. We should. I think we owe it to the public to have disagreements that we vet publicly and discuss all sides of an issue and let people come to their own conclusions about whether we served their best interests or not. And I feel that we did so today, and we've done so previously. And I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank your staffs. We rely, the five of us, on collaboration amongst our staffs, and they do an excellent job. So let's give them a little credit here for the incredible work that they've been doing right up until just a couple of minutes ago, drafting amendments and whatnot on our behalf and on behalf of the people of our city. So I want to thank them. And I want to thank, of course, our peerless city budget director, Jessica Kennard, and your team and your expertise in helping to guide us through this process over a period of many, many months. This has been a particularly difficult budget because the foundation upon which our original estimates were created collapsed in the midst of a global pandemic and all the resulting economic chaos that ensued. And we also had to integrate the federal government and the state government and the county government's responses, not only to the public health consequences of the pandemic, but the household support and the employer support that went with us. And so we actually had to weave those strategies into our overall strategy as a city. And it was complex, it was bumpy, but I think it was made less so by the phenomenal work of our city budget director and her team, and our council office staffs who worked so collaboratively on this. Tomorrow is a new day, and we will begin the process of implementing many of the changes that are new. We will continue the work that's already underway. And whether we like it or not, the next budget year has already begun. And the budget office is already thinking of strategies to get us moving on that. So I am happy at this point to vote aye. The budget is approved as amended. Now, as the budget committee, we also approve tax levies. The city shall levy its full permanent rate of $4.5770 per $1,000 of assessed value, and $27,763,868 for the payment of voter-approved general obligation bond principal and interest, and $209,860,034 for the obligations for fire and police disability and retirement fund, and $0.4026 per $1,000 of assessed value for the children's levy. Furthermore, the city shall levy the amounts listed in attachment E for urban renewal collections. I'm seeking a motion to approve the tax levies.
So moved.
Commissioner Hardesty moves. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds. Any further discussion on the tax levies? Keelan, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
I want to thank the people of this community. They're compassionate and they are generous, and they support many things that other communities do not support. They support housing bonds. They support levies like the children's levy at a regional level, critical support services like mental health and substance abuse treatment services for our vulnerable populations living on our streets. You are a generous and caring and giving community. And that's what's behind these tax levies. I want to thank you personally for that. I vote aye. The tax levies are approved. Director Kennard, you get the last word, the next steps.
All right. So now that the budget has been approved by the council, the approved budget will be sent to the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, TSCC, for review. The TSCC has 20 days to review the budget. They will then conduct a hearing on the city's approved budget on Tuesday, June 8th at 9:30 in the morning. This will be a virtual meeting and conducted through the council clerk's process for hosting virtual work sessions. The final budget adoption is set for Wednesday, June 9th at 2 p.m. Public testimony can be received at the June 8th TSCC hearing or the June 9th budget adoption hearing. With that, I will turn it back over to the mayor to adjourn the budget committee.
Thank you, Director Kennard. Thank you, colleagues. This meeting of the City of Portland Budget Committee is now adjourned. Everybody have a great night. Good night.